Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Welcome to
Far before the horse, we run it. Far before the horse, we run it. Far before the horse, we run it.
SBC Nation, stand up! SBC Nation, stand up! Stand up!
Yeah. Gavin X Mr. Walker in the ring. Two married men, yeah, we built for this thing. From the ghetto to growth, yeah, we changing the view. Trying to elevate the people, bringing truth to the youth. Yeah, we came from the bottom, but we aiming for better. Family man, real talk, yeah, we built to weather every storm, every lie, yeah, we cut through the fake. Trying to show our people how to move and create. Yeah, single by choices, yeah, we speaking the game. Yeah, truth over lies, yeah, we setting the flame. If it's real, we stamp it. If it's fake, we expose. Yeah, the message too strong, now the whole world knows. Yeah, yo, hit the like, don't just watch, engage. Yeah, could he subscribe, join the movement, get paid? I cash app if you rock with the vibe. Yeah, super chats, let your voice come alive. Yeah, knock, chillin', but he watching it close. Boom. Keisha got opinions, yeah, she do the most. Yeah, we break it all down, yeah, we keep it legit. Yeah, real conversations, yeah, we standing on it. It's bigger than views, yeah, it's deeper than clout. We speak for the ones trying to figure it out. From the struggle to structure, yeah, we building a way. Trying to turn lost minds into leaders one day.
Let's go!
Truth over lies, yeah, we ready to go. If you rockin' with the real, better sing this song. Yeah, feel the Regal Rumble, yeah, the name ring bells. Yeah, go before the horse, yeah, we giving them hell. Yeah.
Far before the horse,
Now the Regal Rumble.
far before the horse,
When the night ring bells.
far before the horse,
Crawl before the horse production.
far before the horse,
Welcome to the fight.
far before the horse.
Welcome to the fight. Welcome to the fight.
It's in the Regal Rumble. In the Regal Rumble. Call before the horse production.
Step in the ring. Step out the way.
It's in the Regal Rumble. It's in the Regal Rumble.
Hell in the car before the horse, we the voice of the streets. Gavin X Mr. Walker, bringing truth every week. From the bottom we rose, now we preach what we know. Married men, real life, trying to help people grow. Hell in the car before the horse, yeah, the movement is real. If you feel what we say, better like, share, and build. Hit subscribe, don't hide, let the message expand. SBC Nation worldwide, yeah, we taking a stand.
We done seen it all, from the struggle to the pain. Trying to break them cycles, elevate the whole game. From the ghetto, but we thinkers, we ain't stuck in the past. Trying to show the next generation how to build something that lasts. Single by choices, yeah, we speaking on the truth. Truth over lies, yeah, we reaching for the youth. No gimmicks, no cap, just facts in the booth. Trying to wake them all up, yeah, we bringing the proof. I hit the cash out,
Support the show,
I super chat tab.
let it flow,
Carry that light go.
don't be slow,
React, subscribe now.
let's go.
Yo, nug in the cut, yeah, he peeping the scene. Bon Quisha talking loud, know exactly what I mean. We break it all down, yeah, we keep it a stack. Real conversations, yeah, we never hold back, yeah. Two married men still standing on cold, trying to guide our people off that self-destruction. The road is bigger than content, yeah, it's deeper than views. It's a mission for the culture, we got something
Y'all
to
let me crawl before the horse, we the voice of the streets. Gavin X Mr. Walker, bringing truth every week. SBC Nation strong, yeah, we locked in tight. Truth over lies, yeah, we ready to fight. Y'all let me crawl before the horse, yeah, the real ones relate. From the struggle to success, yeah, we changing the fate. Hit that like, subscribe, don't just sit and observe. If you rockin' with the real, then support what you heard.
Car before the horse. Car before the horse.
Oh, car,
Welcome to the show.
car before the horse. We had it backwards, now we shifting the course.
Yeah,
Car before the horse production.
we live. Welcome to
Car before the horse production.
We live.
Rock hammer, where truth get tested and pressure make diamonds. Two married men, straight out the mud, trying to build something better for our people.
This that Regal Rumble where the real ones speak. From the block to the boardroom, we rise every week. Truth over lies, yeah, we cutting through the noise. Single by choices, now we guiding the boys.
SBC Nation, we see you. Day ones, new subs, we appreciate you.
From single by choices to truth over lies. We been giving y'all game, no disguise.
Nug, nug in the building. Bone Keisha watching close. We breaking down culture while the world do the most. This ain't just content, this a movement. We talking accountability, structure, improvement.
Yeah, this ain't just content, this a movement. We talking accountability, structure, improvement.
Yeah, we shaking the scene. Married men with a vision. Yeah, we building a team. From the struggle to success, yeah, we changing the view. If it's truth over lies, then it's rocking with you.
Hit that like button up, subscribe to the channel good. Cash app lit and super chats running with.
If you rocking with the message, then support the show. Car before the horse production.
Car before the horse, now we back in alignment.
The Regal Rumble.
Where true me refinement.
Car before the horse production. Car before the horse production.
Yeah. Y'all already know what it is.
Yeah, we back in the building, let's go.
Yeah.
Where the Regal Rumble at?
Yeah, we back in the building, let's go.
Yeah. Where the Regal Rumble at? Yeah, we back in the building, let's go. Where the Regal Rumble at?
Real ones talking. If you know, then you know. Car before the horse, had to flip the whole vision. Now we lined up right. Yeah, we moving with precision from the gutter to growth. Yeah, we speak with intention. Married man, real life, not no internet fiction. Gavin X on the mic. Yeah, I stand on business, trying to build up kings, not promote these gimmicks. If it don't make sense, then we gotta correct it. SBC Nation, yeah, we highly respect it. Mr. Walker stepping in, yeah, the truth gets spoken. Lot of homes fell apart, yeah, the structure was broken. We ain't here for the games, we applying the pressure, trying to guide our people to a whole nother level. From single by choices to truth over lies. We've been dropping real game, cutting through the disguise. If it's real, we salute it. If it's fake, we expose it. Yeah, the message hit different when you actually live it. Nug in the cut. Bomb Keisha got opinions at the end. Nug in the cut. Yeah. Bomb Keisha got opinions at the end. Nug in the cut. Bomb Keisha got opinions. Ay, be breaking down culture while the world steady tripping. Ay, with a Regal Rumble, yeah, the crown stay heavy, we don't fall. Ay, with a Regal truth over lies, yeah, the story been told. Listen, two married men from the trenches, still standing, still building, trying to show you it's another way. This ain't hate, this is game. Hit that like button goes, don't play with it. Subscribe, go, yeah, stay with it. Cash app lit if you rockin' with the flow. Super chats on, yeah, support the show. If you SBC Nation, then you already know. Where the Regal Rumble at? Yeah, we shaking up the game, let's go. Where the Regal Rumble at? Car before the horse.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Welcome. Live Saturday night Regal Rumble brought to you by
Caught before the horse production.
We live. Welcome to
Caught before the horse production.
It's Saturday night. How you feeling, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse Regal Rumble, in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine Regal Rumble Saturday?
I got beans and bologna.
Welcome in, SBC, Cart Before the Horse Nation. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, hit the subscribe button, no matter which channel you're watching on.
As we are simulcasting, after you do those two things that cost you absolutely nothing, come all this mighty fine April 25th, 2026. As you can see, Gavin X and I are very much still in the mix, reporting live to you jive chickens from this wonky, ever-changing, dating, mating, and hating market.
Man.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So sit back. We got a crazy show tonight. Also, shout out to our brother Frederick Howard. Come through gifting 5 channel memberships.
Brother Frederick came through first and with 5 memberships. Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate that, brother. Over on the Cart Before the Horse channel. And Miss Charming to you over on the Single by Choice channel, gifted a membership.
We appreciate you, Miss Charming to you.
And she come back, says, all aboard the crazy train. Let's go.
Toot toot.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And Mr. Gino come through, says, good evening. Hope everyone is well.
Yes, sir. Yeah, appreciate you, OG, Mr. Gino.
Everyone is well, and we got an awesome show lined up. And B. Wyatt says, guess who was right about Clay?
Who was right?
That. Yeah, I see that right before the show tonight. So we'll probably talk about that tomorrow night. Yeah, I got to look more into it. But yeah, I seen the Meg the Stallion said Clay was cheating on her. So even Meg the Stallion can't keep a man.
And surprise, you see the surprise on my face? See how flabber my gas it is? Not surprise. Shoot.
But like I said, we'll probably talk about that. Make sure y'all here tomorrow night over on Single by Choices.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And shout out to Music Town Melly. Says the dating market is so foobar, it makes Jay Prince sound like everything.
Music Town, you coming in hot? And I hate that there's some truth to what you just said. It's foobar music that shout to Music Town. That might be the best super chat of the night. And it hurts. How
You a liar.
Nah.
Last show JP was cooking. And even the chat was in there. It was like, he kind of right, you know.
Yeah, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Hey, it's getting desperate. I feel you, Music Town. It's getting darker and more worse.
Yeah, get that money, money. Gotta get that money, money. And I'm going to get it. And it won't stop, and it don't stop, and it won't stop. You know what I'm talking about?
And our brother, James Burton, coming through, sponsoring the show like he do, with a 50 ball, says, salute, fellas.
Appreciate you, brother Burton. Thank you, sir.
And
Money.
we come through with 5-channel memberships.
Big sponsor support. Appreciate you, brother James.
Appreciate you, brother.
Big salute to brother James. He is not a stranger coming through with big support energy. Ain't nothing new. We appreciate you, man.
Straight like that, straight.
Appreciate you, brother. So with that being said, I see the ladies backstage tonight. Shout out to Sister Ebony in the house.
Hey guys, happy Saturday.
Welcome back. There's my list here, Sister Ebony. We missed you last Saturday. You know they get funny. They was in the chat with torches and pitchforks. We happy to have you back. We was about to get canceled.
Yeah, well, I missed you guys too, and my son had a tournament and stuff, so I was busy with that. But I missed you guys, and I'm happy to be back. So thanks for having me.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Sister Ebony, as well as Sister Courtney in the house. Welcome up.
Hey, happy Saturday, guys.
Welcome in. Good to have you here. Appreciate you, sisters. You guys make the panel look that much better, up here with us ugly mothers.
Good to see you, Courtney.
Good to see you too, Ebony.
So welcome up. We got a crazy show lined up tonight. All right, we got a bunch of topics to hit. Y'all see the thumbnail says enough. Embarrassing behavior is costing us respect. That it seems right now.
Respect. It's a lot of things. There was this one brother that made the argument that we have completely exhausted our moral reservoir. As melanated folks, we tend to stand on our higher moral ground and stuff, but we have forwent that. Now we just happy, proud, and ratchet. Why? Say it with me now, because there ain't no shame. But that's all right. If you don't shame yourself, the world gonna shame you. Watch.
Yeah, and everybody's doing things for clicks and views and everything. Everybody wants to be seen and to be heard. And so, yeah, it's all wonky.
Yeah,
yep,
so
I totally agree. It's getting real bad out here for these clicks.
Yeah, everything for clicks and views. So and tonight we're gonna talk about the woman in Houston, that cop in Houston. All right, that whole situation. So we're definitely gonna talk about that later tonight. It's a lot going on.
Right.
All right, listen, I'm here for it, man. Cop in Houston, I don't know what's going on, but it is getting worse. It sucks. You know what? For a while, we were kind of optimistic. We came in hot, talking doom and gloom. And then I don't know, we got some optimism. I don't know. I say blame my wife. And now reality is kicking back in. Now it's doom and gloom again.
Yeah, that's because it's getting hot outside again, y'all. Everybody's acting up. Everybody's dressing less. And it all started with spring break. And so it's only going to get more wonkier, I think, as the months and the weeks go on.
Yeah, facts.
There we go.
Money.
And shout out to Uncle C's with the 10 ball. Says, yo, peeps, can't stay long. Just wanted to drop off donation for the cause. Have a great show and be wild with it.
Yes, sir. Don't you know? Always good to see you, OG. Be safe out there.
Hey, C's. Happy Saturday.
Shout out to C.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Always coming through. Like Mr. Walker said, stay safe and get the fishnets, as you say.
Get not GTD, GTF. Get the fishnets.
I will say this. When you out there on the road, though, Uncle C's, don't end up like this ninja here. Hit the like button.
Oh, boy.
This person just hit my rearview mirror. You look at that rearview mirror. You look at the mirror on the side. It's messed up.
They chasing them in the projects. No.
I don't know what you're doing that for.
You hit my mirror.
What do you mean I hit your mirror?
Do you see your right mirror?
Okay.
You hit my mirror with your mirror.
Is your mirror messed up? Then?
Yes, my mirror's jacked up. It's gone.
Like, and then you.
This is a 2023.
Okay, well,
Do you have insurance?
Accident. No, this is not even my car. Like, I didn't even mean to do it. I didn't even know I was that close to you.
I understand, but this is a leased vehicle. I have to call the police.
Okay. Oh, you gotta call the police. Okay, well, I don't have a license and I have a traffic one, so I don't even that's just like you can't handle it no other way.
Unless I don't figure out what it would cost to pay for it. That's
okay,
literally
well, can you
it.
do that and take my number down because like.
Who am I looking for here, Bonquisha?
No bread,
here we go.
No
there
water, just meat.
Brother, you a bad negotiator. She says, is there anything I can do? She was offering cheeks. Y'all seen she got out. Didn't look like much. All right, leggings, pretty pathetic, but here we are.
Like, what was her rebuttal? She tried to act like, did y'all not see? She tried to act like he did something wrong. Like she was about to have an argument. Look, she got out. She's like, what you fought? What happened? He's like, you hit my car. She said, ain't nothing wrong with you. She gonna tell this grown man, ain't nothing wrong with your car. He said, come look. And since his side mirror hanging off like a broken arm, she said, I ain't got no license. I ain't got no type of papers. Can we do this some kind of other way? Wink, wink, wink.
Yeah, and when I saw the fuzzy slippers getting out of the truck, I knew what it was. And she's in Nug's truck too. And he better call the police or whatever, because all she's going to do is have somebody's Nug down the street, install a janky little side mirror for you or whatever. Don't trust her. Either she's going to give you cash or you need to call the police, and the cash needs to be given now. And by the looks of things, she don't have enough to cover with what she's trying to offer. So figure it out.
Ebony, as soon as I saw those slippers, I was like, it is a no-go. I was like, call the cops immediately. I would have definitely been like, no, if there's nothing you can do, we're calling 911. That's it.
Yes.
If he don't get the proper authorities involved, he ain't never gonna get his mirror fixed, not by her. It's over. Ain't take no phone now. Absolutely not. You walk away from this, she act like she never met you. I don't know who that ninja was. I don't know what's going on.
And y'all, by the looks of things, it looks like something isn't really tucked right in her little area or whatever. I don't know. There's a little bulge. Something is not tucked properly. I don't know. It's looking real wonky.
You know what? I think I wanted to touch on that. He got that Honda SUV. If you ain't really looking and you scared, it kind of look like a black Explorer that's like an undercover cop car. So I think she done start shoving paraphernalia down her leggings.
And look at her over. Look at her mirror. So he said, your mirror messed up. She said, where? He said, look. She said, oh, I didn't know I was that close. Don't y'all understand? Because I done did this before, unfortunately. I kept going. Many years ago, I was going down the road at nighttime and kapow, a car was coming, I was coming, and we got too close in our mirrors, bam, and I just kept going like I ain't hear it because I was in the wrong probably, so same situation. It's loud and it ain't, that was not like a little tap.
It's undeniable. I did the same thing driving through Pittsburgh streets. But I hit the mirror and the guy was outside, and I said my bad, and I just kept going. Yeah, both our trucks was raggedy. We'd be all right.
Yeah, and with some of these cars, you guys, it's connected to lighting and everything, so that you have your signals and stuff on it. So it's more than just replacing it. You have to replace that electrical. I had to replace my side mirror because I was pulling into my garage. This was a few months back or whatever, and I cracked that whole thing, and it kind of shook the house. So it was like a big deal. So But I got it fixed, and I didn't need Nug or anybody to help me. I figured it out and got it right. So
that's facts. The cost is more now. Yeah, because you got turn signal, they heat it. Cameras, yeah, some got cameras in them now. Yeah, it's whole shebang.
All that. So nonetheless, shout out to Black Silver Chair. Says Gavin X Mr. Walker, you both are reformed Nug.
We have explained that many, many times. Asterisk on the reformed.
Ain't our fault. That ain't by choice.
Yeah, we was born into it. Y'all
born into darkness like Bane. Y'all think Bane wanted to be? He was born into darkness.
This is what it looks like to emerge from said darkness. You're welcome.
Unless I don't figure out what it would cost to pay for it. That's
okay,
literally
well, can you
it.
do that and take my number down? Because, like, my packages.
Record what the fuck you want to record, bitch.
I am, that's fine. Because you're doing this for no reason in front of my kids.
And fuck your kids.
Okay, no, bitch, fuck you. Fuck you, bitch. Kiss my motherfucking asshole.
Fuck your father.
You can't bald head by choice, bitch. You got a wig on. And you bald hair underneath that fucking wig, bitch. That's fine. Go ahead. Keep going to work, bitch. That's why you're gonna get fired, ho.
Here we are. The title of tonight's show: Embarrassing Behavior is Costing Us Respect. And last week or the other week, we was talking about the USPS mail carrier, FedEx. Why are y'all crashing out at work? I get it. It's hot. Y'all frustrated, overworked, underpaid, that whole shebang. So here we are.
No excuse. No, absolutely not. What do we say? We hold others accountable as much as we hold ourselves. We reformed nugs, we reformed crash outs, thank the Lord. But ain't never acted like this at work. That's your job. Like, you got to grit your teeth and bear it. That's what sucks about it. It wouldn't suck so bad if you could cuss out everybody that got on your nerves. But I can't wait to go to work so I can cuss folks out. You don't have that privilege. So, yeah, you got to control yourself or you end up getting fired. You heard her. So you're going to lose your job. Most unfortunate.
Yeah, and this is why people's packages be coming up missing, like my SBC package that I'm still trying to track down, said it got delivered, and probably a bonquisha like this or something got my SBC gear, and I'm gonna figure it out, but I'm still pissed about it. But yeah, they can't be doing that because people are expecting important packages and important things, and you need to kind of check yourself, make sure that you're doing your job and that people get their stuff, and you can't be acting like this. This ain't cool.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is being that the lady's recording her 9 times out of 10. She's probably going to lose her job now. She's not going to be making any money. And who's to say the lady who's recording her, cussing her out, has a job? You know what I mean? So it's like now you put yourself in a situation not to have a job and be like Bonquisha on the other side of the camera. So that's the bad part about this. She fed right into it.
And stop letting social media shame y'all into, not wanting to work an honest job. But FedEx, Amazon, yeah, you got to work, but these are good jobs today. You can maintain a standard of living. Don't let folks trick you out your position. Work for Fed. Come on, sister. It's a lot worse work situations than you messing up your bag.
Yeah, it's so true. And right now, jobs are hard to come across, especially good ones with benefits. And I'm sure she has kids or something she needs to provide for. So you're right. Don't let people trick you out of your position and your job, because whoever's on the other end cussing her out too, she probably doesn't even have a job. And that's why she's home during the day trying to, get her mail or whatever. So you don't want to end up like this. So just maintain your composure when you're dealing with people, when you're on the job.
Amen.
And I'll say here, we got Bonquisha on Bonquisha, almost like cannibalism, and then she told her, you bald head. Then the woman said, you got a wig on. So that's going to lead us right into this. Hit the like button.
Hey y'all already know who it is. It's your girl ABM Kia, and let's do my hair. Okay, y'all. I had cut my hair off a long time ago, and I just had to show y'all the hair growth. Okay, this me, I had already cut the cap and everything, trying to speed the process up. Because, baby, when I do my hair videos, they be long than a motherfucker. Anyways, while we looking at me cut this cap and stuff, make sure y'all screaming how you mad on all platforms, ABM Kia. Okay, boom, this me putting the makeup on. And then, yeah, I had to adjust the wig and everything. Now I slapped it on, pressing down. Y'all, we coming along. Okay, so yeah, cut the lace off camera. Like I said, my videos be so long. Yeah, so now I'm melting it. So this what you see me doing right here. And yes, I used to blow dry, but you won't see all that in the video.
Is it melting?
This is wild. This is wild. She was sitting there, looked like she about to run up in a bank. I mean, set it off. Set it off. Quisha putting super glue on her face. This is wicked. What are y'all doing?
Shout out to brother Trey. Come on. Yeah, what's melting of the lace front? Melting? What's melting? What chemical reaction is taking place for the melt to happen? Is it creating heat? Is this the root attraction, alopecia sisters? Stop putting these chemicals in your hair. This ain't non-toxic Elmer's glue. And that's why she doing it. I'm gonna shut. You know what? I'm gonna shut up. That's why she doing it, because y'all want to hit it. I'm done.
Yeah, and she's got on her mom's pantyhose for church tomorrow or whatever, trying to hook her stuff up. And I can't think of the character's name on Fat Albert, but the dude who had the little hat on or whatever with the eyes popped open, that's what she looks like. But yeah, everything looks stank. It looks like it smells nothing but like burnt plastic in that bathroom and burnt hair, because it looks raggedy, and she looks like she even stinks. So this ain't it. This is not yes. This is not one of those type of tutorials. We don't need the Bonquisha superhero Fat Albert tutorial at all. We just don't need it.
Yeah.
I get you and Courtney. We got professionals in the building.
No, I was going to say, whatever she's putting in her head, ladies, I would stay away from that, because that looks like it looks toxic. Like Mr. Walker said, I would not put that in my hair. And yeah, she needs to be on my website. I'll just leave it there, because that's all bad. That's like bad. That's
our harp with these wigs that's killing y'all hair. Shout out to y'all sisters wearing y'all adornments. If it looks nice and it's healthy, awesome. But we know the truth. That ain't healthy. She said it with her mouth. Shout out to the brother Trey. She said, I'm melting this down. You're melting synthetic fibers onto your scalp. That sounds so extreme to me.
Yeah, and that's just not the proper way to do it. That's why it's important to have a very good stylist who's going to do your hair and is going to use the right products. Gluing anything down, especially close to your edges and all that, is never a good idea. So there are different ways that you can put your bundles together that is safe for your hair, your actual real hair, and the bundles that you're putting in. But this ain't it. Like Courtney said, that nylon and all those chemicals. And then she's got the hot comb and the flat iron. She's just doing way too much. And her hair isn't breathing at all whatsoever.
See, and I was going to say, Sister Courtney, it looked like her natural hair looked healthy and long, but here we are. Don't know.
Yes, her natural hair looks really, really good. I think she needs to probably just go ahead and wear her natural hair. It looks good, but all of that glue and stuff, that will take your hair straight out on the sides. Like, I've literally seen it. And after your hair is out on the side, a lot of women don't want to wear their actual natural hair anymore, because they'll have hair all around, but not on their edges because of that glue. So yeah, she may want to think about that.
Right. And even you guys, if she wants to do like a partial and she can leave her leave out. The top looks good. I mean, she can, do like a nice little crown and maybe just put a track or two in the back, and that will look really good. But covering all that up and everything, not a good idea.
That take too much work. With that, you got to be more punctual. They just slapping and gluing on wigs, and she won't wear her natural hair because natural hair is a nug deterrent. When you actually got nice hair, you keep up with your hair, extensions. Nug don't like that. He like that. Know that you lazy and living a cattywampus lifestyle and slapping hair helmets on. She knows she looking.
Yes, I used to blow dry, but you won't see all that. Yeah, so now I'm melting it. So this what you see me doing right here. And yes, I used to blow dry, but you won't see all that in the video because I didn't want it to be too long. Now we get the curling process. Okay, with the curling process, y'all, we're going to make this a little quick razzle dazzle. Yes, I curl this hair and boom. Hold up. I had took a little quick mini restroom break, but as y'all can see, I'm combing the curls out, y'all. The lace is fucking laced. It is laid. What fucking lace? Okay, did that to the T, y'all. I got this wig off Amazon. It is a 36-inch for $120. I should have went up on the density, but I didn't. I was just ordering really, really fast, y'all. I'm a last minute person.
Jeez Louise. Y'all done let Bezos get in the game. All right, she said, yeah, I got this wig off Amazon for $120, which sounds wild. That sounds pretty expensive for Amazon. You should have went to Temu. You could have got the same wig for $8.99.
Come on. Y'all gotta stop. Why she say that? That's $100 wig off of Amazon. Do you not understand?
120. Put some spec on it.
100. That's $120. That was with shipping and handling. God dang it. Egregious. And she talking about what lace. I've seen it. Ain't nothing more traumatic than talking to a sister and her lace front is lifted up.
Yeah.
That is the worst. And I'm me, man. I can't stop looking at it. I want to grab it and start picking at it.
Yeah, guys, I didn't even know that Amazon sold wigs and sold these, type of products or whatever. This is really all bad. I mean, I don't know how many hours it took for her to get to the final product, but it doesn't look like it's one of those that lasts a long time. So maybe she's only going to have it in for like the weekend or a week or something, because the way that she kind of glued it in or whatever, I don't really know. But all I do know is how it looks. It's not going to last. It's going to be laid for the night or until Nug pulls it off or pulls off the bundles or whatever. And then it's going to be a wrap.
Listen here. They got Temu wigs. They got Temu wigs here for $7. Whatever color you want. You got a blonde bust down, auburn bust down, seafoam freaking gray bust $7. 100% sewer grade hair.
All that.
Money.
Shout out to Uncle C's with the 10 ball. Says, yous need a disclaimer because I'm about to hit an event in T-Town, home of the Funky Nets. They're going to be looking just like this. Pray for me. I got to make an appearance, though.
Not the Funky Nets. Woo, sound like a funky good time. Enjoy yourself.
Have fun, season. Be safe out there with them fishnets.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And Frederick Howard says, MABW has a serious clip about this traction alopecia epidemic.
Man, shout out to MABW. Appreciate you, brother Frederick. It is real. They don't care, though, because these sisters too lazy. You heard what she said. I'm a last minute girly. That ain't cute.
It is laid. What fucking lace? Okay, did that to the T, y'all. I got this wig off Amazon. It is a 36-inch for $120. I should have went up on the density, but I didn't. I was just ordering really, really fast, y'all.
I mean, with all due respect, Sister Courtney, she could have went over to your website with that $120. Let's talk about it. Sister Courtney.
Now she could have came and got at least some oil. I'm about to restock it, some hair growth oil, so she can continue to grow her hair and just have a nice mane. She would have been flat ironing her own hair and been about her business, but she's with this, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree with you, Courtney. And if she is going to go this route, I'm sorry, you guys, the $100, the $7 wig, the $120 Amazon wig, that is never the way to go because it's probably sprayed with all sorts of chemicals that's just damaging your hair. You need to pay some real money and get something, a good bundle or two or whatever to put together with your own hair and make it shake, but nothing like this.
I'm a last minute person, and so I always rush when I do things. Next time I'll take my time. It's a nice wig and everything, y'all. I want y'all to get a better view, like a car view. And yes, 8 the fuck down. Y'all know who to get to select y'all hair. And y'all make sure y'all go fuck with my music. ABM Kill on YouTube. ABM Kill period. All platforms, how you made. Like I said, y'all, I'll be back with more videos. Goodbye. No, I like, how you mad about a nigga? I'ma fuck again. How you mad about a nigga? I'ma fuck again.
Grow up.
Yeah, there you go. How you mad about a ninja? She gonna screw again. All right. She says she's a rapper. Her music. All right. She must be in Memphis. Her music is on all platforms. And yeah, how you mad? Yeah, this is crazy.
That sounds like something again what a dude would say. You out here giving your genitals away. It's not a daggone flex. Shout out to Google AI. I looked up toxic chemicals in wigs. It says yes. Studies have found that many synthetic wigs sold on sites like Amazon were reported to have toxic chemicals, carcinogens, heavy metals, VOCs. They don't even allow VOCs in paints today. Something you're going to apply on a wall, but they put in something you put on your scalp. Come on, man.
Yeah, that ain't it, you guys. And then I don't know where she's going, but I hope that what she was wearing in the house, because she still has it on, that funky little gray tank top and then them shorts, that must be what she's wearing to the club. So this is the going out to the club fit, getting her hair done, nails done, everything done. This is what we're doing as a rapper these days. Like we just have to, we got to do better. Women, we got to do better.
And like you say, ordering this off Amazon, let's talk about the shipping and handling. This thing didn't show up in some Air Zil type. This showed up in one of them Amazon boxes raw. The wig, it probably had some paper, the paper in there to stop it from bouncing around. And it was just so people was touching this and it was being thrown all over the Amazon facility, dust getting into the box.
They was in there with old newspapers. That was the packaging. It wasn't like foam peanuts, those in little puff packs. It was old newspaper. Chinese old newspapers.
Yeah, and the sad thing about it is there's a lot of young women that are wearing these, like 17, 16. Can you imagine they're putting these chemicals in their hair from a young age all the way through like adulthood, 30s, 40s, and beyond, and they starting at like 16, 17. So that's bad.
Right.
You optimistic, sister Courtney. You said 16, 17. They putting these in these kids' hair 10 plus. Yeah. 16, 17. That's hopeful.
And even during those tender ages, the hair is still growing. So they're basically never giving their hair a chance at this point. And as somebody who knows a little something about a bundle or two, it's good to know where the hair is coming from. And you can even get the specs to know that it came from one person. Because a lot of times these little janky wigs, these $7 and $120 wigs, it's just a compilation of hair from all over the place. And it's not even from, so you got to look into where all this stuff is coming from and who's putting it together, because getting it over there in China and having it shipped over for the dub or two or whatever, that's never good, because they're spraying with all sorts of chemicals and it's going to damage your hair and your scalp.
I agree. So shout out to Evie. Says Glazed Galaxy Gam Council hates shredded weave.
Shredded, sure. I know what we're talking about, Evie.
And Miss Charming to you says they make glueless ones if you must wear it, but just rip off your edges. It'll rip off your edges.
Oh man, listen, just be careful. I don't know.
And shout out to Music Town. Says they don't remember that Gorilla Glue girl.
Oh my God. I tried to erase that from my memory till you brought it back up. That sister, she had chemical burn. She really did that. Help it, Jesus.
And Rachel says lace front wigs are being put on 5-year-old girls.
It's over. Tragedy.
And like you said, you get the melting and doing all that. That's how you end up here.
Use what?
I got alopecia, so my hair just falls out.
You're still pretty. Put your hair back on.
Thank you.
You're beautiful.
Thank you.
Alopecia? Bitch, where's your hair? That is not alopecia. You've been wearing the wigs too motherfucking long, inches.
It's what it is. Call it what it is. Tell the doctor your symptoms so you can find the cure. Now, it ain't just traction alopecia, it is traction, not alopecia. It's traction. You have done that to yourself. Self-induced alopecia.
That's what I was just gonna say. Self-induced. So,
yep. Same here. I was just about to say, because there's so many different types of alopecia. You can have alopecia from health, reasons or whatever, but these women are getting it from these wigs. And not only that, pulling on your hair too tight. And I think we've all been there. Like sometimes I put my hair up in a bun and I'm like, hey, Courtney, take that bun down, because you can start to feel the, the friction, those edges. Like, I'm like, oh no, let me take this bun down. It's cute, but no. So yeah, and that's not like, if you cannot go there so that way you have hair, it's just like stay away from some stuff, because then you become, conscious of like, oh, I don't want to wear my natural hair, or I don't want to wear my hair out. So, and that's where a lot of women are at.
Right. And it's good to also take care of like when you get braids or even locks or whatever, because sometimes even if they braid it too tight or too close to your edges or whatever, that can kind of rip them out too, even if you're trying to have like a natural style. So just proper hair care and good hairstylists and getting to know who they are and how they can properly take care of your hair is really important.
And there you go. Because like you were just saying, there's many forms of alopecia. Like you said, you got the traction, and that can come from many things, like y'all saying, wearing wigs, the glue, or just the weave itself, the braids all the time, the cornrows, the plaits, that stuff rips your hair out. So, and there's, like I said, different forms. We went to school with a guy when we was kids, had alopecia. And he had like patches in his head. He had that piche. So and that was a young man. So it's different when they say Jada Pinkett got the piche. So it's different times.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Old memories. Yeah, seeing it. Yeah, we weren't quiet about it. You got that piche, that alopecia. Yeah, he heard that every day. You got that piche.
Yeah, so different for men and women. He definitely got hates for having that piece. We didn't know what it was. Like I said, we was kids, but he said I think it might have been tennis. So y'all remember that tennis back in the day.
Tennis, ringworm. Oh, shout out to the hood. Y'all know nothing about going to that wrong barber and end up getting tennis. I know I done had many of doses.
And even sometimes you guys, people can have eczema in their hair, and that can cause it to have patches too. And I knew a girl like that growing up. She had it really, really bad. And so I think nowadays they make like shampoos and different conditioners and oils and things that can kind of help it when it's in your hair, but that can pull your hair out too.
But nonetheless, here we are. We are talking about embarrassing behavior. What we just sing along the lines of Bonquisha and that wig, and it don't stop there. Hit the like button.
You are a very ignorant, rude.
No, I'm not ignorant.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
First
because
and foremost,
no, let
she
me.
should have bagged this.
No, she shouldn't have bagged
Yes,
it. No, she
have.
shouldn't.
That's her
No, she
responsibility.
shouldn't have, because I told her she didn't have to bag it because I had a lot of stuff. And I still, but you sat there and watched me. Why would I? You just snatched the card out of my hand thinking
Because
I stole
I
this
asked you
shit.
for the receipt.
And I didn't. She just gave it to me. She literally just gave it to me.
How did she just give it to you when you were standing over there bagging this?
Because I went over there to bag it.
Why wouldn't you?
Because I
produce it
wanted
if
to. I could go anywhere I want to go to bag my shit. What did you talk? Give me my fucking shit.
I don't know.
Hair.
They're like a bunch of nothing. All right, this white woman come over here bossing everybody around. She told the young girl behind the register, I told you to bag everything up. And then she said, I told her not to bag it. I didn't want it in the bag. And I don't know. So she said, I don't know. Cracking the whip.
There you go. Listen here, sisters. Come on. Femininity and remaining calm is your friend. Sit here and Karen want to come up here trying to be a big boss up in the grocery store checkout line. But what are you talking about? I have my receipt. I went over there to bag. I was trying to get out the way. Maybe you guys are busy. I don't know. Is there a problem? Are you okay? Do you need help? Start asking her questions. Here you go, Bo. Start asking her questions. Are you okay? Are you having a bad day, ma'am? Because it seems like you're bothering me for no reason.
And what it seems like is she bought this stuff. I'll get you in them. And she, I guess the employee is supposed to bag it, and she didn't. And the woman went over and she said, I told her not to bag it. And then the white lady said, you went over there and started bagging the stuff yourself. Now we don't know what you're doing. Are you stealing? All right. She was supposed to bag it. Now you come over here and start putting stuff in the bag. I don't know.
Yeah, well, what are the procedures? Because if you don't have anybody bagging the stuff, like, somebody at the end who's bagging it, because I think that she was just ringing things up. And so that all depends. But I think Karen is just being a Karen and overdoing it. And even when Karens are Karening, you ladies, we can still keep our composure as long as we have a receipt, as long as we paid for all of our items. You don't have to listen to her. Just take that cart and walk out, and and hopefully you don't see her on the next run. But I think she's doing too much. Just the look in her face and everything. Maybe Ken didn't come home or something. She's probably has a lot going on. We don't know what's going on in Karen's household, so I don't know.
Yeah, I would have showed her my receipt, and I would have told her I paid for everything, and I would have been right on out of there. Just like at Walmart, if you go in Walmart, you show that receipt and you keep walking. I would have showed it and kept walking. I wouldn't have even engaged.
The video is titled "My First Racist Encounter in My Favorite Store." So unfortunate.
Just gave it to me.
She just give it to you when you were standing over there bagging the stuff?
Because I went over there to bag it.
Why wouldn't you?
Because I wanted to. I could go anywhere I want to go to bag my shit. What did you talk? Give me my fucking shit.
Yeah, no, don't give you.
Bitch, ain't nobody scared of nobody. I'm gonna take my black ass up here.
I don't need you to be scared. You got too much motherfucking mouth, bitch.
Okay.
You got the right one. You need that because we can go outside, fuck. We can go outside. Fuck all this talking. Bitch, yeah, put your headphones in, fuck.
Hell! Gotta kill him with kindness. The title says she said she hates black people and this happens. I don't know what she said. It ain't on camera, but they crashing out on Becky. And here we are.
Come on, man. Listen, we gotta stop being so predictable. I keep saying that. I don't know. See, I don't know. I'm pretty good. Let me see. If that was a guy, that was a white dude and I was in there, would I feel the same way? Probably not. I'm gonna leave that to you, sisters. How do y'all handle this? So this is woman on woman violence. How do y'all handle this? Because I can't be a hypocrite. So what you got?
First of all, I will stay out of the Dollar Tree in the dollar store in the first place because I'm not even walking in there. I don't want no smoke with nobody. I'm not trying to save that much. I don't want nothing up in there. So I'm not even going to step foot in that place. But the little Temu Kim Kardashian over there, she might want to watch her back because it looks like Bonquisha wants all the smoke. That girl, she kind of looked like Kim Kardashian a little bit from the back or whatever, but she better watch out. I don't know. She has her earplugs or her headphones on. She's not paying attention to what's about to go down, and she's going to end up with a knot on her head if she doesn't stop playing.
Becky about to go into that parking lot and get that drawn on unibrow not clean off her forehead.
And listen, Ebony hit on something just now. They are all in the Dollar Tree together. So Becky, they ain't up in Nordstrom's or in the Gucci store. And she looking like she done came fresh off a boat, maybe Yugoslavia or something. So Becky, stay in your lane. Come over here talking about you don't like black folks and you in the damn Dollar Tree shopping with the ninjas.
Right. Because that girl was jerking her neck and she looked like she was ready for whatever inside the store. She didn't even look like she was going to wait to get outside. She looked like she will handle her in the store. So I don't know.
Yeah, and people don't understand with these Dollar Trees and these dollar stores and these Five and Belows and everything, they got like 10 cashiers or whatever in one lane. So everybody's waiting all in one. So everybody's pissed. You're looking at your items like, do I even need this ish or whatever? Let me go put all this back and let me go to Target where I can, get right up front and pay for my stuff. So everybody's mad in there because don't nobody really want to be in there.
Ebony, your thoughts is my thoughts, man. My last time at dollar store had all those thoughts. I walk up there, I had to grab something simple, maybe like some aluminum foil, something like that. You know what I mean? And I'm in there, and it was like a holiday season, and I'm up there in that line. Like, I grew up in extreme poverty, so I'm saying the heck I want to say. But them characters, man, I'm in there, I'm like, do I need to just put this back? I'll go ahead and travel the extra 5 miles to go to Wally World. Because it's just, I don't know, it's not the same place.
The last time you guys, I was at the dollar store or whatever, I saw condoms and pregnancy tests in the at the checkout. That's when I knew this is not the place for me to shop. This is why there's all these kids here. Nothing is working. Everything's failing. And yeah, that's when I knew this wasn't for me. I don't care about these balloons and these party plates and all this. I'll put all this stuff back and go somewhere else. I'm not going to do it.
And there you go. I think it's levels to it. All right. Because I think it's 3 stores. You got the Dollar Tree. This is Dollar Tree. You got Dollar General, and then you got the Dollar Store, I believe. So
yeah, Family Dollar.
Or Family Dollar. There you go. I don't go in Family Dollar at all. All right. Dollar Tree, this one here, I will go in Dollar Tree for I used to for mason jars. All right. While I'm making sea moss and stuff, they got mason jars in there for $1. At least they used to. All right. And with the cap on them and all. So I would get that out of Dollar Tree. Now, Dollar General, I will run in Dollar General if necessary for something. All right. I don't know. Just need to grab something real quick. Don't know what it is, but because there's one right by my house, obviously, like Aldi's and all that.
I do. I know aluminum foil, birthday candles, like I said, maybe balloons, maybe a greeting card. These are kind of the only reasons. I don't know about any kind of food items, maybe a detergent.
Maybe some medicine, like you said, if we sit right there, grab some Tylenol or maybe some lotion or deodorant or something. Oh, I need some. Let's grab this while I'm in here, But like you said, not too much.
Yeah, ain't going shopping. It's an item or two, literally. Yeah, I ain't going in there filling up. No, yeah. If you in there with a grocery cart in the dollar store, you just need to get a better plan for life because you ain't living right.
Yeah, and sometimes those ladies be in there and they have meat. They have actual food for their kids, and I'm like, oh, you're getting food out of here? Oh yeah, this ain't it. But yeah, they do. They shop. They have food there and other things.
But nonetheless.
There's an idea circulating that white women are nicer than black women.
Well, they are, because they haven't gone through what we have. They don't have the history we have. Why shouldn't she be nice? I remember one time I was in New Orleans doing a program, and we came out of this restaurant, and there was a white woman sitting on the curb, middle-aged white woman, and she was begging for change and everything. I said, I'm not giving you nothing. You a white woman. You got everything at your disposal that you could have in this country, and you sitting out here begging. And I told my party, don't give her nothing. I said, y'all just need to get up and go somewhere and clean yourself up and be white, and you'll get something going, all right? If not, if one of these stupid Negroes will get with you, but you got to clean up and do better than that. I say, but so she has certainly a better opportunity. Now, lower class white woman is not going to agree with that. She thinks she's having it as hard as black people. In fact, she thinks we the reason she having it hard, all right? But it's really not like that. That white privilege that they talk about is real.
But there is an idea circulating that white.
You are.
So even with this, like she said, they ain't have to go through. We don't want to make excuses, but at the same time, too, it is true. But that don't give you an excuse to lash out. All right. Like we always say, try to always take the higher road, always be feminine. And like I said, there's a time and a place for things.
Yes, sir. I've touched on this, and we understand that, sisters. However, it's not anger. You're not just angry by default. That's hurtful sadness. So, interacting with your male counterpart, express sadness and hurt so you can do some healing, but anger and vitriol and aggression, that's not going to work. That's why Kevin always say get therapy. Yes, we all got problems, salute to our sisters, but you don't display it like this. Don't get you nowhere. We understand. Trust me, we went through the same struggle. We was there together, but you can't. There's a better way of getting that desired outcome. Express that sadness, feel your feelings, but it's not really, shouldn't be rage. You got to get that about you.
Right. And yes, we have gone through a lot, and we're still working on, getting things back to the way things need to be for us, but you can still be nice. You can still be pleasant. You can still get the therapy, like Mr. Walker said. You can still work through your issues. You can even still have a man that's going to help you with a lot of those issues so that, he can take some of those burdens off of you, and working with somebody, who can kind of help you out so you don't walk around with so much rage. So there are things that you can do, as we work through things, but just turning up and being rude and acting like that, that's not the answer.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ebony, because the thing is everybody has these cameras now, so you never know when you're going to turn up on a person and it may go viral, just be on social media. And so it could just paint you in a real bad light. And then at that point, you don't know whose hands it's going to end up in. And you may be employed, you may not be self-employed. Some people, we have jobs. So you're going to a job and people see that, it's not a good look. So you definitely have to know how to control your emotions when you're in these public places. It's just something we all have to do.
That part. And shout out to EV. He says, Ebony Bonquisha wants good weed for reparations.
Look, we're not going to be clocking her money. If that's what she wants to do, she's going to have to answer to her ancestors, who are going to be, when she's buying them bundles, the ancestors aren't going to like that too much. So spend your reparations wisely is what I recommend.
I can see it now. Bonquisha's Weave Emporium.
Yeah, it's going to be one every 38 feet in the hood. Nonetheless, shout out to Uncle Tall. Says, ain't no way in hell I would trust dollar store. He says, pregnancy tests and condoms.
Right.
Yeah. They be having the $5 weed test. They like, hey, all that at the counter. They be having medical or marijuana tests right at the counter. They like, look, if you about to go over to Amazon and for an interview, try this first.
You know that is marketing. Like rich, well-paid folks sat in a room. They have to. There's a science to where they put items and what stores. They said, well, what's the optimal way of setting up this store? Put these things at the checkout. Those folks like that. Pregnancy tests, hubs, drug tests.
Yeah, and see, you might as well not even go to the interview if you're going to get the little weed test from the Dollar Tree, because you're not going to get the job. So just don't even show up, because that's already the setup right there. That ain't going to do it. You better call. I don't know how to do it. However y'all take these tests, but don't get it from the Dollar Tree.
At all. And shout out to Nais. Says, greetings, brothers, lovely ladies, sisters. Ignoring people can be the greatest weapon, and you don't go to jail.
Amen, Sister Nice. That is your ultimate form when you can just ignore them. I agree.
So here we are. Speaking of that, that's going to take us here because we're talking about embarrassing behavior. I'm going to bring this up. Shout out to the good brother Isaiah over at the Isaiah Factor.
Oh, is that Big Groove? My God, no.
Here we are. And shout out to Uncle Tall sponsoring the show with 25 in the cash app. Says Regal Rumble. Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Appreciate you, OG, always coming through. Thank you.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Shout out to Uncle Tall sponsoring the show. So here we are. Yeah, that's who that is. Embarrassing behavior.
Vaudeville.
They're about to cancel his ass all over the country.
What did you decide?
There you go. So what exactly is doing too damn much online? Our panel is here to talk about it. We have some people, they've done too much.
Oh. Gee. Embarrassing behavior is causing us to lose respect amongst many things. They in here popping it and twerking it at the funeral. I guess if that was his wishes.
His wishes. And they doing all this buffoonery. Got in there talking about he going to heaven. Yeah, it's this. Y'all ninjas is crazy. I'm not gonna curse this evening. They got Big Groove up here trying to make me stroke out this evening. I hate this because you know why? My wife and I went out to eat yesterday, and Big Groove became part of. I said, that Big deal. I forgot why we started talking about him, but yeah, now you're gonna bring Big Groove back up. Can't stand that ninja.
See, and was that at Evie Ray? Was that at your funeral home? Is that where this was all going down, taking place? Or it looked like a church. This is why this was so inappropriate, because the baby was there watching. She was twerking and popping it for the 99 and the 2000 and all that. That's so inappropriate because they do offer time that you can have with the body where you can spend time. That's when you could have popped it for him for the last time, but don't do it during the service, y'all. That ain't cool at all. Respect the people who have transitioned.
There you go. Go pop it in the morgue.
Yeah, I literally have secondhand embarrassment for her because that's just so bad. And for that to be on the internet, it really, like, I think it was like a couple of weeks ago we were talking about stereotypes. Like that's not good. That's very embarrassing. I'm at a loss for words at a funeral. That's sad.
I was gonna say I'm still at a loss for words looking at this lineup, and the title says "Doing Too Much Online." Let's see what they about to talk about.
I'm gonna say this. I gotta get this out my soul. The most feminine person up there is in the second seat from the left. The most feminine on that damn stage. I'm done with it.
Yeah, that zest is just exuding. It's all around them like a little halo.
Don't sit with your hands like this, man. Don't sit like that. Look all dainty. Ugh.
Too much. Joining us where the money resides, we have a long list of influencers. Sonny the rapper, Relly B, Snooty, and Shay McGregor. Glad to have you all here on The Factor. So when you see some of those videos, what are your thoughts?
That's the norm at this point. Honestly, it's the norm. Like, I feel like if you don't embarrass yourself on the internet, it's not like you don't get the same response. Right. Yeah, you really don't.
You definitely gotta do the most to go viral.
For real.
And that's how you get paid.
I remember when I lost my mind.
If you ain't doing the most on the internet, you won't go viral. Yeah, she said you gotta do the most. You gotta embarrass yourself. Here we are, man.
This is a new form of blackface. This is vaudeville. Chitlin circuit. No, you absolutely have a choice. You ain't got to sit there, go live, and then continue to portray wicked stereotypes. You can get a daggone job. Back to what I said at the beginning of the show. Sisters, fellas, don't let social media trick y'all into thinking that earning an honest living can't work for you. A lot of folks work a good job, an honest living, and they use their spare time to chase their goals. There's a system, there's a science to these things. Everybody ain't born with a silver spoon in their mouth, but you ain't got to come up here and embarrass yourself.
Right. And think about your families and maybe your parents who might be watching this. You know, you're representing them, you know, in this life. And even if they have transitioned also, or your kids or people, your community or people in the community that might see you acting like, you know, acting this way. You do not have to make a fool of yourself in order to make money. What you need to do is get creative, figure out something unique that you can do, and that will give yourself a better chance. But just acting like everybody else and doing the same things that everybody's doing just to get a little piece of it, just become unique in what you're doing. And that goes along with Big Groove or Big G, whatever they're calling him, Gorilla Groove or whatever. He acts a buffoon all the time, and we know he is not from the lineage. And him going in there, I heard that he's getting kicked out of a lot of restaurants because no one wants to see you stuff your face and act a damn fool. And then you got on your little spandex and your little wife beaters and stuff. It's stereotypical, and he's not from the lineage, but he's making us all look bad. But people are kicking him out now, so.
I think self-respect, dignity, and shame is something that our generation is lacking. Like all three, it's just completely out of the window. And I don't know if it's ever going to come back. But somebody needs to sit down and talk to some of these people, their great aunts, their uncles, someone, because it's getting really, really ridiculous how people are acting.
Spot on, Sister Courtney, but it's not coming back. It's only going to get worse.
Yeah, as far as this ninja up here, man.
I tell you in the name of Jesus. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way,
Lord. Like this brother up here sitting with his legs crossed, hands all feminine. He done been to one too many Diddy parties, and it's unfortunate for him.
Save masculinity.
Oh, I was gonna say, and it looks like he was just in a hucklebuck before this recording because he's way too excited and way too giddy up here looking like this. Look how his mannerisms and everything. And then I just don't like it, man. This ain't it.
That's how you're supposed to be, sisters. Oh, prissy and light, just that's wicked. I think Cam touched on that for the brutish modern sister. It's a shame that these alternative lifestyle individuals can imitate y'all so well.
Okay, you can have a little discussion. You don't have to always do that. Yeah, but most of the time.
I think these three say you got to do that.
Even as an artist, everybody, it's a spectacle. They want a spectacle. They want you to be doing something crazy. Like, it ain't even about the music no more. It's about the whole picture. Can you make me laugh? Can you make me mad? Can you make me rage? Like, it's about the feeling you give people.
And do you at some point feel like, okay, do I want to do this? Am I selling my soul for a click? Do you even think that I didn't mean to say that.
I get what you're saying though, because I've just started doing TikTok, and in order to make a lot of money on TikTok, you have to be in like drama and stuff like that. So it's like I prefer to just do what I'm doing now and like making my music, which I've done some crazy stuff. We all know. I was on reality TV, but it's a lot now, and that's how people remain relevant. That's how they get up, like fighting. All of that is kind of like the new. How can I say it? You get famous quick scheme. So that's kind of like, I just stay out of it now.
And do you all at some point say, this is unfortunate to have to push the envelope this far to get recognition, but your end game is to make money.
Right.
And some people may understand that. Right. For those.
They just gonna exploit the culture. And he out here popping bussy, and it's always women. Like, sisters, come on now, especially deep dark in the hood. Because y'all be the first ones to call a man zesty to try to shame him, but then all y'all best friends be zesty. It makes no sense.
I said that last show. I can't stress it. How can your worst insult towards a man be he's zesty and y'all besties is zesty? Is that not an insult to his loose-wristed self? Or no? It's just wild. Again, there's an attack on masculinity. So that ask yourself why. That's what I urge y'all to do. Anytime I'm confused about something, and the whole damn dating, mating, and rage baiting market is confused, start asking questions. And the question needs to be asked, why is there an attack on masculine behavior?
Right. And this is the same guy. It looks like the same guy that did the Where the Money Resides commercial or whatever that was all over the internet a couple years ago. Okay, now I see. Okay, now it all makes sense. But they've always done this in order to attack masculinity, especially with Black men. They've always tried to do that. They started that on the plantation and everything. And it's kind of lingered on, and it's more promoted now because they would rather have the gay individual who looks like this in corporate America than have a masculine Black man, because they know that masculine Black man is a threat. So this is all intentional, whether you decide to go that way or not. There's always been an attack on our men in this type of way.
Amen.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I don't know if y'all heard him, but he said that doing this kind of stuff is a get famous quick scheme. So a lot of people need to think about that. If it's a get famous quick scheme, how long is it actually going to last? And you've gotten up on social media and you've actually embarrassed yourself or, just done all types of things. And it's a get famous quick scheme. And what do you have to show for that years from now? That's going to be the thing for embarrassing yourself.
We see it already with people like Cooking with Kaya. She been coming up here talking about she broke. She said she blew it all. So it's a flash in the pan. They have no real talent. You go viral for something and then it's gone.
Yeah, and you're right, Miss Gavin X. And not only that, kind of going to the reality TV shows as well, because they act up on there, all the fighting and stuff like Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, and that's going off the air. And how many of those people are going to have like long sustaining money for the next years to come? So it's a trickle down effect.
And none. It's these that one low budget broadcast deal. What's it called? Not Timu. What's that? The one we always make fun of?
Tubi.
Oh, Love and Hip.
Tubi. Yeah, Tubi. Yeah, Tubi is about to start exploiting them. That's what's going to happen. A new market going to open up. All of those content creators that were a flash in the pan, they're going to start getting solicitations from Tubi, and it's going to be Zeus and Tubi 360 deals galore. Watch.
Right. And that's kind of what went on with Diamond when she was on her reality show or whatever. So they're stopping, with the regular reality shows on TV, and it's moving to social media. But back to this dude, popping your bussy around and all that just to make some money. What's the real plan? What are you planning on doing with that money? Because that's just not a good look at the end of the day. Nobody wants to see that.
Man, and shout out to Jay the Great. Says Buddy's wrist is limper than fresh wet paper mache.
Loose as a goose.
And shout out to Cousin Walker, became a channel member.
Shout out, that's my cousin.
Appreciate you.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And Dee Dee says aunties and grandmas out here twerking too.
Help it, Lord.
Why you got this guy?
Money.
And shout out to Uncle C's with the 10 ball. He says, what we don't understand is how the rest of us have wasted time checking the mayonnaise community who thinks this is all of us. They laugh at us. I don't like it.
We don't like it either, Unc. We don't like it either.
Yeah, and that's why we talk about this on panels and stuff like this and put it on display. And then in our own rights and in our own life, we show them a different side, to our people. And this is the thing with social media. This is what they want us to be portrayed as. But in the real world and stuff, unless you're going to certain places like the Dollar Tree and all that stuff, I don't really see all this stuff because I choose not to really be around it. So just kind of think about that when you're going into the real world also, and always present your best self to other people to show them a different light.
And I would say we are the resistance. Everything, you know what I mean? If we can't allow this behavior to go on, if don't nobody say anything, like you said, it magnifies this behavior. It makes it really seem like it's all of us. But when there's channels and places like this where people say, oh, okay, they don't agree. Oh, we are the resistance holding the line. So
Viva la resistance. Daggone right. That sister on the far right said it's the norm. It's my understanding we are supposed to go against the norm. Being a part of the norm ain't never been good since biblical days. No, writings on the wall.
To become a content creator. They're trying, so you're going to do whatever you can to get that viral moment. Right. And that's kind of where people are. They're doing whatever they can to get a viral moment. Even though they judge content creators, people do, they'll do anything to be in those same shoes at the same time.
Mm-hmm. True. I think it just depends on what your brand is. Like, not every brand has to do the most.
Yeah.
But, the ones that do, I feel like it just makes sense with whatever they got going on,
Yeah, because my brand, I have a boutique. I don't do the most, but I got to keep consistent.
Keep the content going.
Yeah.
And do any of you blame many of us, the viewers, because we keep asking for more?
Yeah, because that's what y'all put up.
Yeah.
That's what y'all repost. That's what y'all send out. That's what y'all discuss in y'all group chats. It's the crazy shit.
Well, I do the most. So.
Oh, we apologize.
Yes.
She doing the most.
I do the most. I make jingles, so I got to go out
we
the box.
We apologize for that curse word. But when we talk about people pushing the envelope and you guys saying it, do you get the cringe factor sometimes with some of the things and the lines that people cross?
Absolutely. I even get cringe with myself sometimes.
Yeah, and don't watch those videos
you
back.
go back and say, well, let me take this
I be deleting those. No, I do.
I used to. Now I stopped caring. Now it's like,
I do, because I'm a boutique owner, so I can't do too much. So I wake up in the morning and be like, I got to delete this. You got to delete this. So this too much. This is not.
Do you ever change your mind if you got more views than you anticipate? Well, let me let it ride. Just for a few
I had a video that happened to me. I did a whole crash out moment on the internet, and I woke up like the next day. I was like, I'm about to take this down. And by that point, it was going viral. It was going up so much. Right. But the only reason why I kept this because I had so many people in the comments who felt the way that I felt and was like, I needed this video. Because in the end of the video, it was like slap. It was a slap to myself to like get myself together and know like at the end of the day, you gonna do what you need to do. Like
you a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
Listen, most people are becoming narcissists. This is crazy. Like the clicks and the views, just like she said, going viral. They very little talk about, the debits and the credits and any revenue. Let's talk about clicks and views. So at what cost are you doing this at?
Fame is still for sale. Fame and clout. Like you said, they ain't talking about income. They are just, they will take the notoriety. I kind of get it, looking at your phone and you done went viral. She said she didn't take the video down because so many other folks could, relate to her struggle. No, you said it before because you went viral and you say, oh, I'm getting notoriety, I'm getting clout. I cannot imagine sitting up here with y'all making the video and then saying things that I'm going to regret later on. When I be seeing our premieres, I be laughing all over again. I ain't never had say, oh, I shouldn't have said that. That was out of bounds. No, think before you speak. That's weird to me.
Yeah, and they really need to look into who is really watching their content and who is actually paying them, because there's always an agenda back behind all this. Because that's not all our people watching this. There are a lot of white people that watch content like this. There's a lot of white people that even promote it because this is how they want us to be seen. So you need to be thinking about that when you are becoming a content creator. It's not always just about the money, because at the end of the day, you have to answer to your family members or whoever you're up under. And you don't want to be represented like this. Always think about who's paying you and who is watching the content, and is this going to help the lineage in any way? I don't know where all these people are from. We don't really know, but they need to look into that and why they're going viral and who's actually making them go viral.
Absolutely. I was just about to say, I myself, I would be worried about the representation, because they keep talking about the clicks and the views and going viral, but what type of money are they actually making? I'm going to go back to that, because myself, I would rather be wealthy than have fame. And so going viral and getting this fame, but you have nothing, it's not worth it to be representing yourself like that, on social media. It's just not.
And the thing is, it's all tied to different products and services. Like the first woman said she owned a salon, so maybe she getting traffic from some of her videos. But, some of these people might be selling waist trainers or online courses, who knows? So they try to tie it to other products that they're selling, on these different sites, and just trying to hustle our own people instead of doing the right thing, because you're sitting here saying you feel bad afterwards and you should take it down, but you are perpetuating this to our own people.
So I'm just looking up some rough numbers for TikTok. If you get 1 million views, which is extremely difficult to do, if you get 1 million views, you will make between $400 and $1,000 for 1 million views. So do the math. You get a little, going viral is what, 100,000 views, I'd imagine. Very, very little. Like, respectfully.
You could do DoorDash and keep your dignity.
Right. And you can even sell these products and come up with a very creative way to do it. Like you can actually get in the gym with your waist trainers and show out your workouts and stuff like that. There's other ways that you can do it without embarrassing your community and embarrassing your people. That's just not the way to do it. So.
Amen.
Right. Ain't nobody, you don't owe nobody nothing. But in the midst of that, I had to cry and scream and slap the phone. So I looked crazy. But it helps people in the comments. There's so many people that DM me like, I really needed this video. I really needed this video. So I kept it.
So and I saw a guy talking on
I looked embarrassed. It was a little embarrassing crying on the internet. Passionate, but a little embarrassing.
And that's another thing. I'm gonna let them keep going. But like, there's people in the comments. Y'all must understand, these be bots. These be bots coming from different countries. You don't know who send these bots in. They see buffoonery. Oh, black folks, millions of views. Oh, we love it. You helping so many people. You helped me. And she said, I'm reading the comments and people say they love it. So I left it up. Those bots said they love it. So you left it up. You don't even know these people.
COINTELPRO just has a new face. That's all.
Right. And they need to take a look at the accounts of these people that are putting up these comments, because on X, they are making you say where your account is from, what country your account is from. And a lot of these people that are promoting our videos and the buffoonery and all that, they're from all over the world. They're not even from here, but they're trying to perpetuate that image. So that would be interesting to know where these people are, what country they're from, and, why they're all in the comments doing this, because there is an agenda for this to happen.
I saw a guy, and it comes up for artists out there, who was talking about, look at all the talent, and they have 200-300 views and clicks from people, and then look at this foolishness where people are acting a monkey, and they have millions of views.
Right.
So do you feel stuck where you have to just go so far?
Can I say something about she and I? She's a rapper. I'm more of a twerkulator. She's a phenomenal artist. I've listened to her often. And she does get a decent amount of views, but it should be more.
Man, this grown ass man just said he a twerkulator.
You are a false prophet, and security, take him out of here.
A twerkulator. We talking about embarrassing behavior is causing us respect. So other people see this and they think black men act like this. And you come around men like me and Mr. Walker, you got life messed up if you think we carrying on like this. Absolutely not.
And by messed up, he mean effed up. God dang, abso-freaking-lutely not. Y'all I don't understand the symbolism and everything. This brother up here talking about he a twerk monster, help it. And you got on a cross. Whose cross is that? What is it supposed to signify? Is it Christianity? Is it? Because nothing makes sense anymore. But I guess that's what time we in. What's right shall be wrong, and what's wrong shall be right. We in the upside down. This ninja like being upside down.
Well, he looks and he sounds like, you guys, like he was in a prison in the 90s and he just came out, and his husband in there or whatever made him that in the little arts and crafts room, because that's what it looks like. Because he's got the little do-rag on and the little fake little prison outfit. This ain't it at all. And then he has on the little Louis Vuitton earrings. I don't know what's going on, but the glass art, jewelry and all that, that's for them prison streets. And you're out now, so you can wear different things.
I'm disturbed. I'm let him go. Holy hell.
Versus whenever I make a song and I'm pop your cat, break your bank, let it loose. And I got strippers, I got twerkers, millions of views. So I do feel like talent, I'm not saying that I'm not talented, but I'm saying like pure talent is overlooked compared to just what's catchy, let's just make the girls shake their ass. So,
and Sonny, do you feel any resentment towards that, where you have put thought? Well, I mean, you put thought in shake your ass.
I used to have a resentment towards the internet until I started realizing you can't beat them. You got to join them in your own way. And I just started doing things outside of the box, started doing fun things with my friends, just started having fun more with music and showing it. Because I have fun making it, but sometimes I'm very serious or very structured. I come from being in a girl group, being signed to Matthew. Everything was by the book. And I learned through the internet that no one wants to really see that no more.
Way.
They don't care. They want to see the fun. They want to see the goofy things. Yes, they see that.
That's where they can relate to you. If they can relate to you, they love it.
Exactly.
We're going to come back and finish this conversation with our...
Yeah. Shout out to Peach McIntyre, the $1 Million Mommy with the big belly. If they can relate to you, they love you. These people know, the creators know that. So they're going to give y'all... They are targeting the people operating on the lowest frequency in the community, and they are literally targeting people,
Like I said, COINTELPRO, MK Ultra has a new face, and that's true. Folks can relate. So is that not too many folks can relate to our message? Doing what's best for the kids, sacrificing your selfish wants for the group. A lot of folks don't like that message. What we sound like, huh? We sound like idiots, I guess. It's unfortunate. Again, when upside down, I accept it. But I don't agree with joining the masses. Do you hear? This is so triggering to me. They keep They keep expressing that they are giving up. They're like, can't beat them, join them. First I was trying, but then I realized where the money resides. Wicked work. They just giving in to the devil's deeds. That's what I hear.
Yeah, and she's a rapper, and she's talking about if you can't beat them, join them. So who do you want to join? Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, Suki Hana, all these people who are not from the lineage and who represent us in the worst egregious ways. That's who you want to represent. Like, you can do your craft, especially if you're talented and whatever, but you don't have to represent us in a derogatory way in order to promote yourself. Try to do something different, because all them people who are representing rap, a lot of those women and stuff are not even from here. So keep that in mind too.
Yep, I agree with you, Ebony, because it's almost like if you can do this stuff that's painting us in a bad light, you can do something to paint us in a good light, because there's a lot of people out here who want to see positive stuff. It's just not shake, like the guy was saying, when I put out something that's, shake your, then it goes viral, whatever. But a lot of people don't want to see that. So put out something that is positive, and then let the people who want to see positivity go towards that. And I think it'll be a lot of people that actually do want to go towards that, but don't paint us in this light that that's all you can put out and that's what we're going to gravitate to for you to go viral. I don't really like that.
There we go. And shout out to Jada Gray. Says, buddy on Square ain't no beats, allegedly. Oh, Jesus. Out of pocket. Project Leroy come through with the 20 ball. There's greetings host Courtney Ebony Dean. Says that dancing buff buffoon does not represent us. Same goes for the musty essay Somalian over in Korea, sent to prison work camps. He says another person about to do a bid in Bali for carrying tweeds.
See, yeah, they don't represent us. Let them have their way over there, locked up abroad.
Yeah, and that's why we just want to point out where these people are from. Not all, but some, especially the ones who are really out there acting egregious. They don't represent us. So you're right about that, Project Leroy.
Appreciate you. And he come back. Project Leroy says those 4 individuals are the representation of the Democrat mascots. The female cheering on the zesty madness. All they do is go against the collective.
Bingo, Project Leroy.
So there you go. Yeah, no voting, no bucking, and all of that. This is it.
I
Right.
hate it so much.
And these are the ones that they're going to have at these Democratic parties and everything, dancing and popping it and doing all that to try to get us to vote. But again, you guys, those days are over. Like Project Leroy was saying, we're not listening to people who act and who represent us like this. We're sticking to our script, and we're asking for what we're asking for. And these type of people that you want to try to have to get us to vote, that's like a slap in the face, thinking that this is all that we do. But no, we're actually becoming more politically savvy and figuring a lot of other things out. So these kind of antics don't work anymore.
No reparations, no vote.
Influences here on The Factor. We're talking about if some people are doing too damn much on social media. Have you guys seen anyone or any particular video that you can recall that you said, I don't know how or why they did that? Right now, we showed you early in the beginning of the show, there's a guy who is facing cancellation from those who own restaurants because they're saying he's acting too step and fetch it, too, horrible on social media, but that's from their perspective. But have you seen something on social media where you said they're doing too damn much?
I feel like I've seen plenty of videos.
Every day is something. Every day.
Literally every day.
Every day.
Cringy shit, but
Yeah.
I mean,
But you gotta do too much.
Y'all gotta
The
stop with the
self-incrimination.
S word. We apologize again.
I think self-incrimination is the worst
But you're feeling
one.
comfortable. Go ahead.
Self-incrimination.
Yeah.
Like when people try to go viral about going to somebody's house and trying to knock on their door to try to fight them and stuff like that, that's self-incrimination to me.
Yeah.
That is so annoying because it's like you don't realize you're making the DA's job so much easier. So it's like
people do self-incriminate themselves a lot on the internet. Like,
do you think they lose something in that chase for attention, thinking straight, where they realize they don't realize how much damage they can do to themselves?
Yeah, they're chasing that viral moment. You do anything for it.
It's like
including
a high.
going to jail.
Once you get it, you gotta keep getting it. Chase with virality.
Right.
It's especially once you get it once. You know, once you get it once, you'll get to doing anything to, you know what I'm saying, get that next video. So it's kind of like people are really just compromising themselves.
Huh. We don't even know if she got 2 X chromosomes, if there's a Y in there somewhere. I mean, we just don't know at this point. Could be, could not be. Nonetheless, all right, going viral. She said you would do almost anything to do it again. That sounds like a crackhead.
Yes, a fiend for the views, a fiend for the empty gratification, but they won't directly answer the question. He asked them, have y'all seen individuals up online doing too much? Great question. But the one zesty dude talking about folks self-incriminating themselves. Crafty. That was crafty. Because I was expecting them all to say in unison, who were we to judge? But that is kind of their indirect answer. They can't sit here and judge folks because they don't want to be judged. You see what I'm saying? So they're not going to point out nothing specific. They just say, oh, folks will do anything for money. That's true. You one of them folks.
Right. And to me, them people pulling up and robbing people or whatever he's talking about, you're popping bussy on a handstand in front of the tax place in order to have people come in and do their taxes and carrying on. That's egregious too. So we just need to call it like we call it. But you guys are right. I don't know where she's from or what she has going on. I think someone in the chat said that she has an OnlyFans and stuff. So we don't know what's what and who is who. These type of people, they don't represent us. They just don't.
There you go. That would be, yeah. See if any got OF, then we know they ain't about to judge a daggone thing.
Yeah, I was thinking they're not going to answer the question on are people doing too much because they're doing too much and they know that they're doing too much. And her, if y'all heard her, she said that I think she said Matthew used to manage her. So I don't know if she was in a group with Beyonce's dad managing her, and she used to have a lot of. I think she said that everything was like structured or whatever. She said that a little while back. I heard her say Matthew. So I'm like, why are you getting away from that? You know what I mean? Maybe you're not in that group or whatever, but why are you not staying on that structured path that you talked about? That was the way that you should have gone. You should have taken being in whatever group you may have been in or being managed up under Matthew and finessed that into something else. But, you know, hey.
You're right. Yes, she was signed and managed by Beyonce's dad. You're right. Around 2016 to 2017. There you go.
Yeah, so she got up out of that from under that instruction, and now she's acted all crazy. Yeah, you're right, Courtney. She should have stayed with Matthew. Matthew created one of the biggest stars in the whole entire world, so she should have stayed on that path. We don't really know what happened, but you can still utilize some of those gems and tools that he kind of laced you up with and take it and to further your career. You don't stray from that. You don't stray from greatness. So I don't know what she's thinking with doing that.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking, Ebony. Even if it didn't work out with him, still take the gems and then do something with that online. And I'm pretty sure she wouldn't have had to compromise herself because she said people have to compromise themselves, but you wouldn't have had to do that. Or I don't know if she's compromised herself, but coming from Matthew, I'm pretty sure she could have, used that for something good. So
there you go. So she was with Matthew. She was also in that movie playing basketball, dunking on people. Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! But that's a whole nother story.
Joanna, man? Y'all wrong.
I don't know.
And are you guys at a point now on social media where you are making money? Or
Oh, absolutely. Definitely. I mean, everything goes into it. Like, even if I'm not directly making a video from, like, money from the video, something comes out from the video. And it's brand deals, collabs, whatever the case is. Like,
and for the viewer being nosy, because we hear about influence, what's the biggest check you received from social media influencing?
Well, from my biggest check has come from my music. Mm-hmm. I just started getting into like brands and collabs and things like that, and like emails about like people wanting to pay the post and things like that. I mean, I do promo and things like that. But most of my money comes from my music.
A lot of the money comes from brands. Like I do TikTok. TikTok used to pay a lot more when it was not
American owned.
Yes.
Right.
So since we've taken it over, it has dropped a lot. But a lot of the money comes from outside brands wanting to work with you. Those ads that you see influencers do that y'all pass up because y'all don't want to click on them. Next time y'all see me, click on it, please.
Low-key,
Comment. Come on now.
Low key holding animosity.
You know, they scroll. They'll scroll.
Hair.
This is getting wild. All people are doing is dancing. Y'all either dancing or eating. No talent. I don't know why y'all sit there with y'all kids and just do these dances. Y'all put leggings on, pull them all up so people see your camel toe in front of your kids. The one woman online straight up twerking in front of her daughter, teaching her daughter how to twerk. We can't even show this stuff on YouTube. I'd be wanting to show it because this is some of the most egregious behavior I've ever seen in my life.
I'm tired of it. That's why we put it on display. We got to check ourselves, guys, too. That they coming up here begging. You can't do that. I would advise anybody gonna come do the TikTok social media thing, like have something, have a product, have a message, have a niche. But you hear this sister like, come on, man, don't just scroll past my videos, click on them. That ain't how this works. You can't shame folks to clicking on your video. They have to be intrigued at what you are putting on display. Either something entertaining, informational, something, and you decide what that's going to be. What's your form of entertainment? Is it self-deprecating? Shout out to $1 Million Mommy, her egregious belly button, her gaped belly button she's got on display. You get to choose.
Yeah, and you guys, that little Marshall's video she did, that just really pissed me off because you don't need to be in there trying on church shoes and little church pantyhose and dancing and doing all that. You're a rapper. Show your craft. Look at her, the little kitten heels she has on and all that, or the Easter shoes. You don't need to do this. She needs to stop. This ain't cool.
Buffoonery. Look at that. It is like, I don't know. I'm all down for funny, but I don't know. It just, they start twerking. So there it went.
So what you got, Sister Courtney? I mean, this is wild.
I don't know. I think she should stick to her craft. It seems like she has something to possibly offer, but going this route is, to me, is just another thing. Is not good, but hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
And there we go. We don't know how this ends, but we're going to be here for the fallout.
Right. And is Marshall's paying her to do that? Because she had the little Marshall sign in there. So they're paying her to do this.
Yeah, she said it.
Absolutely not.
Stick to your artistry. Right home about Ebony. And you know what I'm saying? Like, see what y'all think she getting paid? Like, like some brand. I'm thinking I ain't doing this for, thousands of dollars. Man, they get a $250 in-store credit and some shampoo and conditioner all out of there.
Wait, and they're probably even paying her too in True Religion markups and all that True Religion that's there now. Yeah, that's what they're paying her in.
Yeah, man, she get all that old platinum FUBU and the Rockaware, a little bit of Johnny Blaze.
Johnny Blaze, you beat me too.
To media influencing.
Well, from my biggest check has come from my music. Mm-hmm. I just started getting into like brands and collabs and things like that, and we emails about people wanting to pay to post and things like that. Mm-hmm. I mean, I do promo and things like that, but most of my money comes from my music.
Mm-hmm. A lot of the money comes from brands. I do TikTok. TikTok used to pay a lot more when it was not
American owned.
Yes.
Right.
So since we've taken it over, it has dropped a lot, but a lot of the money comes from outside brands wanting to work with you. Those ads that you see influencers do that y'all pass up because y'all don't want to click on them. Next time y'all see me, click on it, please. Comment. Come on now.
Low key holding animosity.
They scroll. They'll scroll as soon as they know this is an ad. Come on, click on my ad, please.
Yeah, I agree with them brand deals. The biggest one I've ever gotten was from NFL, and
that's good.
It was a hefty coin.
You gonna tell us how much?
All right, so the IRS not involved in this. So about 30K.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
And that's just one job, one check.
Yeah, I had performed at the Super Bowl halftime TikTok show, and they performed.
See what I'm saying? Way to go, way to go. Baton Rouge in the house.
That's right, Baton Rouge.
We want to thank you guys for joining us here on The Factor. Once again, we apologize for the...
Man.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Y'all heard it.
Listen, I told y'all many years ago, my story with the NFL, I've been set down with it. You know, granted, like I said, it's still entertaining. I get why people watch it, but this is why. They paid this ninja $30,000 to perform, put him to the forefront. They would never promote ninjas like Gavin X Mr. Walker or any message that we have. We would be considered toxic and they can't do business with us. But they can roll a zesty man out there and say, yeah, America, look at the black man.
My goodness. Not, it's an insult. Yeah, like you said, promoting it. And also how much they paid. A hefty bag. See what I'm saying? He said NFL and hefty bag. NFL, the National Football League, and hefty bag. Got to be at least 6 figures. That's what I'm thinking when I hear that. Hefty 30 wax? Man, they had somebody pull that out they sock. It's like, you know what? You feed the wicked propaganda and the war on masculinity. Here's some pocket change. And he was ecstatic. He said that was his biggest bag. 30 wax? Egregious.
And here we are. All we want to see is Chris Brown perform at the Super Bowl, and then they have him doing the sideshows and all that. We want to see some real talent on those national stages where it's being played all over the world. We don't want to see this, but this is what they want to pay for because they'd rather pay the 30 bands to him to portray us in a certain way and not pay the artists that we really want to see that are really doing stuff for the lineage and really trying to showcase their talent. This is what they rather pay for.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ebony. And as long as there's somebody out here who's going to get out there and do it, they're just going to keep doing it. And people keep watching, they're going to do it more and more and more.
I agree. I'm disturbed. We're going to take this whole panel to the pit.
Thank you. So overhated.
Madness. Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me?
Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Egregious madness. I'm happy he put $1 to that because they come here talking so vague about chasing the bag. If you ecstatic to get 30 wax from the NFL, my goodness, during the Super Bowl time, what else? So you see what I'm saying? The rest of these TikTok bags be hundreds of dollars. A bag is being able to pay your rent and your overpriced car note to them.
So, and that's how they parlay the views. So he going viral. His name is out there. He get into the view of the NFL. They say, who is this viral zesty ninja? Let's get him out there. Let's promote him. So, that's how it go hand in hand. So they want to go viral. And then, hey, Marshalls might reach out. Hey, the NFL, this and that. And you got to do something. Think about this. They ain't up here trying to make an invention or reading books, doing anything that's positive. They say you got to do something that's absolutely destructive, and then people will reach out to you.
Shout out to the brother Country Wayne and some of these other brothers that never displayed themselves in a non-masculine way and got out the mud and sacrificed their dignity for this. But somebody said in the chat, and you're right, it appears that everybody in social media, that social media starts to push. It's an influx of dudes, melanated brothers that's up here with wigs and dresses on now. It's an influx. And I'll be watching, and it's getting diabolical, the stuff they will allow them to put up there. They will show, scenarios where they supposed to be hunching. They don't show it, but it's like, what's going on. And it's just wicked. The attack on masculinity, we're going to continue to document it because I say I can't go back to saying something got to change because they ain't gonna change. This is our swan song. This is our digital time capsule. All right, we show you the end of masculinity.
Yeah, and these larger corporations, I think Gavin X or Courtney, you were saying this, that they have staff that all they do is watch social media and all they do is contact these individuals to do promotions for them. So there are set staff of people that only focus on that and find the most egregious people to pay and to continue to promote the degeneracy. So people just look into why they're trying to pay you this money and think about it, what it's doing for your community. Not everything needs to be for a bag. And for 30 bands, I mean, that's not even enough to pay like a couple months rent or, what can you really do with that? If you're talking about some real money to parlay off of, but you're not, you're just getting just something that's going to hold you over to the next month or the next call. And that's just all it is. It's just not worth it.
I agree. Shout out to Sister Ebony. And shout out to Dee Dee. Says, Kendrick said it. They are not like us.
Amen.
And Jada Gray says, Sonny has a Native American jawline, respectfully.
Yeah, I was kind of seeing some maybe African, or I was seeing a different shade of jawline. But, we'll see. We don't really know where she's from, but we don't know.
Still out.
And Uncle Tall says there's no difference between them and that neighborhood crackhead that will do a little dance or stunt for a few dollars.
What you know about the dancing fiend, Unc?
Seriously, the dancing fiend is now on TikTok making bread.
Y'all like these wicked horrors. That's true. It's sad, but true.
And Jada Gray says, laugh my butt off. They pay her in the house of Darion gear.
And she could have got for free if she would have stayed with Matthew. She could have got all the old stuff that they didn't sell. So yeah, she played herself.
That's messed up.
And Dee Dee come back, says social media has even ruined marketing. When I worked in marketing, no way we would use talentless fools to promote brands.
You know what? They are talentless, but
and here's the thing. I think this speaks more on society. Because who are they promoting to? Like, if there wasn't a mass of people that would resonate with it, it wouldn't even land.
There you go. They may be talentless, but they are amusing, and it gets views, and it works. Idiocracy, we are here.
So yeah, it shows, like you said, what people are amused by and who people think are talented anymore is crazy. And shout out to D, says wilding for a little tree black ice sponsorship.
There you go. Take the little trees.
So here we go. Here's the thing. It can backfire on you. Speaking of backfiring, we're going to bring Amanda Seals out. She's starting to feel it. All right. Embarrassing behavior is catching up to her.
Oh, you don't say.
So let's talk about the school that canceled me from speaking at Black graduation, stating that they didn't have the budget to pay me, even though I said I would speak for free. The school that canceled me from Black graduation is my alma mater, SUNY Purchase. SUNY Purchase reached out to me, their Black graduation committee, to speak at Black graduation. Now, some of you all may not know, but some schools will have a special graduation just for the Black students. And I have spoken at several Black graduations. 2 years ago, SUNY Purchase asked me to come speak at their Black graduation. Again, SUNY Purchase is my alma mater. And again, I was the commencement speaker at my own graduation at SUNY Purchase. So SUNY Purchase reached out to book me to come speak at their Black graduation. In 2023, I spoke at Black graduation. They also gave out an award in my name called the Amanda Seals Activism Award.
All right. So she's trying to build it up. They canceled on you. All right. She said, look, I was there 2 years ago. Look, I'm great. They made it. And now they said they ain't got enough money. He said, but I'll do it for free. They said, yeah, but even that costs. There's going to be some costs. Ain't nothing free. Who you think you're talking to?
That was then. She talking about they gave her awards. That award probably don't exist anymore. Back to, what we're talking about. Past actions, past buffoonery coming back to bite you in the present. I can see that. But you know what? Maybe they did. If they did not allow you to speak there for free, they're not honoring your name anymore. I'll guarantee you that award don't exist. The Amanda Seals Award. Hilarious.
And this is all the more proof as to why the delineation movement is working. People are checking people's backgrounds. They're looking at those videos when you were talking crazy about us. With all due respect, she is not a foundational Black American. Her family is from Grenada. And so you wouldn't be able to speak at that kind of a, ceremony or whatever because you're not Black, Amanda Seals, respectfully.
There we go.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
So I'm going to let it go for another second. I'll get you in, Courtney.
And the only thing I required that time was for them to get me from the city, because I didn't live in New York at the time. So I asked them to get me from the city, because I was staying in the city, get me from the city up to the school. The school is an hour away from the city. When I got there, they had provided me with like hors d'oeuvres, like a fruit plate, etc., which is standard. Now, I spoke at the graduation. We handed out the Amanda Seals Activism Award. It was really honestly a beautiful experience. And considering how much SUNY Purchase put me through at its school, I felt like there was a certain kind of full circle moment happening. So when they reached out again this year, we asked, oh, are you all handing out the Amanda Seals Activism Award? And they said, oh, we don't know anything about that. Fine. Well, we said, my representative told them, well, the only thing we would ask is that we get to hand out the award again. Otherwise, Amanda will do it free of charge. She then sent them my writer. Let's talk about what a writer is. A writer is...
Let's stop her before she get into this. So I want to get you in, Sister Courtney. Don't seem like they want her here. What you think?
No, absolutely. I was thinking the same thing Mr. Walker was thinking. That award is long gone. When she said that she would do it for free, I was like, nah, if you said you'll do it for free, if they didn't have the money and the budget to accommodate you and you said that you would do it for free, they already knew we're not giving out this award. So there's no need for you to come here because it's nothing to see. I'm sorry, but there's nothing to see. And that's exactly what it was.
Yeah. And Amanda Seals, just face it, boo. It's over. All, you cosplaying as us and you talking crazy about us and stuff, at the end of the day, they don't want you in that school. Go where you're celebrated. Go back to Grenada and get some awards and stuff popping down in your home country or whatever, because when you had a chance to kind of do right by the foundational Black Americans, you didn't do it. And so now they don't want you speaking. They don't even want to give out the award no more. So it's over. Pack it up and get on that Tom Joyner back to your homeland.
That was temporary. That was a temporary award. They gave that was one-time deal. That wasn't nothing that was going to become a staple. And no, that was a one-time. They only did it probably because she was on that one show, Insecure. You don't understand. Colleges are opportunistic. Oh yeah, we got Amanda Seals. Yeah, you on one of the hottest shows today. Yep, all that for show. But now that time has come and gone. What have you done lately? Been a buffoon.
And that has to be so embarrassing just to say, hey, I'll do it for free. Let's give out this award. And they're like, no, we know nothing about this. That's like, how these cities give away these days, like, oh, you're getting a day. And the day comes up and it's no longer there. Like that's embarrassing. So I know she felt pretty bad about that. I hate that for her, but hey.
And she has a history of not being able to work with people. Like Mr. Walker was saying, on Insecure, her and Issa was bumping heads, and she was in the music group Floetry, I believe. So was that her?
Was she? Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. I would hope not, because I like them.
Ain't not Floetry. So. Ain't no way. Yeah. That was my girl, Marsha Ambrosia. Ain't no way.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
I ain't getting nothing sultry or sexy about no damn Amanda Seals. Absolutely not. That's gonna break my heart. I was gonna have to cancel Marsha on her behalf. But yeah,
she was. Who was? It was some. Yeah, she was in Floetry. They kicked her out.
She was.
Yeah, Amanda Seals has been a tyrant her whole life. Like I said, every time she get to working with somebody, she they throw her out. Like Issa kicked her off the show. They had a problem with her, and yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she's really been liked since My Brother and Me, because she was on My Brother and Me with Alfie and that Nickelodeon show back in the day. I remember that, but oh man, yeah, Amanda, it's a wrap, boo.
Oh, she was 2007.
There y'all go.
Briefly.
I don't know much. That's a Gavin X fun fact. Mr. Walker, no, I don't know much. I dropped that on y'all.
Briefly, she ain't wasn't no Never Naz song, no Flourishing song I ever listened to. She wasn't on Say Yes.
Boy, she wrote everything you ever heard. She wrote it.
Lies, all lies. Fake news. Fake news.
Put some spec on her now.
So was she like the Farrah of Floetry then? Like she was in the group, but they didn't really put her in the videos, and then they kicked her out, or what happened?
Man, she was getting coffee. You know, she was help with lighting and stuff. Yeah, she didn't want doing all that. They said briefly. They heavy on the briefly.
She then sent them my writer. Let's talk about what a writer is. A writer is basically like the hospitality requirements for somebody when they are going to take part in an event, etc. Some people's writers are out of this world. Like Beyonce's writer includes like they have to put a new toilet seat in. Like Jennifer Lopez's writer is like the entire room has to be white. Like crazy shit like that. Famously, I think it was the Rolling Stones or Van Halen, one of these groups had a writer where it was like, oh, there can't be any green M&Ms. Okay, that's the writer. I have purposely made my writer under $100. My writer is literally a fruit plate, a vegetable plate, some apple juice, some water, some tea, and spicy nacho or sweet chili Doritos. That's my writer. Okay? I have purposely made my writer affordable.
Oh, hold on.
Hell!
You say all that, don't forget that rose.
Yeah!
You said make sure there's a freshly charged. The battery better be fully charged in my room waiting on me in the box still. All right, she talking about fruit plates and fruit cups and smoothies.
Sound like a diva. I gotta let my rider. My rider is cheap. I only demand very few things. You know, I could imagine, you know, what the big celebrities are, like the Mariah Careys. Like, yeah, that's pretty interesting. You know, I gotta have my dressing room this way, gotta have these things. So she's trying to prove to us that she is not difficult, ladies. We're saying she's difficult. She wasn't dealing with Marsha and the sister from Insecure, right? She said, I'm not difficult. My rider's only $100. A little bit of spicy Doritos, little water, little rose, nothing much.
Yeah, that's because now them checks stopped coming in, and she knew that she had to change her ways. But now nobody in the industry really wants to work with her. Nobody in the industry wants to even have her around. So she needs to go where she is celebrated, because it sounds like that's a reasonable deal, under $100 to have somebody pull up or whatever for food, but they don't want you there. What part of that don't you get? It's a wrap. At this time, you know, it's over.
Yep, I agree. And if she's having all these problems working with all these other people, she probably needs to take some time and sit down and think about things and come to the conclusion that it's her. It's not everybody else. And for me, she's doing a little bit too much splaining. Is that Gavin X? She's doing too much splaining. We got it in the first 2 minutes. You called them. They said that they would pay you. Now they're not going to pay you. They don't want anything to do with you. And it's sad, but she needs to sit down and go figure it out. It's done. Sunni is not for you.
Because one, people don't be having money. Two, I don't need all this extra shit. But three, I do deserve to have some basic creature comforts when I'm coming to work. We just got an email from them earlier today saying that we cannot afford for you to come. Oh, I'm leaving out. Even though I said I was going to speak for free, they said, we're actually going to offer you $1,000. So even though I said I will speak for free, they said, we will give you $1,000. We said, okay. The email that we received today is due to budgetary reasons, we can no longer have you speak. To which my representative replied, that doesn't make any sense. What is the real reason? Because to be quite honest, we haven't asked you for anything. And now you're saying that it's the budgetary reasons. And for what it's worth, let me also add, sending a writer, we always have people come back and they may say something like, we can't afford all of the writer. Is it okay if we just make sure to provide XYZ? Sure. Even though, by the way, the can't afford is like, what are we talking about?
I'm annoyed already.
The reason this live is called Know Your Worth is because they then came back and said, no, it really is because of the budget. We cannot afford your writer. So we just decided, I want you to hear this. The budget is our real reason. We unfortunately were not given enough money to have Miss Seals attend due to the requests made in the writer, as well as among other things for the event that we had to pay for, such as catering and decorations. I don't know who their advisor is, but they're doing a terrible job.
Look at her. Terrible. So for like $50, they wouldn't even bring them in, but it was a setup. You said it. They offered you $1,000. You said, okay, if y'all gonna offer it, I'll take it. And then they said, you know what? A week later, we ain't got the money. We broke. And you gonna say, I didn't want nothing. There was $1,000 plus the $100. That's $1,100 you had. It ain't in the budget. $1,100. And she gonna say, all right, well, just get the Doritos in the water and and some grapes. They said, we can't do it. And she said, I'm Amanda Seals. Poetry. I'm not worth some grapes.
No, obviously not. You hit the nail on the head. The setup. Beautifully said, brother. She called in. She said, I'm not that difficult. She said, I won't charge y'all nothing. And they was like, okay. They said, we can work with that. Then her ego started to come through and she started talking about a rider. She said, okay. She said, you gotta pay me now. But when I show up, make sure y'all have my charcuterie, my display, with my waters and my select teas and things. And they said, you know what? All right. They said, we can't deny her coming to work for free. We can't deny her for a little $120 little charcuterie board. It said, like you said, setup. We give you $1,000. She accepted it. Now that's her charge. That's her cost now. Now we got a legit reason. You know what? We look back over the budget. We ain't got that $1,000. Go ahead and stay home. We'll call you never.
Yeah, and this is probably not the first call that she's gotten like this or first email that she's gotten like this. I think she's just trying to get her hair retwisted and just trying to get money for that because it looks like she definitely needs to get it done. But I'm sure they do them on the beaches in Grenada in your homeland, Amanda. Just go back and figure it out. And when you do go back, be nice to those people over there and do right by people. This is the karma. This is what happens when you don't treat people right and the checks just stop coming in, and it is what it is.
She said that the title of this video was Know Your Worth, but I'm curious to see who's actually going to speak there. Because I bet whoever's going to speak is probably going to require more than what she required. So they probably just didn't want her there. I'm going to stay tuned for this one because it's probably somebody that they're going to end up paying more. And she's probably going to be back up on the internet talking about it.
Even AI knows she's difficult to work with. That's what AI says. Yes, she has a reputation being difficult to work with within Black Hollywood and media circles. Yeah, she's difficult.
And I would warn security and just maybe not even let her come to the event at all, because she might go in there and act a fool when she knows who is replacing her or, finds out how much money they're paying people. Because I think she would go there and like act up or whatever, just based on her feelings and not being able to speak at the event. So I'd be careful.
There you go. And we got some super chats here.
Appreciate your Notorious NIG. Says, I almost crashed out when you said Tubi Zeus 360 deals. It's coming if it ain't already here, man. Appreciate you, Didi. Always tend on business. Says Amanda, Girl, face it. Sova.
How old is Amanda? I think we checked this before.
She's our age.
Yeah.
She's like in her early 40s or late 30s because she was on Nickelodeon when we were
ain't no
growing
late
up.
30. Ain't no 30 nothing. She in
Yeah.
the 40s for sure.
Yeah, in her 40s then. She's around our age though.
Yeah, Amanda. I'm not sure, but I'm sure y'all gonna let us know.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, D. Says Amanda's probably behind on paying dues to the school. Oh, yeah. That's the only reason why colleges patronize you. Yes. Come on, you alumni. Send that bread. Spend that bread.
Now, is this college or high school she talking about?
College.
Okay. I was wondering that.
Appreciate your Project Leroy. Said Amanda Seals was the Flavor Floetry. God damn. Boy. Shout out to D. Says, all you gotta do is say, yep. That's it. Is that like a Nickelodeon? All you gotta do is say, yep.
That's a Floetry song. That's their
yeah,
one of their biggest singles. Yeah.
All you gotta do is say yes. You gonna say yep. All you gotta do is say yep.
That's why she got kicked out the group, and they had to rewrite the song because she was insisting that they kept yup instead of yes.
You like yup ain't sexual. Yup. That sounds like some goofy would say. Yup. Shout out to B Wyatt. Says only green M&Ms, Mr. Walker. If you see a brown one, all hell breaking loose. I wish the ninja might. Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says enough. Send her to Leon King. Where Leon at? Huh? Leon, you want Amanda? Appreciate your brother Jada Gray. Says Amanda replaced Natalie in Floetry in 2007. Most egregious. Marsha, what was you doing, sister?
Yeah, so she must have some type of talent, no? She must be able to sing and act or something. But yeah, it's not as much as she think, clearly, or they would spend $50 to get you in to speak if you was worth something.
You know, listen, now she has to have some talent. Like I said, she was in that hot show, Insecure. I never seen one daggone episode, but I know it was hot. You dealing with Floetry. She has to have something there, but she does not work well with others. She got no people skills. That is a huge, huge character flaw.
And Amanda Seals is 44. She will be 45 in July.
Cantankerous auntie. Mm-hmm.
So she getting up there.
Appreciate you, Uncle Toll. Says Amanda, I got 2 burgers. Them. Get out of here, Amanda. Come on, man. I do that to you. Whoa, we do this wild goblin meat for what? To talk at school for free?
Nonetheless, go ahead, Henry.
Yeah, that was from Menace to Society. Remember when? Yeah.
Yeah.
Out, Uncle Tom. Yeah. All right. Like I said, Amanda is 45 years old. I believe she is childless, and she got too much time on her hands. This is what it looks like.
Arrested Development. Yeah, listen here. A baby gonna ground you. Look, so light jealousy because if a kid's gonna keep you grounded, you can't just be aloft like she is. I know that makes perfect sense. Shout out to the children out there keeping us grounded.
They're doing a terrible fucking job. This is very embarrassing. And the real reason I believe is they were told you cannot have Amanda Seals here because it is SUNY purchase and this is a wildly Zionist town. To state that we had to we had to pay for catering and decoration so we can't have you, icon, activist, advocate, Amanda Seals, artist, intellectual, alumni. Y'all know your value.
Huh.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
Holy hell, she sound like Dr. Umar. I'm an intellectual, all this stuff. What the hell? Self-grandizing much.
Tell you what, even AI says that. It says she's an activist. She's an intellectual. Yeah. Huh? Yo, man. It's all right, Dr. Umar. Where Umar? My goodness, sound like a match made in modern day Hades. Umar and Amanda Seals. Why can't that work? Get them both off the market out our face.
Or maybe Mr. Walker and everybody, she can go work at the school with him since it's open and up and running. Hire her and give her some work. She can speak at the grand opening. That's a great activity for her to, or ceremony for her to speak at. Speak with Dr. Umar at that
I'm here
school.
for that. Listen, his horned up, thirsty self. I can see him now. This is my assistant principal, Miss 5'5", thick in the thighs. I'm sorry, Miss Amanda Seals. I'm here for it. Let's do it.
Ain't no assistant principal. She gonna be the damn lunch lady at best. All right, Amanda, her final form, serving sloppy joes at the FDMG Academy.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
No sloppy joes. Let's colonize a name. They're gonna be sloppy Elijah ones.
Know your worth. Okay? Know your value. Know your worth. The fact that these people are stating to me with no issue, like in full chest, we chose catering and decorations over giving you a fruit plate is wildly embarrassing. So SUNY Purchase and the Black graduation, I would say I don't wish the graduation the best. I think it's really disingenuous. I think it's really disrespectful. And I genuinely feel like this is a representation of so many Black spaces that simply just do not have any regard for Black intellectuals. They just don't. Howard University once told me, well, we spent all our money on Lil Wayne, so can you come speak for free? And to be what it's worth, for what it's worth, you're telling me that nobody could come up with $50? No, nobody could come up with $50 for me?
No.
50?
And here's the thing, Amanda. Like, she really need to do some self-reflecting because Batman should not have been able to beat this out of you. This is keeping it real gone wrong. This does not reflect well on you. Like, people could have went without knowing this. And she like, oh, Howard brought Lil Wayne on, pay him 50 grand and didn't pay me. Do you think you're in the same light as Lil Wayne, like, or any real celebrities or musicians and stuff? You are Amanda Seals. All right, you about a few days away from being over on the Lapeef network with everybody else. Well, stop it.
Ain't no doubt about it. $50. You sound extremely desperate. Just give me $50 to talk. Like $50 barely cover the cost of fuel to get there. But guess what? It's wide out here, man. That you can get $40, 60. You can get 60 if you're nasty. We got you covered over here.
Yeah, but see, and then she came off and is, talking about, I don't wish the graduation well and all this stuff, all because they don't want you there. They don't want to pay you. Read the room, Amanda. And, at the end of the day, it's not the Black, HBCUs that's doing this to you and all these other programs that's doing this to you. It's you. She's not understanding that we're just not rocking with her anymore. And it's because of her behavior. It's because of all the videos she's made talking crazy about us and to us and how she's been acting, on all these jobs and everything. Nobody wants you around. She should just take the L in private and stop making videos like this because it's making her, like Mr. Walker said, is looking really desperate.
Yep. And another thing is, Ebony, you just said she shouldn't be making these videos, and she threw Howard in there. So now it's like you're mad at SUNY Purchase, and then you throw Howard in there. So you're almost making it where no one's going to want to work with you because they're going to think if they do something wrong, you're going to come to the internet. It's just like these women. They go on these dates. They're on the internet talking bad about it. And then you have to think other people are going to see that, so they're not going to want to work with you. So that's on her, whatever's to come. If she's not able to book any, I guess graduations, if that's what she's trying to do now, that's on her.
Yeah. Good point, Courtney. Good point.
So this is the kind of scenarios we're dealing with. Again, I do not take any of this personal. I do not take any of this as a reflection of something I'm doing wrong. I am also not in any way, I want to be clear, I'm not offended as if I'm not offended at the disrespect. Let me be clear. I'm not offended. I am more so, I'm offended that this is how they're sending out our Black students into the world. This is the way that they are training up Black students to go into the world, to protect the decorations versus the substance. And that's exactly the world that we're in that has got us fucked up.
Hold on. She's doing so much.
Yeah.
And what's on her shirt? Let's say Rage Against the Machine. Who is that? Who that sister on her shirt?
I don't know. Somebody who's not from Grenada. I know that. It looks like one of our representatives.
Yeah, look like one of our freedom fighting sisters from back in the day. So she put it on purpose before she made this video. She said, looking through her closet, she was like, oh, this gonna do it. I'm gonna get them with this one.
Again, narcissism. It's like they don't understand what they're doing. And you said it very well, Sister Courtney. Your reputation precedes you now. Folks say they know who you are. Now you done came up here, you done just ished on this SUNY University, Howard. It's over. Oh, that's Angela Davis. There you go. Yeah, you ain't no damn Angela Davis. Relax. My goodness. But yeah, it's over. You are difficult to work with. Even Google AI knows it. A little self-reflection. Has she ever come on the internet and said, you know what? I did this wrong. I went about this incorrectly. No, a person that can't correct themselves is not to be trusted.
Yeah, and when you go around acting like how she acts and stuff, denigrating everybody that you work with and denigrating, Black people in general, you're trying to go speak at a Black university and this is how you're talking, you lose the protection when you step away from the group. When she started going off on her own and she was getting to a bag or whatever on Insecure and all these shows that she was on, that's when she started, talking all that mess and everything. That's when you lose the protection. We don't have your back anymore. We don't want you speaking at our schools. We don't want you speaking to our students because we see how you are. So no, you don't represent that. Yeah, you did pay the money to go to that school, but so do a whole bunch of other tethers that come to this country and go there because it's cheaper. So let's just keep it a buck.
Yep. And as soon as she started talking, that little last part, I immediately thought about Kevin Samuels. Shame, insults, and the need to be right. Everything that she said was just wrong about the school and everybody else, but she did not take the time to think about anything that she's done. And she's over here. She's called herself an intellectual, which she is to me. In the past, when I had seen her, she would get online and she would, whenever she wasn't doing her other stuff, we won't get into that. But now it's like she's using all these cuss words and saying how the school should be ashamed of themselves. Well, if this is the representation, why should they have you there? Because you're online acting like this. So whatever to Amanda Seales.
And I think that's a good point you just made. I think the bar is just set so low. So like you say, if she ain't up here twerking or cussing and, all of that, then they're like, oh, she's smart, because all Black women act like this, which is not true. She falls somewhere in the middle, but, we ain't going to Amanda for no advice. She just ain't the worst of us.
There you go. There you go.
Into the world. This is the way that they are training up Black students to go into the world, to protect the decorations versus the substance. And that's exactly the world that we're in that has got us fucked up. We care more about the decorations than the substance. And so to cut out something of so much value as me sharing my wisdom, my humor, and my intellect for the preference of decorations speaks volumes as to what even the validity of this event is. It's a decoration. It's a decoration. And to ask me to come and then say, and they've been in conversation for a month, by the way, to ask me to come and then say we actually don't want you to come within 2 weeks of the event during graduation season. So for the record, what if I had been asked to speak somewhere else on that date, but turned it down because I had already committed to them?
Didn't
no
happen.
regard for that. This is how we are behaving. It is shameful, Yana Brooke. And I am less concerned with, I know people are telling me like rejection is God's protection. My feelings aren't hurt. Like I'm not over here like, oh man, they were blessed to have me. I was blessed to be in exchange with young minds, young Black minds. That's a synergistic exchange. So again, I just want to say SUNY purchase, Black graduation, better decisions should have been made. Better guidance should have been provided to these students by the administrators. And this is deeply disappointing that this is how you are treating the folks that we should be cherishing in our communities. Bing!
Man, it's over.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday.
It's over. Go take a damn vacation. Go sit down somewhere. All right. You are mad. She done said about 3 times. I ain't taking it personal. You just sat here for about 12, 13 minutes on a whole rant. And then you put it out to the world.
You're not upset? And you wouldn't know how we know you're lying. She says she's not offended by the disrespect. It is impossible to not take offense to disrespect. You're either going to keep it inside or you're going to show outwardly that you are offended, but you shall be offended. Hence disrespect. You can't hide it. Stop trying to hide your pain. She come up here again. Can't be vulnerable. Can't be feminine. Instead of coming up here and being a woman, say, you know what? My feelings are hurt. I don't know why this happened, and just be a woman and just show you're hurt. But she said, I'm not hurt. I'm just enraged. And I'm about to drop diamonds, start name dropping and using sign language. But I'm not hurt. I'm perfectly happy.
And you guys know what she should have done. She should have went to the Dollar Tree and got decorations, and she could have brought them decorations since they needed to buy it for that ceremony, and plates and decorations and all that. That's what you should have done, Amanda Seales.
That's too resourceful, Ebony. That'll work. But you know what? You ain't got to worry about decoration. I'm doing all that. One-stop shop Amanda Seales. I like it.
I agree with you, Mr. Walker. She should have came up here with a different approach, because now whoever got rid of that award, they're telling the people in the office, you see, this is why we got rid of that award, and it's no longer here. She's acting like this. It's right here.
Exactly. It's over. You ruined your award. Shout out to Project Leroy. She ruined it. It's over. You got to maintain your integrity. Otherwise, you will be stripped of these privileges, titles, and adulation. It happens all the time. They tear down the mother sucker statue.
And the thing is, nobody knew this. Like I said earlier, you could have kept this to yourself. Nobody knew but you and your manager or whatever, and then the school officials. But your pride and ego was like, you knew that at least maybe 5 or 10 people knew about it. And you weren't about to let them ever have a one-up on you or be able to bring this out one day as a receipt and check you years from now. I'm like, yeah, she tried to come to the school years ago. She was begging. We told her no. So she like Eminem 8 Mile. She gonna get it out first. Yeah, they ain't want to pay me. Stop.
So it's not they didn't want to pay her because it wasn't worth it. Not because she's difficult. Not because she gave them terroristic demands about her charcuterie board or whatever she wanted. She says it's because they prioritized decorations over her. Again, that's still extremely insulting, sister.
Man.
Appreciate your D coming through this evening. Says strays as Zionists. She's done that, Sonny. Yeah, I heard that. I don't know. That came out of left field. Appreciate you, Travis Golston. Says Walker, look up the rappers she dated. Alpha. Oh, okay. I don't know much about this date.
I think she was with Pusha T, at least one, I believe. Yeah, she was in love with Pusha T. Yeah, she was like stalking him and all that.
Hilarious. Shout out to Pusha. Shout out to the Clips made that huge comeback earlier this year. There you go. But sucks to be you, Amanda. Appreciate you, D. Says Amanda, the substance. Not the stallion, the substance. Appreciate you, Uncle Thor. Says, I have a feeling at the last ceremony, they couldn't get her to shut the F up. She talked too much.
Man. So as far as Amanda, we're going to put her in the sub and just keep it moving.
There you go.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, diamond, wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water. Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah. Amanda done dated Pusha, Lupe Fiasco. Shout out to my brother Lupe. Lupe, what you doing with Crazy Amanda Seals? Lil Scrappy. Oh, yeah. Alpha Widow to the moon.
All that. So here we go. We talking about embarrassing behavior is costing us respect. We're going to go over here to the big couch. Shout out to the brother Nick Cannon. All right, he over here with Dr. Umar, and they having a conversation.
This ought to be interesting.
You know, we can even start there if we want to, because I feel like that's a good place to kind of start from, and then we could kind of take it up the mountain. But things like that, to me, I just heard my brother Marlon Wayne say, you know, he doesn't. It's a foolish conversation, and if we want to tap into our biblical knowledge, I believe it's even 2 Timothy 2:23 says, at all costs avoid foolish and ignorant conversations because it only creates quarrels and strife. You know what I'm saying? So in that, I tend to stay away from those conversations, but I do understand the purpose of like, all right, let's clear this up. So when we have these conversations, we know what's really, saving our black boys from the school to prison pipeline is a real conversation.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Entertainers and dresses. How real is that?
I think it's real. And the reason I think it's real, Brother Nick, symbols are very important. Our brains are conditioned by what they see and what they hear.
Okay.
The eyes are extremely powerful. On top of that, subliminal suggestion.
Subconscious.
Absolutely, is a very powerful way to condition people.
It's been proven.
If nothing else, major black celebrities wearing dresses is sending a message to black boys that blurring the line between masculinity and femininity may not necessarily be a bad thing. And for us as African people, that can be quite problematic for one very important reason, although there are others. Only 1 out of every 4 black women gets married in this country. So then, I have a 12-year-old daughter. I have a 21-year-old daughter. One day, I hope for them to be married.
Right.
If black men who black boys look up to are putting dresses on, they are sowing a thought into black boys' minds about possibly entertaining the idea of dressing the same way.
Yeah. So let's slow them down for a minute. And we all know that Brother Nick wore dresses back in the day. Some of the stuff he was doing on Nickelodeon and all of that. They had him, I don't know how old he was at the time, but yeah, he was doing some sketchy stuff. And he had to go through that process. As they say, if you want to be on the big screens, unfortunately, the powers that be, they want to send you through an embarrassment ritual almost,
It is what it is. It's been that way since the beginning. The attack on melanated masculinity, they did it to all, not all, but a lot of the greats, man. It's most unfortunate, no. You got to be able to say no, but I understand poverty, the chance to have your name in lights, to be a Hollywood elite. It sucks, man. It absolutely sucks. And I said it, there's an influx now on social media. The smaller content creators, they throwing on wigs and dresses faster than you can blink. If you want to be a part of the good old boys group in Hollywood as a melanated man, they got to have something on you. Shout out to the X-Files. They got to have something on you.
Yeah, and this is where people have the conflict with Dr. Umar, because he is a really great scholar and he does talk about things that need to be discussed, and he does come with some good game at times. He just doesn't need to be in charge of a school and anybody's money. But other than that, and also Dr. Umar, I agree with everything that he was saying except for the whole African thing. We're not all Africans. But other than that, what he's saying is true. And the attack on our boys, we were talking about it earlier with the Zesty guy on stage and stuff. That has been something that has been going on from the plantations, and all of that stuff even started in Europe and stuff, and was brought over here to us and stuff. We weren't on that type of time really, and until all that stuff was going on. So there's always been an attack, and he is shedding a light on that right now. So what he's saying right now is true.
Think about that for a sec. How many white male actors, big shots, wore dresses outside of Jim Carrey, a wild comedian, and Mrs. Doubtfire, that deal, outside of wild, wonky, shocking all comedians? What other men, white men in Hollywood, wore dresses? You ain't seeing Danny DeVito in them in no daggone dress. See what I'm saying? Absolutely not. Val Kilmer? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Walker, when you said that you have to be able to say no. Like, as a man, you have to be able to stand for something and say no, like, I'm not putting on a dress, because years down the line, you wouldn't even want a woman to, be able to have that as a comeback on you. Like, oh, you used to wear dresses. I saw you in a dress. Like, that's something that I would think as a man, you would be embarrassed about years to come. So it is important that you do know that you have the right to say no, and just say no, because that's not something that you want to carry with.
I would say two things is true to piggyback. Like you say, I see y'all in the chat. I would say that is not our culture. So I wouldn't sit here and try to compare apples to oranges. That's not something we do. They have always been perverted and all this stuff. Y'all done seen that Files and all. That's not part of what we do. And they try to push it on us as part of a ritual to join them. And so, yeah, there's been all type of white guys do it, but that's not what we do, and they force us into it.
There you go. Yeah, I stand correct. I see y'all. Salute to the chat. But as Mr. X said, there you go. It's definitely a big difference there. Perversion and all that, they ain't never been a part of the root of our culture at all. Absolutely not. But I see y'all. I stand corrected.
Yeah, and even on the plantations, you guys, they would have the young men and stuff wearing dresses. They did that a lot of times, and so that was something that they forced them to do. So now we're not on the plantations anymore, but they're still like, okay, well, if you want this money, this is what we're going to do, or this is what you have to do. But it's always been an agenda to get our Black men and feminize them and get them into a dress. In hopes that they're not going to procreate, because the name of the game is for us not to procreate, for us not to be a family, for us not to be there for our kids, and by any means necessary, they put little things in order for that to not happen. So we just need to be hip to the agenda and just say no to it, because at the end of the day, it's not worth you losing your community and your family and your lineage. So.
Okay. That can lead to a whole bunch of other outcomes that we don't necessarily have to discuss.
Right.
But
I wanted to discuss them.
Okay. But the issue, though, that remains is it is a gateway to transforming culture, because you are an icon, a celebrity role model for fatherless males. And if they have been following your masculinity, if you now decide to lead them into an era of femininity, they may follow you there also.
So my question, may I offer this up? As we know, the masculine and the feminine aren't necessarily designated for male or female.
Okay.
We can have masculine energy, we can have feminine energy. One who is confident in their masculine has no problem understanding and walking in the vulnerability of their femininity.
I agree.
Now, as a person who is so masculine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's proven.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Proven in my offspring and my actions.
Yes, sir.
I'm very comfortable around anyone and willing to entertain my feminine.
Yeah, because you're doing too much splaining. Too much splaining. If you got to do that much splaining, Nick, come on, brother. Like, y'all know I'm a man because I got 12 kids by 11 women. I've proven to y'all, absolutely not. Nick, you could go out front and change a set of brakes. That would prove something to me faster than saying you could knock up a bunch of women. All right, go into the basement and change a hot water tank. Something. Hell, but sitting here saying you can procreate, Jay Prince can do that too. That means nothing.
Thank you. That was freaking weak as heck. I knew it was coming. Soon as I see Nick up there with his striped damn socks on, I knew he was going to say something cringe. God dang it. What did Kev say? Most egregious activity, trying to prove your manhood and masculinity through your weenie. That's what he just said. He said he did it. He proved it through his weenie.
Yeah, I'm speechless with what he's saying. And just because you can make a baby, it doesn't make you a man. There are people in the gay community. They have babies often because they just want to have kids. That doesn't make you a masculine man or whatever. It's your values. It's so much more to it than that. So I wouldn't necessarily go to say that because I always think of him. What was he in? Not the Drumline movie. What was the movie that he was in with Christina Milian? And he was like a nerd.
Love Don't Cost a Thing.
Yeah, Love Don't Cost a Thing. That's how I always look at Nick Cannon. Then he came out with this corny music in the early 2000s when he was a gigolo and all that stuff. That's not masculine, Nick. That's not what makes it happen. So,
and there you go, respectfully. Like you said, everybody path ain't got to be from the hood, hardcore, and all of that. But just own whatever you are. And we know Nick been acting since he was, teenage years, and he really didn't have to go through the path of manhood and all this stuff. I'm looking at your hands, Nick. Your hands is soft and dainty, like my 1-year-old son. You ain't been through nothing. He ain't been through nothing. He's just starting to walk and say he ain't been through nothing. I'm looking at them hands.
Nick Mr. X said, your hands are soft and supple like a lady's.
So masculine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's proven.
Yes, sir.
Proven in my offspring and my actions.
Yes, sir.
I'm very comfortable around anyone and willing to entertain my femininity.
Right.
To a place where it's safe for me.
Uh-huh.
I have understanding of, I have many friends and family members of the LGBTQIA community.
Mm-hmm.
And respect them, love them at a great deal. And it's just, therefore, I'm not a part of that community, but
yes, sir.
I feel like I'm an advocate for that community.
Okay.
Because I believe, they have the right and to be who and operate the way in which they wish.
Mm-hmm.
It's the beauty of living in America.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll offer this up as well. As a young man in entertainment,
okay,
I'm guilty. In my Nickelodeon days, I was in a dress, doing the stereotypical ghetto girl.
Were you a child or an adult at that time?
I was 18. I was,
okay.
I was.
I might have gave you a pass for that because of the age.
Yeah. But again, in that sense, and probably the only reason why I did it and was very comfortable doing it because I was a fan of brothers that I look up to still to this day, the Jamie Foxxes of the world who did Wanda, the Martins of the world who did Shanae, all the way back to the people that I revere, like the Flip Wilson, who did Geraldine.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Eddie Murphy, who, the Clumps. So I was, at that age, comfortable.
Which we shouldn't have been, right? Because it's not funny. Who is it funny to? Like, seriously, I can't watch them movies now, a grown man. Can't watch no movie with no black, any man in particular, damn sure not no black man dressed up like no woman. None of that Tyler Perry. My wife like, hey, you want to watch this? Hell no. No. Watch your shit. No. So now she know we ain't watching no Tyler Perry in this house. That stuff ain't funny. It's nonsense. She learned that long ago. You're like, man, I say, no, we don't do that. Men dressing like women. There's nothing funny about it.
There's a burden and a curse to deeper understanding. I second that motion wholeheartedly, Mr. X. Ain't got nothing to I can't watch this movie with the same eyes I used to have. I'm seeing detrimental behavior. That's all I'm seeing. Straight up. We know too much. I can't do it. Same here. and ain't got nothing to do with, hatred. We see it for what it is. Those actions are not serving our youth well. Nick just said it. Said he claims he put on a dress because of Jamie Foxx and Martin Lawrence and some of the greats that came before him. See that? Do we want to continue to portray that? The answer is no. Is no.
Yeah, but there were other actors and comedians and stuff that didn't put on a dress. Like Bernie Mac stood on all sorts of business and was like, I'm absolutely not doing it. So you have a choice. And let's just say we go back to the Geraldine days. That show was in the 70s. And we've been on TV, for 50, 60 years or whatever. And yeah, maybe that stuff went down at that time, but we're in a new generation. We're more in control of our arts and our crafts and everything. So we can call the shots. You don't have to do this anymore. You don't have to wear a dress. We're trying to represent our men in a masculine way, and our families in a masculine way, and our communities in a masculine way, because it's not always about a bag, just like we were talking about earlier. So there were actors who didn't do it, Nick Cannon. So not all of them did. Some of them actually stood on business.
Yep. And for me, I never really liked the Tyler Perry movies. Also, I never wanted to watch those. And I always, whenever I was younger, there was that movie, I don't know if y'all remember, Tu Wong Fu, and it had, I think it was it Wesley Snipes, and he was dressed up as that woman. And from then I was always like, what is going on here? And I was younger and I didn't like that back then, and it just led up to now. So yeah, I think this is another situation where it's okay to say no. Just say no, don't put the dress on, and keep it moving.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, they got Wesley too.
Even like Holiday Heart. Even when I was younger, I see people watching that. I would always walk out the room. Never had any interest in watching that movie.
But yeah, they got Ving Rhames double time.
Man.
Holiday Heart, man. Pulp Fiction. See what I'm saying? Like, Pulp Fiction was a pretty wild and kind of cool and kind of artsy movie. That one scene in that basement, we could have went without that. It makes no daggone. I'm sorry I got triggered, because that movie was kind of dope. Then it's just that scene, and it's like, what the freak is this? Y'all know what scene I'm talking about.
Yeah, and what about all of the TV shows like with Power and with Empire and stuff? They would squeeze those types of scenes in, the gay scenes. How are you just gonna delete somebody and then all of a sudden you're bent over backwards with it with another man? That's why I couldn't watch those shows anymore, and you just busted a whole record deal and did a whole concert or whatever, and then somebody's bent over in the back. We don't need to see that. Just stick to the artistry and stick to what you're doing. But they're always trying to force those agendas. And even with what was that show called, the stripper show on the Nugkeisha-tron picture that we have.
P-Valley.
Yeah, P-Valley. It's too much, and it's always with our people. And so we just have to be aware of it and know when it's around. And then if ever they try to ask our kids to wear a dress in these plays at school or to do something at school, it's absolutely not. That's why we need to teach our babies that this is not okay, because they will try it if you let them.
Amen. Oh, Sister Ebony, yeah, you ain't lying. Shout out to one of my kids in theater. Man, I don't wish I made my presence known. I don't wish I went to a play. My son got on something that ain't designated for a little boy, and the play is over. Y'all might as well call the cops. It's over.
So that's kind of the problem with it. I'll ask you, Courtney, it's not an issue with people or what lifestyle you choose. The problem is, why do y'all want to put the sexual part of it on the forefront? Like, we are straight people. We don't walk around perpetuating what we do in the bedroom all day long and putting it in people's faces. It got nothing to do with your lifestyle. You are trying to put this in everybody's face for whatever reason.
Right.
Who said it best? Go ahead, Sister Courtney.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I don't have a problem with whatever people choose to do. It is that, that's you. It is what it is. But like you said, Gavin X, everything is getting slid in there. And Ebony, you hit on a good point. On some of these shows, it's like the show's going good, and then all of a sudden it jumps to one of those scenes there was a show that I was watching. I think it was on Netflix, and it was called Beauty in Black or Black Beauty or whatever. And it was starting off like really, really good. And then the guy who was like running the empire, you know, he started getting off into that. And then I was like, you know what? No, this is not for me. And I just went ahead and turned it off. And I haven't looked at it again because, like you said, like Gavin X and Ebony Dean, it's getting thrown in there. And it's just like, it's starting to be like a little turnoff because it's getting pushed on us so much. So.
It's extremely huge turnoff. That's why I stopped watching a lot of shows. What was the one I used to like? American Horror Story. Yeah, it's just like a whole season, just rainbow as ever. I mean, me and my wife watched it, and she saw my face. We'd sit there watching. I'm like, yeah, it's over. Find a new show. That's where they ruined it. Man. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. Says the volume thing in the way there, mistakes. Says, I have a feeling at the last ceremony they couldn't get her to shut up. We got that one. Talking about Amanda Seals. Money. Shout out to Quadash. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Always good to have you. Says, fun fact, Nick Cannon first dressed as a woman on the show All That on his very first. See what I'm saying? The irony. The skit was about him and Keenan in drag making fun of melanated women's horrible customer service. Don't see the angles. That's so complex. It's I'm over it.
Well, and I would like to know where his parents were that authorized this stuff. And this is what we were just talking about. Don't have your kids doing this and don't put them in a position where they have to do it in order to get paid. You know, there should be a clause. If you're your kid's manager or whatever, my kid can do X, Y, and Z, but he is not putting on a dress. We don't have to work for this network. We don't have to be on this show. And it is what it is. And they should be able to honor that if they don't have an agenda to get our boys in dresses and our men in dresses.
No, absolutely not. You muted, Mr. X.
I was saying one thing we know is a lot of these parents are weak and they are sellouts. So even look at R. Kelly. Some of them parents were selling their kids, you know, up the river. So some of these parents don't got the best interest. Unfortunately, they trying to cash out on their kids.
And it's unfortunate. It is very easy to take advantage of the impoverished in that way. I get it. I can see it. Yeah. Oh, we're going to give you $100,000. Yo, kid just got to wear a dress. I can see him like, okay, it's fine. We paying bills. We getting Mercedes. Wicked. Appreciate your brother Postman. Always good to see you, brother. Come through gifted one single by choice membership. Shout out to brother Postman. Make sure y'all go check him out and subscribe as he came to Pittsburgh and covered the wild draft happening going on here. Shout out to brother Postman at Mailbox Sports.
Shout out to you. Yeah, I was watching some of your video, brother. I see you was down there in the mayhem. I think day one. So shout out to that. I see it's been a nightmare down there, though. A lot of fallout from the draft. It didn't go as planned for a lot of folks. A lot of vendors, you know, a lot of these hotels didn't sell out like they thought. A lot of these parking garages was empty. Like they was trying to be real predatory, and people say, I would rather not.
I'd seen it coming. Pittsburgh ain't the richest town. I seen that coming. Yeah, vendors down in the Strip District, they were getting no type of footwork, no type of foot traffic. If you were not within walking distance of the downtown, you wasn't getting no love. That
well, they say they had it funneled off, so it was done intentionally. So there was some black folks that had stuff set up throughout the city, but they was blocking off roads and funneling everybody to designated areas. So where you come spend your money with the people who they got the licenses with, and NFL, they down there selling, you know, the $8 hot dogs. Or I'm sorry, the $8 bottles of water, the $15 hot dogs. Wow.
A $15 hot dog. I wish I might.
Yeah, and the thing about Pittsburgh is they have a beautiful stadium, but the way that it's set up and everything, they don't have enough parking and everything to accommodate all those people coming there. So they were screwed from the jump. If you didn't have that prime, you know, that prime setup or whatever, people aren't walking too far to get food and to get things and to go off because there's nowhere to park. If you leave one place, parking super expensive, and then I have to find somewhere on the street and park somewhere else, I'm not doing it. So that's unfortunate.
Yeah, so the people showed up, but like I said, I'm hearing it didn't go as planned for a lot of folks.
That sucks, man. Appreciate you, D. 1957 coming through this evening. Says never liked it when they did Steve to Myrtle Urkel. See what I mean? Steve, Stefan, masculine. Steve, the super intelligent genius nerd, dope. Stefan was his more suave, alternate ego. And then had to come Myrtle. Got to make him a girl. I hate it.
It's soft. Even like Smart Guy, the Tia Tamara, the twin, their little brother did that show, and they tried to make that dude all soft, which he was. Some of them shows I didn't resonate with. I was a project baby. I couldn't rock with it.
Yeah, I agree. He brought up Smart Guy. Same here. Like, yeah, I could get with Smart Guy. Like you said, it's cool, man. Ain't nothing wrong with being a nerd. Salute to the nerds, but yeah, it's way too tender, defenseless for a little baby. Appreciate you, brother Jay. Says Nick rock gauchos and fishnet shirts with the nips. What? Not the gauchos. Shout out to Mr. Wilson. Good to see you, OG. Says, hey, brother. Just tried to hurt T-Money. T-Money, what happened? You better duck.
Holy hell.
God.
Okay. Don't know much about it. Shout out to Mr. Wilson. Listen, there's so much going on. We're going to get back to this. Get the like button.
Clumps. So I was, at that age, comfortable.
Okay.
Was saying, oh, this is just, I'll take this off and go jump in my Range Rover and go holler at the chicks and, like, no problem with that. That was entertainment. I was acting. I was having fun. I was being silly. And in my mind, not thinking that this is an influence on others, not thinking that this is a gateway to, all the things that you explained. But as I sit here today, I probably, like, if you ask me to put on, obviously I'm in a different state of my life. There's no money that you could pay me right now to put on a dress. And that's, a lot of that comes with the word integrity.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And not that I didn't have integrity then, there's probably some understanding that I didn't have about what integrity is and what I stand for as a man today. And, it's just, there's a lot of things that I did and would have done at 19 for money.
Okay.
That now that I got all the money that I've ever need today, you can't even start those conversations.
Understood.
Because I've been blessed to be in a position where now I am my own employer. I am a boss. I am in a sense to where, so there's just certain conversations that I just wouldn't entertain.
Absolutely.
But at the time, I understand where it's like, we've even heard some of our entertainers in their earlier years, I do this for $1 million.
Yes.
But now they got hundreds of millions of dollars. There's no way in the world. But now that we have, because even I want to tap into this, and I'll circle it all the way back, is, to me, what selling your soul is, because we hear that quite a bit, and that's all that gets associated with the Illuminati and all this kind of thing. Really, all that is compromising your integrity. And when you break it down to that sense, it's like, what do you stand for, and if you do stand for something?
Man, the net of it, rest in peace to Malcolm X. People like Nick Cannon are not our leaders. The entertainers, the rappers, wherever he is, he's not. Like, Nick can try to be intellectual and put a turban on or do whatever he want to do. Your life is shown. Your life decisions, all these bastard kids putting on dresses and all this stuff. You can try to keep atoning if you want to, but Nick, you need to remain in the back of the line. We can use your funds at best.
Brother can atone. I don't think it's ever too late to atone, but atonement, you show it, you exude atonement. Atonement ain't sitting up here like, yeah, I done proved my masculinity. Y'all see my offspring. That's not atonement. You are proud of your wild, unhinged deeds. So that it's not even there. And you're up here doing all this explaining. Compromising your integrity is selling your soul. You're compromising your integrity, what you stand for, your core values. That's your soul, that's your spirit. And you said, I don't care. I can let that go. Give me the money. Give me the money in exchange for my integrity. How much more do you have to spell that out? You're selling your soul.
Yeah, and Mr. Walker, like you said, it's way too much splaining for me, because would you, like Nick Cannon, all the sons you have, would you let them wear a dress? Yes or no? Therefore, that's what we need to be talking about, and that's what we need to put on the forefront. We already know what you did, and okay, you didn't know. We get it. You were younger. Nobody was really protecting you or making sure that you didn't do stuff like that. But now that you are grown, now that we know what we know, what are you trying to tell the actors that are up and coming to do? That's what we need to hear you talk about, not all the stuff about your life right now. You know, what should these actors be doing? And I'm just not getting that from him. It's just too much explaining for me.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ebony. It almost seems like you said, what is he telling the actors now? Because he did touch on something. He said he would dress up as a woman and then go hop in his Range Rover. So to me, it's almost like, you know, even though he said that he didn't know the influence that he had today, I wouldn't be surprised if he told them, go ahead and do it, because later on you're going to have millions. Like he said, you know, like now he won't do it because he has the money, but you did that to make the money. So I wouldn't be surprised if he sent a younger actor out there, hey, just do this for now. And then, you know, later on you won't have to do it. So.
And here's the thing with Nick is, you know, he done sold his soul so young, like he said, he was 19, 18, whatever the case may be. It's just very unfortunate, brother. But like Ebony said, what are you doing to combat against it? Not much. He don't really regret it because it got him in the game. That's part of it. If you want to be an actor, who in control? White folks. So you got to go through that. And the very few black folks that got something going, that ain't no better with the Tyler Perrys. That's the alternative. If you don't want to go to Hollywood, go to Atlanta and Tyler Perry Studios. And y'all see he facing all kind of lawsuits from what he doing to the actors, allegedly. So, I mean, man, what can they do? Go independent? Tubi? Is Tubi truly the way for people to have these independent movies that ain't all corrupted? I mean, two things is true.
I think we're going to find out. But young men out there, just observe the subject at hand here. Whenever you forego your integrity, and put on the wig so you could jump in the Range Rover, look at this brother. He just said he got more money than he will ever need. He done hunched and procreated with some attractive women, but he still feels the need to come and do all this explaining and trying to justify his actions when he was younger. Why? Because you cannot hide from yourself. You can sit here and tell everybody around you, oh, I jumped in the Range Rover after putting on that wig. But when you go home and you got to look yourself in the mirror, that's when all those lies and all that explaining don't mean nothing.
Right. And the two individuals on the stage today, Nick is explaining about his masculinity. Umar's explaining about the money. He ain't talking about it right now, but we already know the conversations. I don't think these two, are the messengers at all. But yeah, at the end of the day, he needs to talk about the things that need to be talked about. And especially if, like I said, about saying, would he want his kids to do that? Would you want your sons or your daughters doing some of the things that you had to do to get money? But what we can do is get our reparations. We need to get our finances in order so that we can come up with our own studios and put out our own movies and our own productions and everything. That's why it's important to everybody to be on with the grassroots so that we can get our money and we can make our own movies and do it our way. And not have to rely on any white people's money.
There you go. Because that's how Hollywood, a lot of these places was built. They got that institutional money when we were still working in the field. So there's, people say, well, make your own movie, do this, do that. Well, they got such a head start and a leg up with free businesses, all this free liquid coming in to build these studios and create their own movies in the narrative. And we just playing catch up.
There we go. With Oprah and Tyler Perry, we shouldn't be having these conversations. We really shouldn't. Those two should, with all their billions and resources, it should be just too easy churning out black media movies. But we also talking about two of the most hurt people in showbiz, Tyler Perry and Oprah. They got a lot of pain in their beginning. So there it is. Pain in, pain out.
Right. And let's not forget, too, the blaxploitation movies, that's what saved the movie industry in the 70s, because nobody was going to the movie theaters to watch movies, and it was our movies that saved the theaters and saved these production studios and everything. It was our talent that did that. And so that's why people need to put more respect on our name. We did a lot for these industries and stuff, and to have our men dress up in dresses and stuff, that's a slap in the face. And we just need to get on code and just stop letting them do it to us.
Amen.
How much do I have to pay you to get that out the way? So that to me is the reason why I would no longer put on a dress.
Okay.
But I don't ridicule or even look down upon some of my brothers who do, because again, I don't know how deep it goes. I mean, I understand the subconscious, but as an individual gets a script and an opportunity or something and they want, and they're there to make a joke, they're there to be funny. Putting on a costume is one thinking, oh man, I'm selling my soul. Or I'm even compromising my integrity, where if my integrity is always in a place of openness and understanding, then I'm not really compromising my integrity. I'm just having fun. I'm going to even your point, what you're saying. I'm understanding the femininity. I'm understanding I'm strong in my masculine. So
no, you a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
Let's just go down that road. Granted, it's a costume. Like Ebony said, you still got a choice. What is it portraying you as? So even if they had a costume back there and try to dress you up like a Klansman, would you do it? If they try to dress you up like a monkey and make you go out, would you do some of these other things? So it all still gonna come down to your choices, brother.
This is that splaining. This is that inability to look yourself in the mirror. I know what I'm talking about. Y'all, it's just a costume. I really didn't compromise my integrity. You don't even believe yourself, Nick. You don't. That's why you got those facial expressions. Look at him. He looked like a uncertain, insecure teenager by the face. He never grew up. He's stuck. It's so unfortunate. I like a underdog story. Nick was never cool. He's Nick Cannon. He was a joke when it comes to masculine behavior, the way he came up. But now he got lots of money. And he trying to prove his masculinity through his weenie and his bread. This is what it looks like. It's cringe.
He just made me think about something. He said that it's a costume, right? But I immediately started thinking about Halloween. When people go out and they buy Halloween costumes, they're trying to channel something, especially adults. They put on a Halloween costume. They're trying to play out something. So to me, I immediately start thinking, like, if a man's putting on a dress, and he's saying he's getting in touch with his feminine energy or whatever he was saying about that. Are you trying to channel, something that's there? So I don't know. Could be.
If I can play in my feminine, and it has nothing to do with my sexual preference or any of these ideas, it's just I'm entertaining. I'm putting forth something to make other people smile and take their mind off the woes of the world to crack a joke. I don't see the issue. Now, like I said, my personal preference today sitting here is a man who's made hundreds of millions of dollars and feels like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm also not going to get out there on a hoverboard or a skateboard and make myself fall for it. But, at 19, I did it. You know what I mean? I was doing all type of wild stuff. But as right now, no. So, again, to the brothers who have done it, my hat's off to you, no judgment to you. But I ask you, again, I was long-winded, but sitting on this couch talking to a professional, did I go wrong? Did I do something wrong by wearing a dress in my younger years?
I want to quote one of our elder grandmaster teachers, Professor James Small.
Yes.
He said, in response to a question about movies, media, and entertainment, he said, all content has intent. When you sit down and watch an hour and 45-minute long movie,
right,
and you know this better than most, being the successful actor you are, everything that you saw on that final cut, from the color to the background objects, to the pictures, to the clothing, to the conversation, to the symbolism, everything had a purpose in communicating the overall message of that movie.
Yes.
So if we will admit that entertainment is a weapon of indoctrination, In an age where we see a war against not only the life of black men, but the survival of black masculinity, how can a black man putting on a dress not be a problem?
I would bring it back to everything that I just said. What is the issue? And again, because by that means you're telling me you have an issue with understanding the feminine within the black man.
No. And the truth
Oh
ain't
my
in you.
God, Nick. The problem is you the hit dog. And the thing is you are compromised because you have done it yourself. So you are not sitting here as a man who never wore a dress. You will have a totally different perspective, but you're trying to save face because you're like, I've done it. So I'm not going to condemn myself. So it's not so bad. All right.
That's why you can't atone, brother. You can't atone. You must condemn your past actions to atone. There's no other way. You got to have some shame. I got shame for being a crash out back in my day. I got shame for my egregious driving record when I was young. I got shame. And I shows it. I will talk about it so that other folks don't make the same mistake. Nick saying, go ahead. Nick saying, go ahead and play dress up and play in your fit. That's wild as heck. He said, play in your feminine. I'm just playing in my feminine. It sounds like a woman playing with herself. I'm playing in my feminine. This is cringe. I knew it was coming. Dr. Umar, Nick Cannon. Yeah, I knew it was coming down the pike, but it's more cringy than I thought.
Right. And actually, Dr. Umar is hitting on all the points. He's trying to get him to understand, where he may have went wrong. And instead, like you guys said, of him just taking accountability, you know what? I was wrong. I see it differently now. I would never do it now because I have the money, but I see what you're saying. I see that I shouldn't let these industries pimp me out, just for money and stuff like that. Cause that's what it is. They're basically just telling you whatever they want you to do for money, and you're getting paid for it, but at what cost? Like Dr. Umar is saying, he's trying to break it down to him, but he's just not getting it. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to atone, like Mr. Walker was saying. It is okay to apologize to the community and to some of your audience and people that may have been affected by what you did. It's okay to do that. And as a man, that's more masculine than just hiding around get out that femininity, not taking accountability, and get in that masculine that you say you have. So, and just atone and take accountability.
With understanding the feminine within the black man.
But I want us to make sure we draw a distinction between feminine energy and female sexuality. Because when you spoke earlier about being secure in your masculine and being able to entertain your feminine, I can respect that.
Right.
But we're not talking about entertaining the feminine because we all have that balance within us.
Right.
But masculine and feminine energy is not the same as male sexuality and female sexuality. So for example, certain feminine trait, patience is a feminine trait.
Absolutely.
You see that. Tolerance is a feminine trait. So when Dr. Umar says, absolutely, I can step.
All that. So there you go. Yeah, it's like, I like that, Umar. Yeah, get him. You're good for something. So like he said, you crossing the line of sexuality. Like some people will say a man doing dishes can be feminine, or changing a diaper. You might be tapping into your feminine. Not putting on a dress. Different. Nurturing, but no, not putting on dresses and acting like a woman. That's sexuality.
Amen. Thank you. Shout out to Umar for drawing a hard line in the sand, because I personally despise, folks say, men have divine femininity in them just because of this war on masculinity. But I'm not cantankerous, but I like that. So feminine traits that men have, I hate saying that, says emotional sensitivity, nurturing behavior, changing diapers, doing dishes. I can respect that. It got nothing to do with the sexual nature, though. Being compassionate, fair. That's as far as we going as far as feminine characteristics in men. The nurturing the more pleasant side, because men are disagreeable by nature. Iron sharpens iron because of friction. So that's more masculine, but okay. So just being nurturing and kind. We're going to leave it there.
Yeah, I love the way that Umar is breaking it down to him. He's right about everything. So shout out to Umar on this and this only.
There we go. You got anything, Courtney?
No, I agree, and for some reason, I think that that Nick is starting to feel some type of way about being in those dresses back in the day. He like something's going on there. That's what I'm picking up on.
Yes, Sister Court. That's why he's doing all this explaining, and he wants to get some of the weight off of him. I'm telling you, man, he got to be look himself in the mirror, and he like, you know what? If I can get the Prince of Pan-Africanism, King Kong consciousness to agree with me, some of this weight could come off of me, but it ain't happening that way.
Exactly.
Into my feminine to nurture my queen,
right?
Nurture my children.
Right.
I'm gonna step into my masculine to provide for my queen and protect my children.
Right.
But when we talk about female sexuality
and the images,
absolutely. For children who consume more television per capita than any other ethnic group in America. So the messages you put in those movies are going to hit our children 50 times harder because they're more dependent on television than anyone else. And they're less likely to have a father at home, Nick. So you're talking about a black male role model who took me this far in my life as a masculine example. And now you're going to put this on, which is now going to force me as an innocent child to entertain all of what can come from putting on that dress.
So then what about the empathy for the community that, because now, probably now more than ever, before we saw, Jamie as Wanda and it was hilarious. You know what I mean? We saw Martin as Shanae, it was hilarious. We saw Eddie and the Clumps, hilarious. But the conversation about being transgender wasn't as loud.
Yes.
The conversation about the rights for the LGBTQ plus community wasn't as loud. So now, though, that imagery actually stands for something more than just a laugh.
My point.
So, but in an empathetic form, we want, our family and the transgender community to not be discriminated against.
I think Nick is blurring lines. I don't think any of them characters are funny. I done told y'all. I'm not into it. I don't think it's funny. I think the people are funny. I think Martin Lawrence is funny. I don't think Big Mama is funny. That is not funny to me. I think Eddie Murphy is funny, but like granted, when he get into some of the stuff, it's like, but no, it's the character, the man behind all of it. And then Hollywood is forcing that man who is hilarious into a dress, the man we all love, and they know we're going to laugh at him and support him. And that's kind of our fault for not holding people more accountable, but different time in history. So today, I don't think any of that stuff is funny.
Because we know now. We are not ignorant. We're not looking at it as just purely entertainment. Shout out to Dr. Umar. This is where he serves the community best. Talking about, subconscious things that we take in. And I'm heavy on this. Everything. If that's a real thing, our subconscious has a huge effect on our life. Things we take in, watching mindless television, right? You can sit there and say, I'm watching it just for entertainment. However, with your subconscious, it is absorbing mannerisms and characteristics. I would make the argument to any woman out there that likes watching Real Housewives or Where the Hell Ever, and all they do is argue and bicker. You get into a confrontation with your man, and I all but guarantee you, your subconscious is going to reach back to what you have absorbed with all that bickering and nagging and terrible conflict resolution, and it's going to come into your house. That is how it manifests.
Right. And he keeps bringing up the actors of the past and stuff who have actually come out and said that they regretted dressing up as a woman and saying that they would never do it again. They did their atonement. But since we've had movies like Bamboozled and Hollywood Shuffle and all of those movies that kind of, portrayed us or kind of shined a light how we are portrayed in Hollywood and stuff, he's just still not getting it. And this is the thing, they had to do what they had to do before we have the knowledge and the education that we have now. we see things for what it is now. We've had movies like Buck Breaking and learning why all this stuff is even going down in the first place, and other movies. So it's like he's just refusing to see it, but we've already been taught that this stuff is not okay. Don't go back to what happened in the 70s and 80s. We are in the 2020s, and we're talking about the things that we know now, and he's just dancing around it.
Yeah, he's really not taking any accountability for it. And I'm starting to wonder, like, did one of the women that he's been with say, like, hey, you wore a dress and you wore better than me? Because he's really starting to, it just seems like something is really going on with him. I don't know. We shall see.
Man, I'm trying to tell you.
Appreciate your many-faced God. Says the Shy had a diabolical scene where 4 men, I'm supposed to be afraid to read these things, where 4 men was dressed in drag talking about ninjas ain't ish. I was like, what the F? Who the F wrote this BS? Yeah, one guess. Appreciate you, D. Says, sadly, the DC suspect may be a brother named Cole. Oh, the thing with T-Money, I seen, I guess, yeah, something went down.
Okay, man.
Appreciate you, brother Jada Gray. Says Nick lets 4'9" little peoples lotion his ankles. Money. All right. Shout out to the International Quiet Storm. Always good to see you. One of KS's original moderators. Says these 2 poor excuses of men have created more baby mamas. Meanwhile, I get stereotyped into their foolishness because I don't have kids. They are both pathetic, and I don't care who's offended. Ain't nobody offended, OG. We appreciate you.
Straight like that, straight.
Gotta get that money. I ain't got no time to play. I'm just gonna make that goddamn money and keep it moving. You hear me? Just stack and stack. You hear me?
Big shout out to Ham Dog Come Through Like He Do, sponsoring the show, The 50 Ball. Say shout out to the beautiful and educated ladies. We appreciate y'all time and input. Thank you. Amen.
Thank you, Ham Dog. Appreciate it.
Appreciate that, brother.
Come on, just bring it. I need you to stand up while y'all not moving. Come on. Don't make me push. Thank you, sir. There go money. She touching you. Where they get that money? I can see money from a long way.
Elder Gregory Kelly,
That's right.
$100.
Everybody get something in your hand. Come on and put it right here.
Elder Ham Dog, $50.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
You muted. Can't hear you, Mr. Walker.
Jeez Louise. Shout out to Jada Gray. Says Nico, Sashay, Shantae face ass. Respectfully. You can't put respectfully after that statement, Jay.
There we go. I'm gonna let them land this plane. We're gonna move on.
Not to be in a state, because we'll talk about this in a minute too, to be suicidal.
Yes.
Not to be in a state where they're looked down upon in society.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, it's the body of earthlings. We are all human beings. We're all one.
Okay.
So in that sense, as much as one child or one household may look down upon a black man in a dress, there's other households and communities that see that as liberating.
Oh God.
To see that as a way to where, I can breathe.
Okay.
Because if there's levity in what we can all laugh and enjoy, then maybe the severity of someone who is really dealing with those issues, then now there's an entry point for dialogue.
Okay.
There's an entry point for conversation, because
I'm trying to let them go, but the bottom line, we talking about right and wrong. We are adults. We all know the difference. Like, there are some houses that still think we should be in Jim Crow and picking cotton. Don't you understand? That don't make it right just because a household may agree with it. Like, and that's how they raise their children. That's what's wrong with the world. We know what's right and wrong. So don't sit here and say, there may be a household that don't see it as liberating as black men wearing dresses. Where? And show us the men leading these households.
To heck with that. Which household do you want to represent? We are men. We draw lines in the sand. Which household do you want to represent? Do you want to represent the nuclear family of strong young men and feminine, intelligent women? Or do you want to represent the household where folks are elated to see you wearing a dress, Ninja? Okay, that could be true. But again, what do you represent? We need more folks to represent our culture for all the right reasons instead of just, they like it. A freaking sellout. The more this ninja talks, oh my goodness, sellout, coon behavior. Do whatever you got to do for a bag and deal with the consequences later. This is what the consequences look like, Sister Courtney. You keep saying it. Like, what's wrong with him? What has transpired in his life as a lately that got him battling these demons? The answer is he never stopped battling them. He getting older. And as men, as we get older, it becomes less and less possible to lie to yourself and to others. So now them lies he done told himself, they not working, sister. They're not working.
Yep.
Yeah, and if Nick is talking about all these other communities like it, why don't the men in their communities dress up in the dresses? And are there actually Black men in these communities, in these households that you're talking about pulling up to and do all this for? Have their people do it, not in our community, because there is history behind it. We were forced to do that during the most tragic times of in our history or whatever. So it's different. It's not like any other community. No other community were forced to have their young boys and their young men and even their men wear dresses and stuff like that. There's a deeper history to it. And it's unfortunate that he's not seeing it, but there are some people that we just need to leave behind, y'all. I'm sorry, because he ain't getting it.
Yep. And I know I keep saying this, but the more that he keeps talking, it just makes me think that something is going on there, because I don't know if someone has told him something recently or if it's something that he's been carrying with him, because maybe that's why he had to have all those kids by all those different women to prove something to people that he was, maybe he wasn't like that. So maybe people had told him, hey, are you like this or something, and now he's starting to feel some type of way about it. And that's why he mentioned, I have all these kids. I proved this. Well, you didn't prove anything, but maybe you were trying to. So there's something there.
And I think he got two things fighting in him. So people know he got the condition with his health. So they say try to have all them kids. So he got donors for different organs and stuff, where he can find more positive matches. And another thing is, we know Nick got into an issue with the Little Hats, whatever, 2 or 3 years ago, whatever it was. And they made him apologize, to get his show back. It was a lot going on. So Nick has been on the straight and narrow since then. And now they got him under their control. He's compromised.
I forgot about that little apology tour. You right. Shame, shame, shame.
As much as we talk about all Black men, putting on a dress for money, he's compromising his integrity. Mm-hmm. There's a deeper conversation to when we deal with real issues, as my friend and good brother Dwayne Wade has to deal with as a father.
Oh my God.
He has a child who is a member of the transgender community.
Yes, sir.
The same way as, my brother Marlon Wayans, and his children. So now that conversation has layers to it.
Okay.
Because for one, I love Dwayne and his entire family. I love Marlon and his entire family. Anyone who, and based off of however someone identifies, I love your child. I love you. Mm-hmm. And sometimes these examples to where they once looked down upon, it's like, it's looked at as, okay, we can all have this conversation. We can all, I have no problem with my brother entertaining us in a dress. I have no problem with someone having a child from a transgender lifestyle or community or background. I want to say the correct thing to not offend anyone, but in that sense to where we're all experiencing things to where there is no cut and dry way to say this is right and this is wrong. So to me,
let me ask you a question,
okay,
Nick, respectfully to jump in.
Yeah.
Can ignorance ever be an excuse for irresponsibility? That's one question. My other one, can my humor be an excuse to engage in behavior that hurts the community?
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! So there we go. The interview sort of stopped there, at least this part of it. And You know, Umar sitting back listening and asking his questions. And, you know, Nick is just trying to justify his stance. A lot of times we can be trying to please too many people. We can have too many friends or whatever the case may be. Are these people really your friends? Even up here doing this show, we can't be sitting here like, oh, I can't say this or I can't say that. You might have been somebody in the chat or this or that. The truth shall set us free. You can only speak the truth. So when Nick's sitting here like, oh, D-Wade, you know, son, and Marlon Wayne's son is zesty, and I don't want to offend them because they my friends, so I got to take this stance because some of my friends' kids is zesty. So I don't want, you see what I'm saying? So it becomes a thing. I get it, but I don't know.
Cowardice. Absolutely not. Like I said, that you can have a standard. You can be proud of being a straight heterosexual male and not have hate in your heart. I can't stress this enough. Shame on anybody try to shame a man for one thing and having a strong desire for his son to be straight as he is. We want to bond with our kids too. We definitely want to bond with our sons. That is passing that's passing down our spirit, our energy. Man, your son, that's huge. We want to be able to talk to our son about the birds and the bees. Don't no straight man know how to talk to know his son about trying to appease a dude. We want to bond with our children. It is evil for these weird cultures say, oh, you wrong. No, we want to bond with our kids. So we want that strong connection. I could tell my son how to treat a woman. I could tell my son how to present himself. I can do that. I could be of use. But if you want a man, I got nothing for you. I can't help you navigate that. I'm useless to you now.
Right. And there's other ways that you can support your friends' kids, like the EJ Johnsons of the world or whatever. You can, show up to their events and donate to their whatever causes that they have. You don't have to put on a dress. You don't have to be their representative. They know how to put on a dress better than some of these other women I've seen out here or whatever. You don't have to do that. You can support your friends in other ways. We're talking about a very small percentage of people, and you're talking about your celebrity friends. We're talking about our community as a whole. We're talking about all 45 million of us, not just this small percent. You don't have to be the representative. That doesn't mean you don't have to support them. I don't, if I have a son or whatever who is transgender or whatever, I wouldn't want a masculine man in the family or whatever to feel like he has to try on a dress just for my son to have representation. That's just not what it is. So his logic is just not making sense.
That part. I'll get you in, Sister Courtney, get your last thought on this.
Stand for something or fall for anything.
Well, I was going to say this, as we all are raising sons up here on this panel, it's obviously an obstacle as far as, somebody who you may be friends with today. And 10 years from now, their kids are doing different things. And, are you still friends with these people? Do you want your kids around their kids? These are real things that are going on.
Yeah. In that situation, I think I would still be friends with them, but there would be limitations on where I would have my kids surrounding them, because there's a way to be respectful. And then there's also a way to have guardrails around the relationship, like boundaries. So I think that would be the thing for me.
I agree. I agree with that. It's out there. I done been to my kids' school. I done seen what's going on. I done seen some of the alternative lifestyle individuals. Help it, Lord. And I teach my kids absolutely no hate. With that being said, we have standards and boundaries and all that. No physical. You ain't got to do all that physical contact. Man, we shake hands. You know what I mean? A little dap, but all that hugging and stuff. Absolutely boundaries for safety reasons. Yeah, I get triggered when it comes to this conversation. Like it is perfectly okay being a straight man and having straight man mannerisms and standards. Do not let anybody shame. Absolutely not. I don't like that. I ain't dealing with that. I don't want to be around it. God bless you, but that ain't part of my life. That is how you combat this madness. No hate, strong boundaries, very strong, unbreakable.
Yeah. And I don't think that anyone should have a problem with that, because when you're dealing with kids, kids are impressionable. So depending on what age they are, they'll start seeing this and think that it's okay. But if you explain to the person like, hey, this is not what I want for my kid, so you and I, we're still cool or whatever, but there has to be like some boundaries around it. I think that the average person should get it, and if they don't, then I think that would be a time when maybe the friendship may come to a halt, and it is what it is at that point.
That's it. So I say, anybody out here parenting in this generation, you definitely got to be educated and up to speed on just about everything. This is the hardest generation in the history of mankind to raise children out here. You can't be lazy with it. All right. It's a wonderful journey, but you got to be into it 100. And yeah, for real, because there's a lot of powers out here trying to destroy the children.
That's it, mistakes. We have to be in tune. That's my passion, coming up the way I did. I love it. I love the challenges and I love the responsibility. Why? Because today I know the benefits of pouring into our kids. They are treasure, man. The older they get, we don't know what our kids going to be. Scholars, athletes, intellectual, and you don't know, but they are going to be a huge blessing. But you only get that blessing by pouring yourself into them, being present, being proactive, talking about these things, man. I drop my kids off at school, and that's when I really use that time to talk their ear off, make sure they are somebody, they do make a difference, or words of affirmation, all that stuff. But yeah, just be present. That's what it's all about. It ain't about buying your kids Jordans, the latest clothes. None of that stuff matters. Be present, teach, educate, and give love.
Right. And it's good to also to piggyback off what you guys are saying is to teach our kids that a lot of the things that they're doing in entertainment is for money. This is not real life. The things that they're doing is not something that you need to be doing or because they're kind of compromised to get a bag, like we've all been talking about. And showing our kids different, just educating them, teaching them about why things are not okay to do, and showing them the reasons why, not just saying don't do this, but show them why, show them, all the movies and stuff we've been talking about, and show them the interviews where the actors have kind of retracted and said, you know what, I didn't think that this was cool. Nick's not going to do it, but there's many more that was. And if you want to know another interview that you can watch is that Cat Williams one that he did with Uncle Shay Shay, and how he was saying that he wasn't going to be in certain movie roles and stuff because he was not going to wear a dress. So there were a lot of people who stood on business, and they were not on this little clown show that Nick Cannon's on right now, unfortunately.
Appreciate you, brother Jada Gray. Says Nick, what did I say? Nick O. Oh, we got that one. Respectfully. Appreciate your sister Nice. Says Nick is talking out both sides of his neck. Per usual. Appreciate your brother Jada Gray coming through this evening. Says Nick give back hugs to his male peers respectfully. See what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Yes, but absolutely not, son. Don't let nobody grab you from absolutely under no circumstance. Absolutely not.
So there we go. So as far as this goes, we're going to let Dr. Umar do the honors of throwing Nick in the pit. You've been spared tonight, Umar. This was your good deed for the week.
There you go. Tread lightly, ninja.
Madness. Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me?
Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Yeah, y'all wild back hugs. Absolutely not. I seen that goofy clip. What was it? Jaden Smith, Will Smith's son, was hugging up on Justin Bieber back hug style. It's so wicked.
Wicked work. So here we are. We talking about enough. Embarrassing behavior is costing us respect. I'm gonna pull this up. This be embarrassing behavior. Joy Taylor. Joy said it's black men's fault. All right, we are evil, and she got smoke.
She present like a white woman right there.
This digital blueprint CNN story investigation into motherless.com. It revealed a clear web subculture where predators share illegal content and teach it. So it's essentially an academy. It is a website that shows videos of women who are passed out and being abused by their husbands or boyfriends. There's other content on the website as well, but this is obviously what the CNN investigation is about. And through that website, these people get in touch with each other, talk on Telegram or other WhatsApp groups, and they share information on how to wives or girlfriends, drug dosages, techniques to avoid detection. And the website had 26 million hits during the time where CNN was doing this investigation.
So two things can be true. This ain't got nothing to do with melanated men. I'll tell you that right now. 99.9% of that, and most of it probably wasn't even in America. Let's just call it what it is. This was over in some other country. Granted, but now they all saying, look, they act like this is a smoking gun. Look, 20-something million men went to this website where they all on there sharing secrets with each other on how to seduce their wives with stuff, how to DRUG your wife and make her fall asleep so you can have your way with her and all this stuff. And it's like, ain't no brothers on there.
What the heck are you talking about? Your wife, man, y'all, this don't make no type of sense. If your woman ain't elated with you grabbing and touching on her, that ain't your freaking woman. Talking about you gotta use substances to make her go to sleep. What in the hell are we talking about? It's your woman. I'm over this. This is with more drawing wicked wedges in the dating, mating, and rage baiting market. Here we are. I'm over it.
Yeah, and Joy, she took her little braids out and she got her little Becky highlights or whatever, and now she's talking crazy out of the side of her neck. Because I guarantee if we look at those accounts for those 42 million or however 26 million, however many she said, those accounts are going to be linked to other people in different countries. Being black is not indicative to just in America, well, I won't say that, but there are melanated people in other countries. It doesn't necessarily have to do with us. And I'll guarantee on that site, there was probably more of her the community that she's channeling with her highlights and everything than our people. So there's been a lot of talk against our black men and stuff this week with unaliving their women and doing this and that and all that. And I just want to say that is not the majority, and don't be putting this on our black men, because this is not our people
at all. So she gonna go down this list of atrocities, and here we are.
That's a lot to process. And I have some thoughts, but then I wanted to get to the other story, which was the former Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, Justin Fairfax, murdered his wife, Dr. Serena Fairfax, in their home and then took his own life. They had a court-ordered move-out date, same roof separation, so they were already in the process of getting divorced, and immediately the conversation around the death turned to the murder and his death, suicide, turned to mental health and mental struggles and lost potential. He was dealing with sexual assault allegations and lost his career. He's an Alpha Phi Alpha, so his fraternity brothers were posting these really elaborate rest in peace, dear brother posts about his death, not even mentioning his wife. Roland Martin did a piece talking about mental health and how to avoid these sort of situations, which got a lot of pushback. Sophia Nelson also talked about her relationship with him, and it effectively erased Dr. Serena Fairfax's life and positioned Justin Fairfax as a man who essentially his potential was just never really seen, and not the reality of the situation, which was that a woman who was going through the proper channels to protect herself and her family was violently and intentionally murdered by her husband, which is full stop the story.
So she's on this campaign to try to demonize black men. And we actually talked about this story over on the Truth Over Lies channel. Make sure y'all go subscribe. We think we dropped a video today about it. You know, the mental health, this guy, and there's a lot more to the story. And like you said, even this, you know, his history on where the type of schools he was going to and the people he was around, we're trying to put everything on black men. That was not his influence.
Amen. Absolutely. You know, just what is the desired outcome from this rhetoric? As Dr. Umar said to Pander Nick Cannon, you know, what's the intention? What's going to be the effect? She knows what it is. Salute to this bitter, alpha widowed, forever unmarried, unsatiated sister. She like, if I can't have, you know, the beautiful relationship within the beautiful sanctity of marriage and commitment, can't none of y'all ninjas have it. All the black men are evil. Leave them alone. Everybody be miserable. Misery loves company.
Yeah, and she can, you know what, she can speak for herself. Just because nothing worked out with you, I have black men all surrounded me that would go to war for me, that protect me every single day, that provide for me and all that type of stuff. So I don't run into men like that. And I'm not even sure where she's getting this information from. That's why it's good to look into people's backgrounds. Fairfax, I don't know if that's a FBA name. I'm looking at people's names and everything. I just want to see where it is, because we're not going to pinpoint that onto our men. You know, our men are some of the best dads, and you know, the ones that are married and stuff are great husbands. So we can't be putting, you know, into this rhetoric and stuff and feeding into this, because this is not true. This is not our people. And she's probably being paid to put this propaganda, because they are trying to say that, you know, the black men are bad and don't be with black men, and go find you a Brad or a Chad or a you know, a Jose or whatever. And no, that's not always the case either. So how about you just leave our men alone and really tell where these people's information is coming from, because she's not speaking on it. And just because they're melanated doesn't mean they're from our country.
You know, here's my thing. Why won't you? I told you, you come up here with an argument that has an extreme bias and it's going to fall on deaf ears on a very limited audience. Right. Why won't you come up here saying this? Why? I never heard a woman recite this CDC data that states it's on the first couple sentences. I looked up, what race of men are the most active fathers? Black fathers, including those who do not live with their children, are often more involved in daily activities such as bathing, diapering, feeding, playing, and reading with their kids, compared to white Hispanic fathers. You won't find nan bitter modern woman that will acknowledge this. No, we just evil and we deleters. That's all. Forget the data. Let's go for the emotions and these few examples. But I get it. It's hate.
Right.
And I'll get you in, Sister Courtney. The net of it is, I don't think anybody's disputing some of this stuff. There's bad apples in every group, but it don't mean chop the tree down.
Yep. Yeah, that was what I was going to say. There's people that do bad in every race, every group of people. So just to kind of set the narrative that black men are the ones who are out here doing this type of stuff is not good. And it's not something that she needs to be pushing, because it's not true. And it goes back to those like stereotypes. She's trying to push a stereotype that is not there. So I don't agree with her.
Right. And then you guys, when we look at, you know, different people in different countries, and like we can even just use Africa, for example. And I'm not saying all countries or whatever, but some of those countries in Africa, they don't even have rights for their women. So their men are allowed to treat them any type of way. And if you talk to women around the world, they prefer to be with American black men, because American black men actually treat them better, because they're not treating them like the men do in their homeland and their home country. So it's just simply not true. All around the world, women don't have the rights, and the men are allowed to you know, abuse their wife, do all sorts of things, and the police don't do anything about it. They don't even have the protection. That is not something that happens here in a larger scale. So she just needs to stop with this.
And then this story just, it's really hard to talk about. And the more that the details come out about this, the angrier I get, the sadder I get. But in Shreveport, Louisiana, a man named Shamar Elkins murdered 8 children, 7 of his own, ages 3 to 14, execution style. He also shot in the head his ex-wife and his current girlfriend. There are lots of details still coming out about this. Another child escaped by jumping off of the roof. The 2 women are in critical condition. The child who jumped off the roof is dealing with broken bones and recovering. And this massacre was just a horrible bookend on a week of really horrific stories, and just represented the worst case outcome of a domestic situation that was escalated. And it's just been a painful reminder that society prioritizes the legacy, the complex legacy of the perpetrator over the safety of the victim. And you have anonymous users on Motherless. You have people who are at the height of political power. You have veterans. You have fathers.
Here's the thing. Joy, she don't ever come up here and directly say, black or white or any color or put too much context to it. But we know what she's talking about more times than not. I mean, she has a disdain for melanated men. We know that she's into Brad and them. She didn't date the executives. And we know her story about how she say her white mom was being abused by her black father. So, that's her word. So we can see what a lot of this is rooted in. And she really does. She thinks black men are bad, and that's unfortunate for her.
And you see now, after Joy came up here, touching on that most heinous instance of that dude in Shreveport deleting them babies, you see how heinous it would be if we didn't touch on that. You see, so that's why it counts to call it down the middle and not have a bias. We touched on that. We condemned that to Hades. You see what I mean? But they won't acknowledge that. We ain't got no problem calling it down the middle and saying there are wicked men out there. That's why we are sounding this alarm. She brought up the one sister being deleted by her black man, this black male that deleted the children. And why not bring up that the white man that deleted the sister over there in Africa? That all happened around the same time. You see, she up here being a journalist. All of these terrible, heinous things happen at the same time, but it does not fit the agenda talking about Zaddy hurting that sister. You see, that's a bias.
Right. And so I didn't even know that stuff about Joy, about her dad and her parents and all that. I mean, it all makes sense. Just because you didn't, have a good relationship or anything, you don't need to go off and talk about the men in our community. Is she even black? I don't even know what's going on anymore because she looks like a Karen right now. So, I mean, and it is what it is. That's besides the point. But she's only pinpointing what she talks about. What she's not talking about is all these, white men, like you said, that are going off and creating different crimes and people doing mass shootings. There was a white police officer that tried to pull up to it was a black rally or something and wanted to delete people there. She's not talking about stuff like that happened. It didn't happen, but he wanted to and was caught for it. So that was like on the news and stuff like that. Talk about things in your community. This is why I just don't like when this stuff happens, because it's just disingenuous. And, she's only just talking about it because of her relationships that she's had with black men, not because they're bad as a whole.
And there you go. Do you got anything, Sister Courtney? I'm gonna let her keep going. She ain't done. Sit back.
All of these monikers to describe the people, the men who are perpetrating these horrific acts onto women and children. And the focus is on the why rather than how we can protect women and children. And to get to the personal side of this whole conversation and why I put those 3 stories together is I've talked a lot about being a domestic violence survivor. I've dealt with domestic abuse my from the time that I was born. My very first memory on this planet is my father chasing my mother around the kitchen table and her begging him not to hit her. I have witnessed, unfortunately, every single different layer of abuse, from financial abuse to spiritual abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse, mental abuse, sexual abuse. And I've seen the terror that these situations can cause, the generational trauma that tremors from men behaving this way. I've dealt with it from a domestic perspective, from obviously being in a home as a child. I've dealt with it as an adult. I've had extremely close friends of mine, a friend of mine murdered by her ex, who she got a restraining order against, started her life over, and was shot in the face and killed, leaving behind 2 young children. I've seen all of this from a very, very personal place.
Oh my God. We get it. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world, which a lot of this stuff is mutual combat. You know what I mean? A lot, like, there are events that lead up to other events, but nor are we condoning, men putting hands on women for any reason. But, these relationships be toxic. A lot of this stuff be responding. I got a friend of mine that got deleted by his wife a couple years ago. So the real thing, they had a toxic relationship, and whatever may happen, she ended up deleting him, pew-pewed him in the head and all that. So it goes both ways. A lot of stuff is extremely toxic. But I see you want to get in, Courtney. What you got?
No, I was going to touch on that because I heard her say that she has seen men behave this way. And I was going to say, let's talk about how many women behave this way, because there's a lot of women who are out here not only deleting men, but also beating them up. Men just don't come out and talk about it as much as women do, because men are ashamed. If they come out and say that a woman was beating on them, then they're looked at as weak. But there's a lot of women who beat on men as well as delete them. So she needs to bring that up also.
Shout out to my mama and them. I see that. We cannot allow our past hurt and terrible experiences to mold us in this way where we have these extreme biases that we carry into adulthood. I grew up around the most wickedest of women. I grew up around women that served up black pills, stripped a man's heart from his chest, physically hurt men to where there was bloodshed. Did I grow up not hating women? Absolutely not. I found a woman that wasn't nothing like the women I grew up around. I didn't come out all women are bad, because of damn near 100% of women I grew up around were brutish thugs. But I got enough discernment to say, okay, that's y'all. All right. I'm going to go over where the good women at. Joy Taylors of the world could have did the same daggone thing. But they ain't got no discernment, and they went wherever little men in the boat rode them to toxic situations. And now here we are.
Right. And I don't know if her journey has led her to counseling or whatever, because it sounds like she suffered things at a very early age, and it just kind of continued on, which is unfortunate. But you are still responsible for getting help for your trauma. You don't need to be like talking about all this stuff in a way of saying that, Black men are doing this and all Black men are going to do this, because that's the way that she's kind of describing it, instead of coming from a place of just talking about men in general. But we know what type of time she's on, because all the stories that she's talking about is all Black men. So yeah, just get the help that you need, and leave all of us alone, because we love Black men over here. So
And so when I talk about these stories, it's not coming from an abstract of, wow, it's so sad, wow, their lives were cut short. It's such a bigger societal problem, how we talk about these incidents, how we frame what's actually happens, how we hold the people, the men. And I have to say men, because it is men perpetrating this. The men who are abusing systems, taking advantage of the people that are closest to them, murdering and abusing women and children, and how as a society we better protect women and children, because the why is obviously not fixing things.
Y'all really don't want to have this conversation. Y'all don't want to start talking about protecting children when y'all done deleted 20 million children since 1970. Who really should we be protecting the babies from? Like, you ain't ready for this conversation, Joy. So stop trying to demonize men when we don't do the same thing to y'all, because we can very easily do it. All right, we're trying to work together and come to some resolution while you sitting here keep throwing poop in it. But no, you need to really look at some of your lady friends.
Come on, talk about it or don't talk about it. It's a scary thought. Shout out to Brother Medium Man. I remember the first time I ever heard that stat, it was him. And Medium Man was over there. He was torn. Shout out to that brother. You know, last thing that brother trying to do was draw more wedge in the dating market. And he was up there. He said, I'm tired of y'all sisters keep talking about it. He said, do y'all not know? And he pulled up that stat. 20 million. 20 million before they even had a chance to breathe. Is there no shame on that? And no, and we know the data. It is like less than 1% of women that are forced to undergo that procedure because they were raped or something heinous, you know. Very, very, very small percentage. Too many sisters, because they body their choice, lack of shame, started to use AB as a form of birth control. There's panels where sisters proudly acknowledge that they then had upwards of 7, 8, ABs, like with a smile, no shame, no drooping of the head. Yep, I did it. We when they say, then they say, oh, we listen and we don't judge, but we judge very much so.
And I would say we get it. I'll get you at Ebony. It's systematic, very much so, but like, stop trying to point fingers. It's time to sit down, and because even that, like you said, with the Planned Parenthood, and we know there's a lot of stuff going on. They was paying sisters back in the day, what was it, like $1,000 to tie their tubes and stuff like that. Like, this was real stuff that was going on. We get it.
Right. And she's acting as if even if these crimes are committed by Black men, like they wouldn't get locked up, or they're just waiting for a chance to lock up our men and stuff like that. So if they do commit a crime or whatever, they're going to be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law. It is people in her community, or the community that she's trying to look like today, that get away with a lot of stuff, and they aren't charged at a higher rate than we are charged. So I think that she needs to just kind of take a look at that. She's acting as though they're just getting away with a lot of things, and that's just simply not true, because they're waiting for any opportunity to lock up a Black man. So,
man.
Shout out to the brother Leon King out there in the layer. He says, out in the streets selling ass. Appreciate you, brother Jada Gray. Oh, we got that one. No back hugs, Scott. Shout out to Jada Gray. Says Joy is mad Ocha didn't put a ring on it in the Beyonce way.
That brother, Acho, whatever his name is. Yeah, we know. I think one of y'all said it earlier that Joy is a feminist. So I think she has a disdain for all men, but she has a pecking order, and she puts Black men at the bottom. So we get the most smoke. All right. And that's just how she operates.
There you go. Appreciate you, Travis Golston. Says Brad Plaything being misandrous to melanated men. Shocking. Appreciate you, Project Leroy. Says Joy blames melanated men. Yeah, she was laid up with Zaddy at Fox Sports. How come Zaddy not saving her? Oh, yeah. She said she will put SA charges on him. My goodness.
And she just talked about that a minute ago. You know, she was saying, oh, I've been through financial abuse and all this stuff, dealing with these networks. And they saying if they don't get no cheeks, I can't be on the air. You know, who knows? So she's been going through it, according to her.
And that stuff is not cool. We acknowledge those things do happen. Stand your ground, sisters. Stand your ground. Appreciate you, James Horton. Says her thoughts ain't my thoughts at all, brother. Appreciate you. Cowie Honcho says, I'm the victim of hashtag buzzword and more buzzword. I've seen buzzword after buzzword after buzzword.
I mean, man, she really is. This is right.
Appreciate you, brother Jay. Says Wu-Tang for the babies. Join them, not. Respectfully.
Here we go.
And my biggest takeaway is I thought of the first two stories over the weekend and then this horrific execution of this man's entire family, 7 children, 7 of his own children, and the other 8th child was their cousin, little babies, and shooting their mothers in the face to bookends these stories. My real takeaway is there's just no safe space for women in the world. There's nowhere that's safe. You're not safe at home with your husband who could potentially be drugging and raping you and putting that video on the internet and sharing it with people all over the world in private chats. You're not safe with the father of your children who, when you try to leave him and go through the proper channels to do so, he says no and then kills himself and kills you rather than moving on with his life after you stood beside him through his career journey and awful accusations, horrific accusations. You're not safe with your family and your children because you're having marital issues or having relationship issues and you're supposed to go to court, and then he doesn't want that to be the outcome, so he kills the entire family.
Oh,
I baptize you in the name of Jesus. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord. Have your way, Lord.
Listen, Joy, I see a broken, damaged little girl. She's just hurt and broken. This is sad. She really needs to go to and she one of the women who will say she's been to therapy. She done graduated from therapy. She did the work. You done did what work? The devil's work? Who was your therapist? Lucifer? What is going on?
Shout out to all the God-fearing, women-loving fathers and husbands out there. Like I told my father-in-law, and this goes for you too, Mr. X, we don't exist. We don't exist. We are freaking figments of your imagination, Twilight Zone type-ish. Why do I say that? These women would never acknowledge Black men that dare to carry themselves the way we do. We don't freaking exist. Joy said, you as a wife, you ain't safe at home with your husband. I wish a fire-breathing dragon might try to come in my house and hurt my family. I wish you might. Talking about ain't safe. That's why I said we don't exist. Your husband gonna try to DV you and get help. Get some freaking help, please. Or just stop talking, or don't. Stop talking, though.
Yeah, I heard her say that, Mr. Walker. She said, when she said that you're not safe at home with your husband or whatever, I'm like, it goes back to what I said before. Just as many men are out here doing that, it's as many women. I don't know what the stats are, but I know that there's a lot of women who do stuff like this too. So she needs to stop portraying this online or whatever, because it's not good. She's up here making to me blanket statements about stuff that I understand that this is factual, but the way that she's putting it out there, like, oh, men, or these men, it's not true. Like, this is not the majority of men. And just as many men are out here doing this, I know there's a lot of women that do this. I look at a lot of these crime cases, and there's a lot of women who are out here doing this stuff. So she may need to do some research before she comes online and just says this type of stuff.
Right. And even my experience, I've dealt with men for decades or whatever. And I've always felt safe every single time. I've never not felt safe. I've never not felt protected. We live in a country in America where, we have police and whatever, and that are here to protect us and everything. So the things that she's saying is just simply not true. You can, depending on who it is and picking the right person and not being a broken woman and continuing to be with broken men and people who hurt you, if you find the right one, then maybe you can feel protected in your home, and maybe you can feel protected with your kid's father or whatever she's talking about. She's pulling, like one little needle out of the haystack and just saying that that's all, the majority. And that's just simply not true. Yes, there are bad things that happen, in all races and stuff like that. But to label it as a whole, and all women can't feel safe. I don't know what kind of house you live in, but I feel safe every single day in my home. So, and I will continue to do that because I picked the right person to be with. And she sounds like she needs to do the same.
Amen, Sister Ebony. Appreciate you, DD. Standing on business. Says Joy's therapist is Kundra. That says a lot.
That part.
Where are you safe? And immediately people are going to go to, well, it's not all men. Well, most men aren't doing this. Well, I don't behave this way. Well, you're conflating, a few incidents with the entire world. I can tell you, it's a lot of men. Every single woman I know has dealt with being sexually harassed. Every single woman I know.
Sweet Jesus.
Most women I know have dealt with sexual assault, abuse, molestation, or rape. Most women I know. A lot of women I know have dealt with physical abuse of some kind. This is not an abstract idea. Stop whatabouting everything away from the point. Yes, women can be abusers too. Yes, women have murdered people too. Yes, women are responsible for terrible things as well. They are not the majority. They are not committing these crimes at the level that men are. And it's not about hating men. What I want for society is for men to have a safe place to express their emotions and feelings, to get the help that they need at a young age before they turn into monsters, and for us to stop blaming this on mental health. Murdering your entire family, execution style, 7 children of your own, and an 8th family member is not about mental health. It's not about seeing a therapist. These are societal issues where women and children are not protected. Putting videos of your wife, the mother of your children, online for other men to consume after you have made her tea at night and put your child's sleeping pills in there, that is a societal, systemic issue, and it has to be addressed. When I saw the story of Giselle Pellico, who was wife to bitch-ass Dominic Pellico, who was drugging her and raping her for over a decade.
Oh. Buzzword. Like, this woman is so unhinged. You act like this on your own show. Like, man. My God, no wonder it's in the tank. Like, ain't nobody over there watching this nonsense, unfortunately. Like, this is Joy from TV, and she is struggling very much so on YouTube. That Too Personal is just not taking off. Nobody wants to watch it because you too damn personal, and your thoughts ain't nobody's thoughts.
That's why I say this is the dating, mating, and rage baiting market. That's where we are. That is the evolution of this madness. I rebuke her statements about these husbands, sisters, like sister, Courtney, Ebony, folks in the chat, Mrs. Rain something. I see you, sister. The safest place on earth will be with your husband. Choose wisely. You have that power. You get to choose your husband. You get to choose your mate. You get to choose your babe. You actually get to choose. And you can take as much time as you need to make the right choice. Stop letting your lower nature steer you. That's what happens. If you ask me, that is how these instances happen. Folks choosing the wrong people. I've got past relationships when I was younger where, shoot, it was terrible. But birds of a feather. You see what I'm saying? If you with somebody that's messed up, you got to look within. Trust me, y'all match at that time. It's unfortunate. Never making any excuse for the loss of life, especially children. We condemn this man to Hades and back, but we look for the solution to stop these things from happening. So you got to start asking questions, and everybody's a suspect when the baby start getting hurt. The mama, the daddy, the grandma, everybody's a suspect. Now that's how we get to the root of it, but it ain't just, all black men are bad. We get that's not going to solve anything because it's not true.
Right. And I'm all for, what she said about, people getting mental health. and counseling and therapy and all that. Sounds like that's something she needs to do. She's talking about all the men doing it when they're boys and stuff. She needs to do that now. She should have did it a long time ago, or she needs to go back because something ain't right. Something didn't work out. So yeah, I mean, unfortunately, she's on her own podcast, so she could probably pick her own topics, and it is what it is. But we can't just pinpoint these special snowflake stories and then just label that as all the men, because that last name that she just said, that is definitely not a black name. It sounds like a Hispanic name or somewhere from another country. And it's unfortunate. That person, whoever committed those crimes, needs to be charged as they should and accordingly. We don't advocate for violence, stuff like that. We don't advocate that. We advocate for families, and we advocate for our children, and we advocate for our community. And if there's somebody in the community that's a bad wet apple, we need to get them out of the paint. And right now, it's you, Joy.
Amen.
And inviting other men to come into their home and assault and rape her. I couldn't, even saying the words, it's like, it turns to ash in my mouth. It's so unimaginable to me that you could trust someone that much, that in your own home, they are the danger, to that level. Because I'm aware that most women who are murdered by men are murdered by their spouse or their partner. That's a statistical fact. The person closest to you is your biggest danger. And for that story, for to go on for as long as it did, and really the only reason he was able to be prosecuted is because he had to take videos and share it with other people. And now we know that this is happening all over the world. There's so many stories of this. At what point do we just either accept that protecting women and children is not a charge of society, and that women and children should do whatever they can to protect themselves? Or we sit down and have the conversation of how we're raising young men, how we're holding men who are violent accountable, how you as men, when you're in the rooms together and someone makes a joke about that, or someone makes a comment, you don't hold them accountable to the highest level so they feel that shame and understand that wrong. What are we to do as women? We didn't invent this system. We don't have the power in this system. The laws are going backwards. If we speak out, we're accused of lying. If we go to the police, we're told we shouldn't have been drinking, or we shouldn't have worn that thing, or why were we in that room, or why did we get in that car, or why did we go to that house? The victim blaming is, it's past the point of being obvious. The way that these stories are reported on continue the cycle. Oh, it's such a shame. He was such a promising young man. You want a good movie, by the way? Promising Young Woman is a crazy movie. Have you ever seen that movie?
Yeah, let's just stop. Accountability. She don't want to accept it. I think those were some logical questions. It's not victim blaming. You really got to see the error in your ways and move differently. Even if you was my daughter, I would ask you the same damn questions. Why was you out there drunk? Why was you out there wearing no clothes? Why would you get into that man's car drunk wearing no clothes? Why would you go back to the hotel drunk wearing no clothes? I would ask these damn questions. Come on now. Hold yourself accountable.
She made a little bit of sense there. She says we need to ask, how are these men being raised? Bingo. You ain't ready for that answer nor that conversation. We agree, Joy. We need to look back and see how these evil men were raised as kids. I guarantee you, Joy, the smoking toolie ain't going to fit your agenda. We know what it is. Boys being raised in these overly emotional, single parent, single mom households without any masculine energy around. That's how you get men like that. Any father, what's one of the main things a father's gonna tell his son when it comes to women? If I ever find out you done hit a woman, you have to deal with me. That's what us fathers tell our sons. If I ever find out you done put your hands on a woman, you have to deal with me. Rule number 1, don't be around no woman that's going to be putting her hands on you. You messed up. Told my son that. You see that? It's the single mom's joy. We promise you this. The data is in. That's the reason why all these young black men are in prison, these single mom households. There's not enough structure and it falls apart. That's how we wind up here with 8-7 deleted young babies. That's a nug. Guarantee it.
Right. And she's talking about how, how men, when they're talking to their friends, not allowing your friends to talk about harming women. I don't know any man that will sit around and let other men talk about harming women or children, because real men don't hang out with men like that. We don't want those type of, people around, and they will get checked in our community, especially in the Black community. When you're talking about children, we don't play about our kids. And when we find out that somebody's hurting babies, we're not going to sit here and let you be in the barbershop or let you be at the club with us or wherever, or at the basketball court talking about how you're harming kids. You're going to get checked at the door. That is what we do in our community. So all the stuff that she's talking, real men don't allow this type of stuff. These small little 1% of loser men or whatever that she's talking about, that may be something that they do in the corner, but we do not do that over here whatsoever.
Yeah, I think Joy needs a lot of therapy. It just sounds like she's had a lot of bad experiences, and those experiences are really starting to come out in everything that she's talking about. And it's unfortunate because she's a pretty lady, but with the stuff that she's carrying, it's just like it's not going to age well for her, especially getting involved with men. It's not going to. A man is not going to be able to be himself around her or open up to her because of the stuff that she's putting off. It's just bad. So good luck to her. But
amen, Sister Courtney. And you know what? I think, shout out to Steve, this sums it up right here. The modern woman may not need a man, but the kids do. That needs to be put in some law. Yeah, you modern women may not need a man, but time has shown that every last kid does. Here we are.
And one thing about Joy, she's childless, just like Amanda Seales we were talking about earlier. I think Joy's about 38, 38 years old and childless, and she's miserable. No man, nothing.
Most unfortunate.
Well, if you're in the mood for a very dark film, it's great, but it's right along the lines of what I'm talking about. And I don't know. I don't know that I have the solution for this. I don't know if I'm just venting, and sometimes I do just use the podcast to just vent about what I'm frustrated about, and it sits so deeply in my spirit that we are constantly talking about this. We're constantly talking about fixing the home and fixing the family, and no abortions because we need these children in the world, and we do nothing. And I say nothing because what the fuck are we doing? What are we actually doing? You're not safe in your own home. If you can't be safe there, where are you supposed to be safe? You can't jog at night. You can't wear revealing clothing. You're supposed to have pepper spray on you all the time. You got to keep your head up when you're walking in the parking garage. You can't be too sexy. You can't be too thin. You can't have too many curls in your hair. You can't wear lashes. You can't wear makeup. You don't wear makeup. What the fuck are you supposed to do? You got to get married. But if you get married to the wrong guy, he could fucking kill you and your entire family, shoot you in the face, and then it's because it's PTSD. So, guess that's why. So sad. I don't know. I don't even know if I'm making sense at this point. But all I know is I can't fix the problem, and women can't fix the problem. Women didn't invent the system. They don't hold the system up outside of you goofy ass pick-meshas, which we'll get to at another time. Men have to fix this. Men created this. Men are at large the perpetrators of this. And yeah, just to the women who hear these stories and are triggered or have survived these experiences, very luckily, like myself, to the women who have lost sisters or friends or mothers or family members to this kind of violence, as I have, I sit with you today because it's how I felt at the beginning of the weekend. And then to see that story in Louisiana, I was just like, wow, I can't believe, because obviously this is constant, it feels at this point, but it's such a horrific, unimaginable situation. I saw a woman crying, and it was their aunt. And I talked about my nieces and nephews last week. I can't imagine the
Hair
She just going on and on. And the thing is, very little people are watching this. Like you said, she might get a couple hundred views, which is egregious. Somebody who done been on TV can't get people to watch on YouTube, but this is it. And who's watching her? Women. So y'all sitting there like, man, your ears is bleeding like most of us, but the people who do watch, they love it. It's that sprinkle audience. And, they come up here and she's preaching directly to these broken women like her. That is her audience.
We all know that each social media platform is different. On TikTok and IG, whatever, I'm pretty sure this stuff goes over quite smoothly in those more gynocratic-centered arenas. But, folks like Joy, they'll have, don't know her numbers exactly, but they'll have 1 million followers on TikTok, 800 on this one, but then they come to YouTube and they be having 15,000 subscribers. Yeah, it don't go over so well over in YouTube land. It's a gauntlet over here. Good luck spewing your hate. Hopefully you get held accountable for it, because again, what is the motive behind your message? She said it. She's hurt and traumatized, and she's just trying to pass those wicked savings down to everybody else.
Yeah, and she said that the story, that just came up recently triggered her again. And so this is why she's having this show. And it is what it is. But she also asked what she can do at this point. And what you can do, Joy, and all the other women who are watching this, is get up under some instruction and get up under some protection from a man who's going to set boundaries and rules for you. No, you're not going to be able to run the streets at night and everything, because if you're out running and jogging and going out and doing all the crazy stuff, how is he supposed to protect you? So he is going to have you with some rules and boundaries and guidelines for you to follow, especially when you're not in his presence. And that's what you're going to need, because men are the ones that are going to protect you. All y'all hyenas can get together and protect each other. That's just not really working out. So learn how to work with a man and get up under his instruction, and you will be more protected, and your life will have better results, Joy, not coming up here and talking like this.
Yeah, she talking about don't wear revealing clothing. You shouldn't be looking for anybody's validation outside your man. But I forgot, she ain't got a man. I'm sorry.
the terror and the pain that family is going through, nothing will ever be the same. That the child that survives, I mean, what? It's just, I don't know. I've run out of words. But to transition in a very hard way, because there's no way out of that conversation without it being a rough jolt. Something that I have been doing that I think I'm gonna make a part of my routine, because I consume so much, and so much out there is negative, and that's just the state of the world that we're in right now. And I don't want to abandon my cause. I don't want to abandon my voice at the expense of balance. A lot of what I've been thinking about lately is like, I'm being told I need to check out a little bit. I need to stop reading so much bad stuff. Everything, my algorithm is just, repeating and reinforcing. And I'm like, yeah, I know that's what algorithms do, but the stories have to be there for the algorithm to be filled with them. And it seems like there's just a surplus of this news, and it doesn't seem to be going away, and it doesn't seem to be getting better. And I don't know that it's just me and what I consume. So you gotta check out somehow. And yeah, I'm joining the whimsy movement. I've been on this for a little while, just introducing a little bit of whimsy in my life where I can. And, it's just this radical push for autonomy and softness, and just the right to be a little unserious in what is a very dark and unserious time in the world. So, for example, my whimsy little sweater. I love this sweater. It's a crazy sweater, admittedly, but I always get compliments on it. And yeah, it's a bright sweater. I love a little bit of color. My house is full of color. It's a pink pop girl palace. There's color everywhere. Pink and orange and yellow and blues. I am not a gray millennial. I love a bunch of flowers, gardening for sure, my music, art. I'm whimsical with love. I want to watch a movie or a show that just like brings a little fun. My dear Haley has
Hell! Sounds very miserable. What you got, Courtney? I don't know. As a woman, what does it sound like?
It sounds like she's miserable. and I am over this. Like, she is rambling. It is this is misery right here. And she's rambling, and I'm tired of her. So I know if I'm tired of her and I'm a woman, I can only imagine that a man is tired of her. Like, this is ridiculous.
She says she's engaging in her whimsical. You know, she wearing little odd sweaters and stuff. Stop trying to reword things. Whimsical means she's forgoing trying to be sexy. She's forgoing trying to be attractive. She has smashed into the wall at Mach speeds. And now she gone from being her typical old self. Now she's whimsical and artsy. Yeah, that's it. I get it. Welcome. Now, next thing she's gonna do is join the church.
Yeah, and she's talking about all that whimsical stuff and being in her house and it's all pink and cutesy and all that. It sounds like you're a Barbie in a dream house and Ken left and he didn't come back. So being that that's the case, you know, Joy, it is what it is. Enjoy your Barbie dream house and enjoy your life, you know, for the remaining of the time, because you're not going to change. But leave all of us alone who are trying to be productive in the community and within our families and within our relationships. Leave us alone.
Completely bullied me into reading these fairy books. A Court of Thorn and Roses. I'm almost finished. Great sex descriptions. A little romancy for me. Gonna be honest. I'm like, okay, girls, the biting of the neck. Okay, I get it. A little chew here and there. Leaving the mark is crazy. But anyway, you got to have some whimsy in your life and try a little bit every day. If it's a little sweet treat, if you see a cute little sweet treat, have yourself a little sweet treat. If you want to put that barrette in your hair, go ahead and do it. If you want to go all the way and go to the Renaissance Fair in a full costume, do that too. I think that you have to find, you know, whatever it is that brings joy to you. There's all this like little joy here, little joy there. You know, a little fun. There is no balance to me at this point in my life. I don't know what balance is. I'm not going to achieve it. It's not my purpose here. My purpose is to be radical and loud and explosive and ferocious. And there is no balance in there. I take naps. Okay. That's my balance. But when it comes to mentally surviving in this like really overwhelming time, I'm just going to be unapologetically whimsy when I fucking feel like it. So if I come in here and I have green hair, y'all are going to have to deal with it that day. And I'm not fucking explaining myself. This is just what we're doing. As you can see, I've changed my hair. That's pretty normal. I change my hair a lot, but who knows? Who knows what it is next week? Okay. And then you're going to have to fucking deal with it. If I decide I want elf ears, that's what we're doing. And you should too. I encourage this whimsy in your life, girls, because it's a lot and it feels overwhelming. Everything does, not just the things that I was talking about earlier. And yeah, so that's what I'm doing. So join me on my whimsy experiment. Send me your whimsy things. I'm very excited about it. I love a cute pillow. Okay.
We can't do any more of this. This is my ears is bleeding. All right, she up here acting like Mike Tyson. I'm ferocious and dangerous. All right, like what is you talking about? You are a woman, a dainty woman at that. Why is she acting like this?
Because she is completely broken. Kev said it best. Let them talk, and she won't be quiet. Let them talk, and you know, through the ear bleeding and the nausea, you know, you will start to hear some things. That was her decree. She said, I have no balance. I shall never achieve balance. I am here to be extreme, loud, boisterous, and whimsical. That's it. She said, if I start to dye my hair green, deal with it. If I come in with elf ears, y'all should wear them too. That's all you need to hear. Don't fight her. Don't debate her. Say you okay. I know where your head is at. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts, and that's all right.
Yeah, she said she's ferocious and she's dangerous, but then before you're talking about you want to be protected. So which one is it? Is it Uchiwali or is it one Mike? You need to stand on something, Joy, at this point, because you're all over the place. And then her little rant at the end, I don't know if she's been drinking or smoking something or whatever, but something just kicked in and now she's just going off on a tirade. How can any man protect that? Because a man can't protect what he can't control. And right now you're out of control, Joy.
She can't be Uchi Wally singing one mic.
So what you got, Courtney? What's your final thought?
I just think she's defeated, and it's unfortunate, but she's defeated, and it's over. It's over. I have nothing else. She's defeated.
Because I'll ask you this: a lot of the stuff she was explaining, believe it or not, people, can be fulfilled with family, children, right? She's always explaining all these boys that she got, and she can't find no balance and whatever. She ain't got no responsibilities. Like, Joy, you should have children and probably to make some pretty babies. Don't wasted them genes.
But everything that she talked about that she went through at the beginning, that's what's holding her back. She needs to get some therapy, and I think if she gets some therapy, I don't know if it's still time for her, because the way that she's talking, it just sounds like she's like, at this point, it sounds like she's defeated. Like she's pretty much like she's not going down that route. So, it's just one of those things. A lot of women are getting to that point, and she's one of them.
Sisters like Jordan had, individuals like Jordan had too many high-flying experiences. She done dated the athletes. She done been in these circles. She done dated, the great white knight. She done dated these folks. She done been on the sandy beaches. Ain't nothing now at this point. What a man that will deal with her can't come close to satiating her developed hypergamous nature. Just can't even come close. You see? And that's why now it's time to get whimsical. I'm freaking here for it. Shout out to the whimsy. We here, baby.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Appreciate you, Jada Gray, coming through like you do. Think you're one of tonight's sponsors, brother. Says majority of elderly and children are abused by women. No, don't be telling those lies, Jay. Never. Appreciate your sister Nais. Says, who raised men? She's ranting on. It must be asked. Yes, we know who raised them, sister Nais. Appreciate your brother Jay. Says, Joy let Zaddy hack and shack them flat cheeks. Shout out to Dee. Says, what was her mom thinking of naming her Joy? Should have named her Misery.
Dee, you're undefeated tonight. You got all the right picks tonight.
Man, yeah, she got Joy down there looking like Mother Mary. Hell,
looking like the one sister Drewski made fun of. Who? Earth life.
Yo,
yeah. Shout out to brother James Horton. Says, my wife doesn't have these problems. And she said, also, your thoughts ain't my thoughts. I know that's right, brother.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka! As far as that, we for sure gonna put Joy in the pit and keep it moving.
Bye, Erica.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me?
Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Woosah. Woosah must release the pain and hurt. We go come up here with those tainted messages.
Man.
Appreciate you, brother Jay. Says Joy gets soft pound back shots from 90-year-old man.
Out of pocket. Listen, all right, it's been a crazy night. Before we get out of here, I want to pull this up real quick. All right, before we get out of here, we got to talk about this because this is wild.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I fucking hate n***ers. Oh my god, I fucking hate n***ers. Like, I hate y'all. Like, I don't oh, we were slaves this and that. I don't give a but like, for a reason you guys were slaves. You guys don't know anything better than to steal. Like, oh my god. Like, I was literally eating food with my friend. He had his, oh my god, like, I don't know, por Dios, por gracias de Dios, I had my wallet next to me, like my whole purse, and those like that little small shit decided not to steal my wallet. Oh my god, I would have grabbed my heel and like whoop the out of that nigga. But like, whatever, right? But no or nothing. Y'all don't know how good it felt to say like out loud. Like, goddamn. Like, oh my God. I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps. Like, I kid you not. I don't know what the fuck came over me. I grabbed that by the neck and I was like, come here, you fucking. And oh my God, like, I felt like the world just stopped. Like, it was just peace. Like, I don't know. And then he was just like even I in my head, I was like, damn, te pasaste, because I called him a dog. Like, imagine if the downtown were there, they could have beaten my ass. And then he like stops like, you did not just call me a I was like, you're a I was like, oh my God, like, you're a and I called you a like, world peace. And I was like, what the are you gonna possibly say? Like, are you gonna call 911 because I called you a no, right? Oh.
Wait a minute. All right. So here we go. El Cato Taco Bell in the house. All right, this been going viral. Houston police officer, she has been relieved of her duties after this racist video of her saying this. She talking about she would arrest young black men and call them the N-word and all that, and or whatever the case. Just very disrespectful. And she said she was in the Marine Corps, I believe. So I don't know.
She will not suffer any consequences from this rant at all. She got relieved. She got relieved from a district that she didn't want to be at. Yeah, and now she can't prone this rant, and she waved her flag for the good old boys to come save her. She about to wind up at another precinct with folks that think more like her. That's what's gonna happen. They seeing it, they gonna say, "Come on," and they can hunch on you. Come on, get yourself something cool to drink. I all but guarantee it. Yeah, she got relieved. They always find another job, always. And then whenever things really go south, then they'll pull up their extensive record of abuse of authority. But yeah, so what? Good luck to you. Enjoy what comes to you, you wicked woman.
Yeah, Mr. Walker, you're right, because they don't get fired, they just get transferred. But the joke's on her because there were people that pulled up. There were people from the grassroots that pulled up and made sure, and they're petitioning and stuff for her not to be able to work again. That's the power of our FBA grassroots. We can make things happen when we all work together and we stay on code. And so this is supposed to be our Black and Brown coalition. This is who we're supposed to be building with and fighting for our reparations with. This is why the delineation movement is happening, and we just can't build with people like this. Not to say all Latinos are like this, but some have these kind of thoughts. Some think that they're actually a part of the white tea community or whatever, and that's why they talk the way that they talk and think the way that they think. But she got a reminder today that ain't nobody playing with her. People were pulling up and made sure that she's not going to be able to work again. And the next thing that needs to happen, I don't know if it has yet, but we were all talking about it today, is all the cases of Black people that she's gotten arrested or got convicted and stuff. They need to go back and look into those crimes, because if she already has this rhetoric and stuff and she's arresting people and they're being committed of crime, who's to say she wasn't racist during that time too? So they need to pull up some of those convictions and get our people up out of those jails and to keep pulling up for police like this who think like this, because we don't need them policing us. You know, we could do it ourselves, but we're not going to allow it to happen. So we'll keep pulling up. We'll keep doing what we're doing because it's working. We don't need people like this at all around us.
And okay. Yeah. There you go. That works. Yeah. Raise some fuss and don't let her get rehired. Okay. That's good news.
Yeah. When I saw this, I thought this is definitely horrible. And there's a lady here in Houston. I think her name is Candace Matthews, but she was actually one of the ones. She's like an activist who made sure that this lady got fired. She was on TV. She's always on social media, and she says she's really going after this lady. So she's probably going to be following her to make sure that she doesn't get hired at the next police department, which I think a lot of people are probably going to be doing here in Houston. So, like Ebony said, I do think that the cases that she had in the past, they definitely need to be pulled up and looked at to make sure that there wasn't anything sinister going on there, because there possibly could have been. And it's just unfortunate that she got online like this. I mean, just look at her, right? She's dropping in the N-word and all of that. And I mean, she she shouldn't have got on there. It's all bad for her because now she doesn't have a job. She could have, gotten her grill fixed while she had her job and had her. And I'm not taking any stabs at anybody, but this will trigger you a little bit. And when she had her when she had her dental insurance, she could have went ahead and got that top row fixed. But we see she didn't. But she's coming after all these people, of our race. And this is like, I was a little bit like, ma'am, don't do it. Don't do it. Now that Candace is on her, and I'll get Candace's information because I'm curious like what's gonna happen with this myself. So I'm happy that you covered this.
Hey, Shia.
Oh my God. I don't know. This didn't record, but it was like, I'm kind of glad it didn't record because it was like me expressing how much I hated black people after this. Like, dog, like, let me get a black person on a 911 call tomorrow, especially. You're going to jail. I don't give a You're getting treated like a bunch of
We don't give a damn if you go to Burger King, we'll follow you. If you go to McDonald's, we'll follow you. If you go to a car wash, we'll follow you. We will work like hell to make sure you don't get a job nowhere where African Americans, black men or black women, will patronize that business.
Quanell X and Dr. Matthews led a protest outside Houston Police Department headquarters, demanding the termination of Officer Ashley Gonzalez.
She must go! She must go!
This follows a rant Gonzalez recorded and posted on social media, filled with racial slurs and derogatory remarks. They are pushing for her to be fired rather than allowed to resign, warning that resignation could allow her to work at another agency. Activists also called for a review of all prior cases involving Gonzalez and requested investigations by the district attorney's office and federal authorities.
We want every single case she has ever worked on as a Houston police officer involving an African American male or female to be reopened, re-examined, reinvestigated. Because if this no good, dirty, racist cop has that mindset, that attitude, it wasn't born that night on social media. It's been in her. So how many black men, how many black women are sitting in jail, maybe sitting in prison, all because of this woman's racist, biased views toward them? We want the DA's office to launch an internal probe from the Public Integrity Division, investigate every case she's ever worked on. This woman is a no good, dirty, low-down, racist snake.
Man, so this brother up here cooking. Man, shout out to him. Y'all see him. Listen, the brother showed up and they showing out.
Yes.
There we go.
X. Yeah.
What's his name now, Courtney?
I think his name is Cornell X. And then that's the lady I was talking about, Candace Matthews. So she will definitely be following this. Yeah.
Yeah, they own it. That's the type of carrying on I'm talking about. I likes that. Got some brothers, got the sisters. Ain't nobody out there acting crazy. They making a voice be heard. They stand in solidarity. There we go. I'm digging the optics. There you go. Get a daggone desired outcome. Get her. Yeah, I likes that. You see, when I first heard this, I said I thought she wasn't going to suffer any consequence because of what happens. But so shout out to social media. Shout out to the times changing. Folks know how this goes. You resign, but you get hired elsewhere. They say, not today. Enjoy your video. You ain't getting hired nowhere else. He said, we're going to follow you everywhere. Burger King, Taco Bell, we following you.
Right. And this is the type of pull-up season type of time that we need to be on. We don't need to be pulling up to Nug and Bonquisha's, whatever, and acting a fool. We need to be spending our time and pulling up to stuff like this and advocating for our people. But one person, I don't know if you guys saw him, but he was out there trying to catch. He had his little red velvet sweatsuit on with his little chest and his taco meat out. He was trying to be on camera. And then where was he at? I saw him.
To the left, right to the left.
Yeah.
He got an arm thing.
Yeah, he had he's trying to catch, and shout out to him. But this big back, blowed out, burrito eating broad, she needs to go back home somewhere, because you're talking about our people who, if it wasn't even for us fighting for the rights and for freedom in this country, you and your little family and all your amigos wouldn't even be here. So we need to get her up out the paint, and anybody like her. We don't need people like this around us or policing us or doing anything for us because she has such disdain. We don't want her working in the healthcare industry or food industry or whatever. You don't need to be here. So they're going to follow up with this, but we need to get her up out the paint for real.
And I totally agree with him when he said he doesn't care if she tries to go. I think he said to Burger King or McDonald's, and wherever she goes, I think Candace will probably put it on her social media. And at that point, people need to write letters to whoever we need to write the letters to, and wherever they have to go, it just needs to be done. And Candace, like I said, she's always on it. She handles stuff like this here in Houston. So yeah, she picked the right one. She's gonna get what's coming to her, basically. Good. And she's probably not going to have a job. I mean, she's not going to be working anymore. So I don't know. Anyways, it's bad.
This woman is a no good, dirty, low down racist snake.
Let's be clear. That badge that she had on her comes from us, Amen. The community. Right. That's right. Who it comes from. And so you would not use that badge to weaponize us. Not in our city. Not in our city! Not in our city!
Meanwhile, back at racism headquarters. Wow, now this video is going crazy. Super viral, man. What's funny is I really enjoy it when non-whites participate in hatred of black people. I think it's a riot. When other brown people who are also oppressed, who are also put down, who are also on by usually the white majority, they decide to on black people who've never done anything to them as a whole, not individually, but as a whole, who never did anything to them, who white society looks at them like they ain't. I love when they have the nerve to turn around and talk shit about black people. It's amazing when they do this shit. So this girl, Ashley Gonzalez, I guess she feels like she's white because her name is Ashley. But Gonzalez f***ed it all up. So she decides to put on makeup, which did nothing for her. And these big snuffleupagus eyelashes. And decided to record her no-neck, football linebacker shoulder having box body built self. Shout out to Jasmine Crockett. To talk about how much she hates. I just wanted to say, I hate this. I hate this. I hate. But then she was using the word to talk about how she hates. She was always, so I was trying to, this was like, so she literally was culturally appropriating black slang and then actually used to downgrade. It's like, you understand where I'm coming from? She was going, this, and I hate. So she was going back and forth, going to, she was going to back and forth. So she was culturally appropriating, literally, and then showing hatred of black people. It was hilarious. This is what I talk about in a lot of my videos.
Yeah, she was flopping back and forth between, white and black, and forgot what she really was.
Yeah, she gonna figure it. She gonna find out the hard way. And salute to you, Sister Ebony, for making that point. Like, the only reason why that sister has the privilege to be over here and earn one of Zaddy's badges is because of the work that our ancestors put in during civil rights, Jim Crow, chattel slavery. Without us marching and risking life, limb, and sanity, no other race is coming over here benefiting. You all benefit off of the blood and sweat of our backs, and then got the nerve to come over here calling us everything but a child of God. All karma, I hope karma serve you up something most wicked.
Yeah, and it's good to check people who talk like this, especially with her, trying to, do the A and the and all that and stuff. That needs to be checked at the door. You don't let anybody disrespect you or talk crazy to you. I don't care if it's a homie or not. people need to be checked. And I teach my son that all the time. We don't talk like that. Don't talk like that around me. Especially, you know, when you have these types of thoughts or whatever. But she's going to be on the next thing smoking back to Mexico or wherever she's from, because she's not going to be able to get a job here. And she'll be giving little gocks for with Jose and Hector and all them for 20 pesos. And that's going to be all that she's going to be able to do. So when you mess with us and when you talk crazy about the people who brought you here, that is what happens to you. And good riddance.
I agree with you, Ebony. Good riddance. And someone in the chat said, I saw it come across that she'll be on OF, and good for her. And I hope she doesn't make any money on there either. So yeah, that's where she belongs with $0. Give her about 15 so she could maybe buy some eyelashes from the beauty supply, because that's all she'll be getting after Candace is done with her.
And y'all see OF. Yeah, that ain't a good idea. That's OF is falling apart right now. The women are all coming out saying they ain't making no money no more, and they wish they never did it. You know, they kudakata all online forever now, and they really didn't make what they thought. And it's a nightmare.
Yes, duh. What the freak? It's got to be so humbling as a woman and you up there and you hit record and you got your kudakata all on the screen and you got 3 people watching. That's got to be a shock to the ego.
But that's kind of like Amanda Seales tonight, y'all. She couldn't even get a job. So you're busting it wide open. You're doing all that and ain't nobody checking for you. It's really all bad right now.
Y'all got to collab. See, we don't hate y'all hateful people. Collab. So you get folks like her, Amanda Seales, collab on OF. There you go. Now you might get a handful of watchers.
When I make fun of people acting black, when I clown people who are rapping that are not black and all that, this is exactly, I'm glad this came out, because this is exactly what I was talking about. That the respect for black humanity does not equal the respect for the culture. You want to copy black people, dance, the music, this, that, but then your respect for black people never matches up. That's the purpose of those videos that I do. You understand? And I'm glad she came out and said this, because a lot of people feel like this, hating black people for no reason, by the way. What's hilarious is she kept saying, I hate chimps, I hate chimps. Newsflash, black people are not related to monkeys at all. Actually, white folks are genetically more closer to monkeys. Just to let you know that. White folks are 97% human, 3 to 5% Neanderthal. Black people are 100% human. It's been proven scientifically by white scientists. So you're wrong on that. And we don't have thin lips, and we don't take that don't belong to us. Okay? She had a lot of nerve, but we have a black woman that's on her and she's gotten fired. She's out of Houston. She's gotten fired, all kinds of shit. And you know what's really beautiful too? Is that you're Mexican, lady. So you probably will not get your job back. Now, if you were a white girl, you might get a desk duty and shit like that because there's white privilege. But you're Mexicana. You understand? You ain't gonna get your job back because you Mexican. That's your wake-up call, huh? So this is what really kills me too, man. It's like, I'm gonna tell you something. Mexico has an amazing history with black slaves. They lost Texas because they were against slavery. So Mexico was very good to black slaves. They were. So Mexican history with black people it's been pretty good from the past. So this Mexicans hating blacks doesn't even make sense. Let me tell you how I compare Mexican racism, okay? Mexican racism, Mexicans saying they hate black people is like transferring, junior college credits to Harvard. It just doesn't count. You understand where I'm coming from?
So it's a lot, dear. I see you shake your head, Ebony. A lot of people don't understand the history, and folks like her can come into the country and identify as white and put it on the census, and and it's what it is. She will believe it.
Yeah, and that's what they do. And it is what it is. But he's bringing up the history that we have with the slavery and how some slaves went down there and was able to live in freedom. That was back in this 17 and 1800s, whenever that was. What have you done for us lately? What have you done for us in the 1900s or in the 2000s when we were trying to fight for our freedom after you were brought over here? So that was all cool, but that tab has already been done because y'all were already able to come over here. So what have you done for us? So we can't just keep going back to the one thing. What about all the hundreds of things and how all your people were able to come over here and flee over the border, please don't get me started, get all of our benefits and all of our jobs and different things like that. And then you want to talk crazy about us like this? Absolutely not. She needs to go back. The place that, you guys were able to have the slaves go to, that's where she needs to be. And so, yeah, what have you done for us lately? And right now it's nothing.
Shout out to Godfrey. Like sisters like her and men too, they really think they are white. And they register so. According to the 2020 census, approximately 12.6 million, or over 20% of Hispanics or Latino residents in the United States register as white. On their job application, they are white. So they can try to get white privileges, and that you are not. That is wicked.
Not only them, I would say Asians, they're everybody besides us. Hell, probably some Haitians try to do it. Who knows? But everybody will try.
And the Somalians too, they'll say they're Caucasians. They say they're dark Caucasians. So it's all wonky.
This is right, Mr. Walker. Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. What? I'd rather die. How you gonna denounce on paper? On documentation, you denounce your blackness. You ain't worth. Leon, you different. You an exception. But
it's a thing. What you got, Courtney? What's your take?
I was going to say she may think she's white, but at the end of the day, like Godfrey said, her last name gave it away. So she's getting exactly what she is going to what she deserves, and she's got her wake up call. So everything that comes to her, it should come to her, and that's that.
You understand where I'm coming from?
Hey everyone, I'm Dr. Candace Matthews, national renowned human civil rights activist, advocate, and author, I might say. Well, we're out here today, tonight actually, in regards to Officer Ashley Gonzalez. Well, I'm going to say used to be Officer Ashley Gonzalez. So I just find it interesting that she was just so bold and emboldened to just be talking like that on social media about black people. Okay, and you think you're gonna be a police officer in my city over here displaying that kind of behavior? Baby, let me give the community an update. She is no longer working for HPD. She was gone as of today, okay, because she got that belt to that ass. Because what we're not gonna do is tolerate no police officers that's holding a badge and then you're damn racist. And then when I looked at the video in disgust because she made it clear about African Americans dropping the M-bombs, calling us monkeys and all this and stuff. First of all, ma'am, you is not to catch me out because let's be clear, your teeth smaller than that big mouth that you was over there talking about. If we gonna talk, let's talk about that. But what you're not gonna do is talk about black people, and then you're gonna say that, well, when I go to work today, that you're gonna arrest somebody black. So I've been in talks with leadership with HPD. And I made it very clear, because let me tell y'all the difference between the news and the difference between activists and advocates. What we do, we put the belt to the ass and apply the pressure. Okay, the news, they just gonna cover the story. No, we're not gonna cover the story and be done with it. We're gonna follow this because that is very dangerous. That is like a chef that don't wash his hands. Okay, that is how dangerous that is. And so, like I said, I've been in talks with leadership with HPD. She's currently under investigation, even though she's fired. But I've made my demands very clear, and I'm going to continue to apply the pressure. You are going to lose your T-code license, ma'am. Okay? You are not going to be able to work at any police agency because I'm going to follow it. And if I find out that any police agency, because I know damn sure you're not going to precinct 1 through 8. I know that already off top. But any other the 254 counties, and I find out that you're going to any one of those policing agencies, I'm going to drop that heat on that agency. And I'm going to send the DOJ and everybody up in there, and I'm going to flush your behind out like a damn roach. Baby, when I get through with you, you are going to be like wet dope. You won't be able to go nowhere. And I mean it. Because when I say I'm going to put that belt on your ass, I mean just that. Because this is what we're not going to do in our...
Man, BTA. Belt time. So, yeah, shout out to this sister. She looked like she's standing on business. We rocking with her.
Listen here. I ain't mad at her. Hat lightweight, scared of her. Get her, sister. Salute. Definitely, I see y'all talking about her fingernails. Listen, that's a different type of place. Get her, sister. Ride out. Handle your business. Yeah, get them nails on her. She said she ain't playing. She said District 1 to 8. I'm guessing that's what she control. That's what I'm talking about. Stay on a butt. This is how you get a desired outcome. Use your power, use your authority in the right ways. Salute to that sister. And definitely keep her in your prayers, because she definitely going against, the good old boys at this time. Because I saw what I saw. This Hispanic sister, she shined that daggone good old boys bat signal. She is looking for them to come and take her in under their wing. But this sister here said, not so fast.
Right. Yeah. Shout out to this sister. I love her energy. This is who we want to build with. This is who we want to pull up to and advocate for. We need to protect her at all costs, and anyone else who's out here riding for our community for whatever cause, whether it's for our freedom or whether it's for reparations or whatever. This is the type of time that we are on, and we just have to stay on code and support the people out here doing the work. Not all of us are able to be out there to do the work, but we can at least, send a cash app or, do something to help them, with whatever they need for the cause or whatever. Because it does cost to kind of, to be out here, to travel to these places and to be out here advocating for our people. So you can even do what you can, even just from home, however you can. But there are people out here doing the work and putting in the work and pulling up to all these different events and different places and standing on all sorts of FBA business. And I love to see it. And thank you guys for covering this. This was great.
Yes. And definitely want to get Sister Courtney back in. I know this your neck of the woods. You say you're familiar with the sister. This is awesome.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely happy that she's covering this because, like she said, she's not only an activist, but she's also an advocate, and she has advocated for a lot of people in the past, just on a lot of different things. But for this, I definitely think that she's the right person for the job, and she's going to get stuff taken care of. So that lady, like she said, will not work in Houston again, which is good.
Awesome.
So do we have any questions?
Candice, can you explain for those that haven't seen the video yet, which we will be releasing, what more or less break it down, what's the context of what was said?
The context on what was said by this racist. And you know what I find out that's really interesting about this is that she's Hispanic, y'all. You just like black people. Baby, I used to come pick your ass up. So why is you over here trying to pick and choose race and all that? So anyway, basically what she did, she turned around and she made it very clear how she don't like black people, what she's saying the N-word several times and saying it with confidence. And then she made it clear, like when she goes to work, she's going to be arresting black people. So now what we need to look at is who is in Harris County Jail right now that is innocent because of her racist ideologies.
And I'll say this real quick. A lot of it is, people trying to get brownie points. That's really what it boils down to. Is she think, oh, I'm going to say this and, white people will accept me as one of them. Y'all don't understand how deeply rooted, y'all need to do y'all research on this whole damn country. They won't ever accept you. Maria Quisha, don't you get it? Like, I'm going to separate myself from these ninjas. Watch this. No, white folks won't keep you in that same bucket. And the faster you figure that out, you might get ahead.
Exactly. That's another point too. Yeah, you lowest on the totem pole. The only reason why they would accept you, like I said earlier, because they can hunch on you. They'll hunch the business about you, but ain't gonna be no respect. Ain't gonna be no type of authority. You just here. That's all.
Yeah, and it's just another unfortunate case of someone thinking that they can be on that YT Caucasian status or whatever, but you got a cold reminder, just like Godfrey said. This is why people, when you come over here from different countries and stuff and you try to side with the dominant society, they will never, ever, ever accept you. They might use you for certain agendas and stuff, but when they're done using you, they're going to toss you to the side, just like they do with the coons in our, you know, in our culture, in our FBA culture or whatever. So they're never going to accept you. We know this stuff because we've been around them for hundreds and hundreds of years. We've seen how they tricked and swindled us, and they were supposed to do all these things for us and never did it. We don't trust them, so we don't give them the opportunity to, you know, we don't want to, respectfully, we really don't want to be around them. There are great YT people out there and stuff, and we can build with them, but the majority, we just kind of want to stay to ourselves and kind of just do our own thing just because we know the history. So she got a wake-up call, and this is for any other immigrant and stuff that comes over to this country. They will never accept you, and you think you're going to go against us. You already saw that she had that belt, and I think she's going to be able to use it for any one of you people who think that you can disrespect us again. So y'all need to come correct. This is a new day. This is 2026. And we're standing on all sorts of business. And so all that stuff that has happened in the past, all the name calling, all the other stuff that we kind of let ride and stuff, those days are over. So when it comes to us, you guys either need to hop on board and get on board with what we got going on, or you're going to just be pushed to the side. And it is what it is.
There we go.
And she thinks that she about to go to another agency. No, you're not. Because I'm going to put this belt on your ass. I don't care where you go. Because I'm going to follow this stuff, and we're going to follow it to the letter. And that's just how that's going to go. Because let me tell y'all, I don't have time for this. Our city don't have time for this. I'm not sending my kids out to go hang out just like y'all, you know? And then they turn around here, and then you wondering, dang, you took my child to jail because they riding around wild black? I don't think so. That's what we're not going to do. Any other questions?
What is your plan of action? What's next? What are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing next?
Okay, what are we doing at this time right now? Like I said, I've been in talks with leadership with HPD. An investigation is underway at this point right now. But what me and my team are going to do, we are going to file a complaint with T-Code because I'm going for her license. And that's just the bottom line. Baby, you're not going to be able to work at no security place. Baby, you might as well go on and go to Sonic and make an extra long hot dog with the extra onions. Because that's all that you about to get ready to do. So, and I'm going to say just like this. See, I got smoke for racist cops. And I don't give a damn where you come from. And I'm going to let you know right now, I want all the smoke, even if you watching it. Watch it if you want to. Because I'm going to smoke your behind out here. Like I said, I want all that smoke. All of it.
Candace, one more question before we wrap it up. What do you have to say to anybody that might have been arrested by this woman? Because at this point, it makes you wonder about any prior arrest conducted by this officer.
You need to reach out to me and my team because we are not going to stop. We are going to follow this to the letter. And then I'm also going to contact FBI as well, too, because also it could be some civil rights violations as well. Okay, and civil rights attorneys, get with me because we finna ride down on this heifer, and I mean it. Any other questions? Get ready, heifer. I got smoke for you. Let me tell y'all racist laws that still got badges. I'ma flush every last one of you jokers out of any police agency in my state, in my city. And then Miss Ashley Gonzalez, I'm gonna let you know right now, baby. I got smoke for you, because you finna lose your license, and you finna not be at no police agency, because I'm finna put that belt on your ass, and the rest of them jokers that's in that police agency, that's some damn racist, because I mean it. You understand? I mean it.
Shout out to Auntie. She ain't playing. She with the smoke, literally, got the cigar going, you know. Like I said, seem like good people. It's all about behavior and intentions. That's all. So she ain't up here twerking and carrying on. So we showing her grace and mercy. She seemed like a good spirit.
Good for the group. I love it. Big time, man. It's a cool sister. She look like she got a Harley Davidson and she can chug a mean beer. I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it at all. Salute to the sister, man. But again, yeah, definitely keep the sister in your prayers. Y'all here trying to go after crooked, bad, racist cops. That's always going to be a dangerous game out here, you know, Hispanic or not, you know. Yeah, ain't only folks that's cheering for this sister is folks that share her complexion, and that's us. But yeah, salute to the sister. She definitely got my support.
Yeah, and that's why we need to protect her at all costs. She's standing on all sorts of lineage business and staying on code. This is what it means to be on code, whether it's in your respected jobs or titles or whatever you're doing. You don't let anybody disrespect your people or your lineage or undermine you in any type of way. And if you have the ability to stand up and do what's right, don't let these people walk over you, because at the end of the day, like I always say, if it was not for us, they wouldn't even be here in the first place. So shout out to her.
Amen.
Yeah, I was gonna say she comes with some little funny lines, you know, and she could be she has a lot of energy, but at the end of the day, I've seen her like on the news and on social media getting a lot of stuff done from what I've seen. So I'm definitely happy that she went on the news and she put this out here so that way, you know, people know, because even if this lady was trying to get brownie points from whoever, like she said, her next job will probably be at Sonic. So whoever she was looking to get the brownie points from, hopefully they'll be able to, you know, throw her a couple of dollars, because once it's all said and done, I don't think that the people in this city are going to let this rest, because this was like too blatant. She just went on in social media and she shouldn't have done that. This is not the time or the place to be doing that. So it is what it is for her.
I agree. You know, she is a little animated, you know, like you say, got some one-liners, but that's part of the beauty in our culture. Even in the face of hateful racism, we still got something about us. You know, she ain't up there just being all droll and mundane. And no, she still got spirit, as we all do. This is what they hate about us. In the face of sick adversity, we still go about it in a certain way, man. This is the side of us. This is the part of our culture, the smiling and the joking in the face of danger as we are pursuing justice. This is the part of our culture they can't stand.
Right. And it's something that only we have. It's that Majora spirit that lives in us. And, you know, it's only indicative to us. And like you guys said, Mr. Walker, that is what they hate about us. Nobody else on this planet has it. And it's what makes us unique. What gives us our talent, our style, our pizzazz, our charisma, everything. It's just what it is within us, and it's up to us to tap into it. All of us are capable of having it. So while we're watching these videos and people are out here doing all wonky stuff, dig deep and tap into that Majora spirit, because it lives in you. And yeah, it's what makes us so special and unique.
And I would say for a lot of people out there that are saying, not only is this unacceptable, granted, she's a police officer, there is a code of conduct, but it doesn't matter what this woman, I don't care if she was pushing carts at Walmart, if she was working at Dunkin' Donuts, unacceptable behavior. So what you got, Courtney?
Oh, I totally agree with you. It's unacceptable all the way around. And like I said before, Dr. Candace Matthews, she's an educated woman. And not only that, not only this activist portion, I'll get into, she has also helped some Black people get some things taken care of, like with apartment complexes that had people living in very bad conditions, as well as like the school district. I've seen her on a couple of different things. So she really is there for the community. And so I'm happy, like I said, once again, that she's on this.
That part. So where we at here?
Shout out to the brother Everson Clark. Good to see you, man. Been a member for 6 months. Says activist coup d'etat probably fire. Goodness gracious. Look at Sister B. Says shout out to brother Jada Gray. Says this Torta mini fridge built stocked up. Shout out to your Uncle Tall. Always good to have you, man. Says that pretty lady with the infinity stones around her neck, daddy likes. Yeah, shout out to the sister, man. Appreciate your Uncle Tall. Says, I'm rescinding my like. Rescinding my like. Well, okay.
Don't do that, huh? She's still good, people, if you talking about her.
For sure. Shout out to Didi standing on business. Says belt ass, undefeated.
Yeah, so belt the ass all the way down the pit for this sister.
Yeah, bye, Torta.
Madness.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me?
Ooh, child, things will get brighter.
Yeah, salute to you, Sister Ebony. Talking about that Majara spirit. That's my kind of carrying on. You know, white man see the Majara spirit as chaotic and destructive, maybe to him.
And I'll say this. I'll say we were talking about all night as far as embarrassing behavior is costing us respect, and that got a lot to do with it. So we'll get our final thoughts here, but I'll get you in, Ebony. All the behavior stuff we've been seeing all night, people crashing out, that's how we get in situations where people are, you know, it costs us respect. But at the same time, we still got to stand on business. That ain't it ain't open season on us.
Right.
I don't know what y'all think.
Right. And yeah, we talked about a lot today. After the video before the last one that you played, I was like, man, I'm gonna have to get my sage out and sage my computer because of all the egregiousness that went on. But we ended on a great note with the Houston lady and everything. But yeah, it is all about just respecting yourself and respecting others and just remembering who you are. And like we just talked about, the Majaro spirit that lives in us, that is something that everybody has. And present that to the world and present the world like your best self at all times. We don't have to be out here being reckless. Just because we've experienced different things, in this country and stuff, it doesn't mean that we need to be mean all the time and be rude to people and cuss people out or whatever. We can still get our point across, without being egregious, even if that's the energy that people are giving us. And I think that's important. And also with the Nick Cannon stuff, look into history and why things are the way that they are. And people have spoken out on this type of stuff, and just don't always look to celebrities and everything to get all of your answers. And, because we talked about a lot of this tonight, they're doing a lot for money and everything just has consequences at the end of the day. Amanda Seales, she's suffering her consequences because she was never standing on any sorts of business. And now nobody wants to work with her, just like that Mexican chick. So when you mess with us and you talk crazy about us and all that, that is what happens. And yeah, I think I kind of covered everything. Another great show. Thanks for having me. This was awesome. And I appreciate you guys having me up again.
Always, Sister Ebony. Appreciate you. You muted, Miss X.
What you got, Sister Courtney? We definitely appreciate having y'all up here.
Yeah, I think this was another great show. And just on everything that we touched on, like Ebony said, it's so much going on in the world. I think that it's really important right now to stay true to yourself, stay grounded, and don't let the world change who you are at your core, right? Because if you do, you're going to end up in a very, bad situation. So just stay true to yourself.
There you go. I like that message as well. Checking folks with class. Don't let folks say whatever they want to you about you for show. However, crashing out doesn't really get us anywhere. But you can sit there, use your big boy words, your big girl words, and check folks. And that's how you really check them. But whenever the ops see that they can get you emotionally inflamed, that's all they was trying to do in the first place. But when you handle with class and put them in a place, you shatter their spirit. That's how you do it. Remain calm, check them, and walk away, leave them in pieces. That's the best way to do it.
And there we go. So like I said, it was an awesome show up here tonight. Y'all see we dropped Sister Courtney's link. Make sure y'all go over, check her out, and subscribe. And also be on the lookout for Ebony Dean. All right, we about to get Ebony's channel fired up. Enough is enough. Ebony need to be on these streets cooking up.
Yes, I got to get serious. Well, I actually really am about to get serious, but it's time. It's time. So
yeah, we got the school year. You know, it's about to be summertime, school wrapping up.
Right.
You know, it's a good time.
Right.
There you go. The Ebony Dean News Network. Now I forgot what you said your idea was, but yeah, that was my idea.
Yeah, I gotta.
It ain't for them to hear right now. They might try to
there you go.
Right. Yeah, stay tuned, everybody. Stay tuned. I have a lot of ideas, and I just I thank you guys for being patient with me too, you know, with starting my channel, because I think I've actually kind of found my voice and found where I could fit into this space. You know, and just by being up here with you guys talking about different subjects and just kind of finding where my passion is in all this. So I appreciate you guys, and thank you guys for having me up.
For sure. Yes. Allow this to, you know, to be a classroom as it has proven to be. You know, like you said, come up here and just get your social media legs, and big time. That's what it's all about. Happily we could be, you know, of service and benefit to you, sister, because you definitely add value to our product. So we definitely appreciate you. You too, Sister Courtney.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you guys. And it was fun being up here with you again, Courtney.
Yes, you too. Yeah. Thank you, Ebony. Thank you, Mr. Walker and Gavin X as well.
Yes, ma'am. Sisters. So, like you said, until next time, y'all welcome, and we're gonna see y'all on the next go. We'll be back tomorrow if y'all in the chat.
Oh yes, for sure. I will be there because I missed you guys this week and stuff. So I will be in the chat. I can't wait. So thanks again.
Tomorrow.
Yep. Everybody have a good night.
You too. See you, ladies.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, ladies. So make sure y'all go over and subscribe to Sister Courtney.
Strong like that, straight like that, straight like that, straight.
And be on the lookout for Ebony Dean. You know, that's why I was just saying she's been up here cooking lately. Definitely getting her legs, and you know, she definitely has her niche, you know, so I think it's about time.
Yes, passionate about reparations. She has the information. She ain't up here just talking with trigger words. Got information that at the back of what she says. Passion, lived experience. Heck yeah, good to go, man. I'm excited to see what develops. Appreciate you, Uncle Tall. He says, wait. Ain't nobody gonna say anything about Mr. Walker's ugly ass shirt. I mean, the title of the show is enough. Your voice is power, people. Why y'all hate on my shirts? It's over. It's spring, summertime. Y'all about to get more whimsical shirts than y'all can manage. Deal with it, ninjas.
And there you go. He in his whimsy season, like Joe Taylor. All right.
I was born whimsy.
It's egregious. It's egregious. Yeah, Joy, stop that, Joy. You ain't whimsy. Joy, I don't know what Joy tried to do.
Yeah, stop. I've seen that as a lately whimsy. You ain't in position to, you can't be traumatized, wallowing in your trauma and your hurt and broken. It's talking about you whimsical. Shut up. Whimsical like who? Like freaking Quentin Tarantino? He whimsical.
Well, I think folks is just weird. Even like Cam Newton, when he said he eclectic, and people just, I was telling my wife that, I said, I'm about to be eclectic. You know, I was sitting there, be on the lookout. I might go eclectic for the rest of the year. I'm just going to come up here wearing random stuff, and y'all just going to see, you know, like I'm be on my Cam Newton, eclectic.
I am here for it. There you go. No, you saying it correctly, eclectic. Cam was eclectic.
Okay, eclectic. So there you go. Yeah, I have on a basketball jersey, a button up, a turtleneck, and a turban. Hell.
Wow, yeah, you could be having all that, and what's that thing that they do or Scooby Doo? Some Scott, you know, the little neck handkerchief. We're all that wildish.
Nonetheless, be on the lookout. All right, it may come soon, sooner than later. We don't know.
I'm here for it. I'm here for the madness.
And we here for more madness tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. it's already a lot going on in the dating field. I see y'all was reporting on T-Money. Y'all may have to wait till Tuesday or Monday at best for that. All right, for any that type of news over at Truth Over Lies. I took a look. Don't seem like much, but I guess it's something.
Listen here, man. T-Money just looking for sympathy wherever he could get it. And I ain't outside of wild, MAGA folks, ain't nobody rocking with what that goofy dude got going on. But yeah, outside of that, make sure you guys are here tomorrow for more dating, mating, and rage baiting madness. Make sure y'all hit the like button on your way out if you already have not. And we always appreciate y'all coming through, rocking with us for this 5+ hours. Goodness gracious, y'all must like us or something. Make sure y'all continue to support your channel, support your interests, support your beautiful Black media as y'all do. Hitting that super chat, hitting that Cash App. Thank you, and a thank you.
And also shout out to all the sponsors, especially Uncle Tall, been coming through all night. Sister Dee Dee, Jada Gray. Shout out to Project Leroy, International Quiet Storm. Who else we got? B. Wyatt. Like I said, my guy Project Leroy. Uncle C's was coming through. E.V. Ray, Miss Charming to you. James Burton. He came through. Shout out to Frederick Howard, gifted memberships. Who else? Cousin Walker. And last but not least, shout out Ham Dog.
Big shout out to Ham Dog coming through supporting per usual. But we appreciate all the sponsors, even the twos and fews. Cannot thank you guys enough. And per usual, special shout out to the ladies coming over here rocking with us. Sister Courtney, Sister Ebony Dean, and the sisters in the chat. Without you ladies, we'd be a whole bunch of dudes over here talking mess. And especially in today's dating, mating, and rage baiting market, that could be a little weird. So we always appreciate your presence.
That part. Everybody in the chat. Also, shout out to Sister Nais. We got to get Nais up here on the Regal Rumble. I like Nais energy. All right. She comes, she got her little perspective. All right, as they say, her little perspective. It's something, but we're gonna get you up here one day.
I like it. She's like Sister Nais is like a more pleasant, very, very toned down HQ, if I dare say. She like Nais is like 10% cantankerous, just 10%.
Yeah, that's in that one encounter. If you let me tell it, I think it ramps up from there.
Is that true, Sister Nais? Are you 50% cantankerous?
Nonetheless, we appreciate y'all coming through tonight. We will be back up here tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. We'll see y'all then.
Be there or be square, you jive chickens. Make sure y'all say a prayer for T-Money tonight.
Yeah, that part. So until then, I am Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Carpet for the Horse Production.
A good morning.
Yeah, the crown stay heavy. We don't fall. Ay. Truth over lies. Yeah, the story been told. Listen, 2 married men from the trenches. Still standing. Still building. Trying to show you it's another way. This ain't hate, this is game. Hit that like button goes, don't play with it. Subscribe, go, yeah, stay with it. Cash App lit if you rockin' with the flow. Super chats on, yeah. Support the show. If you SBC Nation, then you already know. Brother Regal Rumble. Yeah, we shaking up the game, let's go. Hey, Brother Regal Rumble. Carpet for the horse. Hey, now we running the show. Hey.